Oh, sorry everyone, I'm arriving in. Sorry, my editing file seems to have decided it can't find a lot of my pages, and I don't know why. Four, 6, 2. So I'm just fixing that now because I don't know why it's done this, because I've still got everything here. What is happening? What the hell? For some reason it's just telling me that nearly everything has just... Anime 2. God, sorry, this might take me a while. I don't know why this has happened. What is going on? Hang on, I'll put on music while I do this. Oh, that's loud. I am unsure what has happened. Nothing has been deleted. It's just my Sony Vegas is going, we can't find that file, and the file still exists, so I don't understand what's going on. I want to blame updating my NVIDIA drive. Sometimes it does this. 1058, edit. Sanji, Luffy. Is that everything? Why in the world is it saying my Vegas has stopped working? This one opened fine. Hang on, I might have to restart my PC. I'm not sure what's going on. Huh? Sorry, I usually check this beforehand. I forgot to do it this time and I thought it would be fine. What in the world is going on? Hello? The good news is I know that it can open. Hang on, I'm feeling fear in my heart. No, all my effects work. Okay. For some reason it's just not opening specific files. No, okay, it opened. There was a file that I think I replaced wrong. Zoro Sanji Luffy manga edit. Sorry guys, I didn't mean to open this to kerfuffles. Sanji Luffy. No, that works. It all seems to work. Hang on, I'm now just double checking that all the you can probably see the screen now. I'm just double checking that all the files were properly like replaced, I suppose. I don't think they were replaced. I think that my Vegas just crashed and it said we can't find anything, but I fixed it, I think. That was scary. Oh my god. For a hot second I thought I lost all that work and I was not going to get this done in February and I was actually going to start crying. Oh god. Ooh. Oh. All right. Good evening. I think everything's fine. Oh shit, you're not meant to see this. I think everything's fine, but it's not opening when I want it to open, which is my concern. Which is weird. Okay. So that opens, and that loads up. Giving it time to load. No, I can open it now. That was weird. It just decided all my files went missing. And I was like, oh fuck, did something get deleted? Nothing got deleted. It just went, ugh. And I think it figured everything out. It's a bit of smarty pants, so... No, nothing seems to have been replaced. Not from what I can tell anyway. It's all fine to me. Okay, Sony Vegas, I guess I just had a hiccup. I seriously think it's because I updated my drivers and it made my Vegas go, what? What's happening? I still have this image, that's good. Yeah, it all seems fine to me. Aaron, shut up. Bob eating. And now probably outside. Yeah. Look at the differences in their faces. Oh, Sanji, how round you are. He definitely gives Zoro a longer face, doesn't he? A longer face and a longer nose bridge. Ugh. The program lost Zoro. How fucking embarrassing is that? Maybe I should make that the description. While making this, my program almost lost majority of my Zoro pages. Take that as you will. It was like all the Zoro pages, by the way. That's why it was cracking me up. Well, I can crack up about it now. I was very scared. I was afraid in the moment. Sanji's such a gentleman. Tina Belcher. Of course I saw the Hat Atelier trailer! Oh my god, let's all watch it together now. Yeah! Oh, I'm so excited for it. Oh my god, I'm so excited for it. It looks like it's about to slap. For those who don't know, this is currently probably my second favorite manga. I'd say so. I'd say so. Hang on, let me make myself smaller. Oops. Sorry, everyone. Sorry. Wahaha. Wahaha. I love this series. Oh my goodness. I haven't finished reading the manga yet because I just got busy. I'm serious. Every time I can't catch up with something, it's because I get busy and One Piece is my job. So I'm very grateful to that because otherwise I would struggle with keeping up with One Piece weekly. But One Piece is what makes me busy, which is a good thing. I love One Piece. Ready, ready? Wait, sorry. Everyone shut up.
遠い昔、魔法は特別なものじゃなかった。ごめんなさい。私何も知らなくて。特別なインク、決められた魔法陣。それさえあれば誰にでも使えてしまう。魔法使いたちの絶対の秘密。
あ！
魔法使いである証。魔法を悪用しないために頭にはめる。
Oh my god.
枷でもある。
I got chills!
とんがり帽子は君の魔法を見ている。
The music sounds
そうやって身につけた君の力は絶対に君を裏切らないからね。
私にできることができない子が嫌いなの。
ありがとうって言われるの大好きなの。良い魔法は良い睡眠からあとご飯。
なんで知らない間に弟子が増えてんだ。
使っちゃいけない。
Bongad! Let's go!
どうせなら優しい魔法をもっと知ってほしいな。禁止されずに残ったのは人を幸せにする魔法ばかりだから。
うまくいくかわからないけど、やってみなきゃわからない。
I'm shitting my pants. Oh my
私の
god.
魔法で誰かを幸せにしたのって初めてかも。そうじゃなきゃダメって決まりなんてない。よし、行こう。
争いの時代に描かれて結託の日と共に禁じられた人を傷つける魔法。
スバーリ棒には関わりたくない。
先生が言ってたの。
いつまで隠して
Oh,
お
I'm
ける
so
かな。
excited.
禁止されずに残った魔法はみんなを幸せにするためにあるんだって。
そう願うよ。そう願う。
I'm so excited. I'm so bitch. 4th of no, 6th of April. 6th of April. I'm so excited. Oh my god, it's just peak. It's peak. I literally said that when this first came, like when Jujutsu Kaisen was first getting popular, because Kifri was around before then. At least the relevance of Hat Atelier, although underground, was a lot more prominent online. Jujutsu Kaisen didn't get big until the anime because the anime actually made it good. I'm sorry, I know that upsets people, but it's true, okay? It's true. So when Jujutsu Kaisen started getting big and Gojo was everywhere, I was like, this is just worse Kifri. Like, this is just Kifri with worse writing. What the fuck? With a bit less sass as well, I'll give you that, although Kifri's got his moments. But I was like, a new studio is animating it. Fuck, what's the studio name? I looked up the shit they did. They've only done like one other thing. So they're new. Because I was like, is Bones doing this? God, I actually don't know the name of the studio anymore. Shit. But they've done like something, it was quite, not abstract, but stylized. What studio is animating which hat? Bug Films is what they're called. And the only other thing that they have done from Wikipedia is Zom 100 Bucket List of the Dead. Now, I haven't seen that, but I told my friends that, and someone said, oh, one of them said, I've seen that, it's really stylized in a good way. So I have hope, because it's a very stylistic manga, Hat Atelier, and it's super stylized in such a good way. It looks like a fairy tale. Obviously, they still can't capture all that through animation, like through the anime. They could capture that through animation, to be fair. But the anime, of course, is leaning a bit more into the like popular type of style instead of like really the style of the manga. And again, that's totally fine, because from what I'm seeing, it looks like they're really wanting to give it what, like, I suppose the flair it deserves, you know what I mean? But I was worried because the manga just looks gorgeous. No, Witch Hat is not a battle shonen. If it were a battle shonen, I would not fucking like it. Again, One Piece is literally the only fucking battle shonen I've ever liked. It's truly just out of this world, One Piece. But Witch Hat Atelier is what is it, a josei or something? I actually don't know what it is. But yeah, I know that I knew that when Witch Hat got its anime, because it's gonna be big, it's gonna be huge. It's just an incredible series, and it's really been deserving its flowers. So I think it's about to get it with this anime. I really do think, because it's just so incredible. It's really, really good. I have talked about it, Bleep. You just haven't been here when I've talked about it. I literally showed everyone some manga pages, some of the paneling, because I think Witch Hat Atelier has the best paneling I've ever seen. Take note, I haven't obviously read like a fucking bajillion mangas, but I think anyone who has read a bajillion mangas would read Witch Hat Atelier and think it's incredible. I'm currently rereading it because I'm starting from the beginning, because last I read of it was about 2 years ago, and I caught up back then, and then I remember some key points, but I don't remember everything, so I've gone back to start rereading it before the anime comes out. And I've got a lot of work to do though, fuck. But I'm super excited for it. I talk about it when I can. I haven't read Eden of Witches, no, but I think I do know that one. I do want to look, Chainsaw Man, I know I'm gonna like. I keep talking about this. Dandadan, I still haven't seen, because I'm not sure if I'll like Dandadan. I'll try it though and see how I feel about it. But here's the deal, if I do try it and I say sorry, I don't like it, you can't be upset at me about that. You can't be upset at me about that. It's just I've encountered way too many, no, this one's different, and then I watch it and I go, it's actually not really different. So I'll let you know. But Chainsaw Man I know I'm gonna like, because it's so clearly Devilman inspired. So fucking clearly Devilman inspired. And it's like, I'm sorry, I'm gonna eat that shit up. Chainsaw Man could be doo-doo ass, but because it's so heavily Devilman inspired, I'm going to just gobble it. I'm gonna gobble the schnob. I'm not gonna stop. Crocker Mama, I was Crocker Mum, I was asked this before, and we figured out apparently there's no real official site that they have English uploads. There was one, I think, but it's like a physical copy or something. We were trying to check this out because I'll be honest with you, I want to read it legally, but I can't find a place to. So I've just been reading it on totally legal reading sites because I can't find a digital English translation anywhere for it. Like official, I mean. So you're just gonna have to, yeah, you're gonna have to go search. And if I did, we looked this up. Someone found, I think there was one K manga or something. Fuck, I forgot what it was. But I think the only English translation that's official that you can buy and support is physical, which is quite annoying. Because as you guys know, I love physical media. I just love it. But I also enjoy the ability of what's the word, when it's accessible, you know, when it's a lot more accessible. So frustrating, but it is what it is. Oh, I've seen that with Chainsaw Man. That's the other thing, because Chainsaw Man is for some reason also in the shonen sphere. Because Chainsaw Man wasn't originally a shonen, but then it was... Wait, is it the other way around? Wasn't Chainsaw Man like not originally a shonen and then put in Shonen Jump? Or wasn't it not... Or wasn't it originally a shonen and then moved to like the adult shonen say? Like, do you know what I mean? Something happened to it. It like got moved around or something. Either way, because Chainsaw Man is within that shonen sphere, I've seen the takes on it are just fucking bum ass. Which is what happens within the shonen sphere. I'm sorry, guys. Shonen and moved. That's what happened. Thank fucking God. So because it started within the shonen sphere and then moved, shonen heads are still on it. And it's so far... It looks to be pretty far removed from, you know, Shonen Jump shonen. So it's like... It just always happens. It's just... It's the battle brains, guys. It's the battle brains. It's just... There's a real lack of... Like, how do I explain this? When people, when shonen only listen, I'm glad you guys like a specific genre. I'm glad. But when your only genre is shonen and that's it, you're really lacking some critical analysis skills. Because you don't have a frame of reference for fucking anything else. You've just been seeing shonen, right? And that's going to... that's gonna dumb you down. That's why I always say watch any kind of genre, watch all genres. Even if you think you won't like that genre, watch it. Fuck, that's how I got into One Piece. I didn't think I'd like any shonens. I still tried them and I found One Piece, right? Even if you think you're not gonna like a genre, just try it anyway and see what's gonna happen. It's good for you, right? It's just good for you. It's good for your brain to go outside your singular cube, your singular square, because then you find more things out there. I still haven't seen it. Well, I mean, if I see it, how do I say your name? Explosa Ogame? Is that your name? Anyway, yeah, watch more than shonen. Like, I can immediately tell when I'm talking to someone who is only a shonen head, quite literally only a shonen head, because I'll be honest, guys, there is a severe lack of empathy. And by empathy, I mean empathy within the media, within understanding what they're reading, within like seeing the emotions within it. They just don't quite get it. These are the people that look at Sanji's Help Me Robin scene in Onigashima against Black Maria and go, this is pathetic. Hello? How the fuck are you reading a manga about humanity and the human will and the human spirit and empathy, and you still watch a scene like that and go, this is pathetic? Just fucking stop reading it. Like, I'm just sick of it, man. I'm sick of it. Please gain some fucking empathy. Jesus. Like, if you have empathy within the fiction you're reading, that's probably going to extend to the real world, right? That's probably going to extend to your life. Have some empathy. Of course we tied it back to Sanji, because I'm seeing that argument. Every time it's break week, something happens to Sanji. Every fucking time it's break week, something happens to Sanji. There is a fucking Sanji discourse. They recycle the same Sanji discourse. This time it's Help Me Robin. Oh my god. Release me! Anyway, I gotta work. My favorite anime is Kids on the Slope, by the way, but a lot of you already know that. But I'll forever push that one. Just a masterpiece. I love it so, so dearly. I'm such a fake... I'm such a fake person, because, I didn't know it was a josei, I think it was. I also didn't know, I was just double checking, I also didn't know it was written by a woman. So basically, I just must hate women. Because how the fuck did I not know that? Of course it's written by a woman. It's awesome. Maybe I should get some Sanji merch to decorate my room. That is such a good idea. Egghead. That's the next thing I gotta do. Bonnie. Bleh. Bleh. Your cat is Luke. What a blessing. Right, so 1060. I can't wait for everyone to wake up, which will surely soon, no doubt, happen. Okay, here's all the... I want to use this page, but it doesn't always transfer well into... It's like the toning pattern that they use. When you use it on videos, the screen goes bip 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 because it's a bit dodgy looking. I've seen Madoka Magica. I really do like Madoka Magica. Again, I don't understand why Pudding's own family wouldn't go to help her. Sorry, I'm on the page. Brulee's literally fucking sobbing crying because Pudding was kidnapped and Cracker was reaching out to try and get her. That's clearly what this indicates. Why the fuck would Pudding's own family not try to get her? That's just weird. I've said if Pudding's own family is not the one to try and rescue her, we're gonna need an explanation for that, because why? As rough as the Charlotte family is, they still like each other within their sibling units, you know what I mean? They still do look out for each other. Thanks for that, Brig. I appreciate it. Right, where the fuck is Katakuri? Apparently he's still there. Bye-bye. But can you imagine? Oh, all of Big Mom's family just sat and did nothing while one of them was kidnapped. It doesn't sound right at all in any way. It's like, what, do they hate her or something? And they clearly don't hate her because she's one of the... Thank you for the sub again, Brig. They clearly don't hate her because she's one of the favorite sisters. So it's just bizarre. Yeah, and then Pudding says to Blackbeard, Mama's gonna make you eat those words. Like, there's clearly still a belief in her that Big Mom's alive. Oh god, we'll find out. I don't know. I truly think if they don't go to get her, we're gonna need an explanation. No, even if they can't beat them, my argument is they should still be trying to want to help her. Like, why would they just sit and do nothing? I'm glad you're having fun, Brigley. Are you trying to make Sanji moan? Is that what you're doing? Nice try. You can't do that anymore. But also, right down under, you're missing the point. I'm not saying they're going to succeed in getting Pudding back. I'm saying it'd be weird if they just didn't try at all. If we just saw no effort from them in any way. They'll probably lose if they try and get her back. That's not what I'm arguing. I'm arguing why the fuck would they not even try? That's their family member. It'd just be weird if they just went, oh well, that's just weird, right? No, I understand that. I understand that right down under. My argument is when I say that, some people go, what about Sanji? And I say, what about Sanji? Like, Sanji is not her end-all be-all connection. Her family is. So basically, people think Sanji will go after her instead of her family, and that doesn't make sense to me. Because first of all, how is he going to know about that when the family are the ones that know outright? Second of all, even if he did, it would be alongside her family. It doesn't make sense for her family to be totally removed from the situation. In any way, it doesn't make sense. They were watching Vegapunk broadcast. So Katakuri is currently still on Whole Cake Island, I think is what we know. But I agree, they probably are waiting for a chance, but there's no way they just let her go. Like, there's just no way. Right? I truly, like, again, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense with how the family functions to just be like, see ya. Especially a Big Mom family, it just doesn't make sense. I don't know. I think that's my biggest gripe with people that go, Sanji's gonna get her. I'm not even fully denying that. I'm just saying, how would that work? Like, how would he find out, and why would her family be totally removed from all of it? I just think it's the people making Sanji more important to Pudding than her own family, when the whole point of Whole Cake Island was this family is messy, but they do love each other in odd ways, right? That's the point of the Charlotte family. Big Mom didn't care if her kids were killing each other.
KYAAA tilde sent via throne.com.
Okay, thank you for that. But yeah, Big Mom didn't care if her kids killed each other. That's why the kids within each other form their own sibling bonds. And again, Pudding is one of the favorite siblings. That's the thing. She's one of the favorites. She's one of the favorites. No one wanted to kill Pudding. No one was going after Pudding. Yes, the Big Mom family is messy, but they also find love within each other. That is the point of the Big Mom family. In the same way the Vinsmoke family was incredibly messy, and yet they still found some love within each other. Reiju still loves Sanji. Sanji still loved Reiju, right? They're supposed to mirror each other like that. Again, it just doesn't make sense. I don't care if Sanji goes to save her or not. What I want to see is her family being involved in it and a part of it. Because they should be. They 100% should be. I also just don't like people narrowing Pudding down to Sanji. And that's it. That's her whole character. It's just Sanji. I don't like that. I don't like that when Pudding in Whole Cake Island was also so much more than Sanji. Sanji helped her, but Sanji isn't her. You know what I mean? That's not who she is. He's a part of her, but he's not her whole fucking world, is he? He truly helped her, but not in a well, now he has to do everything for her. Now everything she does revolves around Sanji. It's not like that. No, Pudding was Big Mom's favorite, but Pudding was only Big Mom's favorite when she did what Big Mom said. That was the point. That was the point of her arc. She was Big Mom's favorite because she was Big Mom's doll, but she had to put on an act to be the favorite. That's why Sanji helped her so much, because he was like, I just like you for you. And Pudding went, what? That's why he helped her. But that was, again, that was the point. Again, the Charlotte family are messy, but to say they all hate each other is just bizarre, especially when Pudding was one of the favorite siblings of the whole family. But that's what happened with the Charlotte kids. When they were rejected by their mother, there was either infighting between them or their own like alliances between each other, such as Katakuri and Brûlé, right? Or they're in love between each other, I suppose is a better way to say that. Katakuri would have already been on the move. I believe that. But I also believe there are some Big Mom pirates who are also on the move or want to move. But of course, this is Blackbeard. They can't rush in. They will just die. Right? Again, for all we know, she's being monitored through Brûlé. Brûlé and Pudding like each other! I just fucking realized. Brûlé and Brûlé... Pudding has, like, favorite sisters. At least I'm pretty sure they like each other. Didn't we see their relationship for a moment? Pudding helped save Sanji, and Sanji already helped save her. He already gave that back to her. There's no debt that he has to pay there. Because he helped save her in the fact of, I like your third eye. He helped save her from having to be under her mother's thumb mentally, right? That's already happened. That exchange has already happened. They helped save each other in that moment. Like, there's no debt that he has to pay back. There's no, oh, okay, I guess I gotta go get her because she helped me. He already fucking helped her. That's the point of Whole Cake Island. I don't know. Like, again, I'm not against Sanji saving Pudding. What I'm against is it's just him. It doesn't make sense if it's just him. Because she's got a whole armada of a family. It just truly doesn't make sense. If they know Pudding loves Sanji and she secretly helped the Straw Hats, then Katakuri would have more of a reason to go help her! Wouldn't he? He fucking likes Luffy! Are we serious? Like, come on! The more you guys try to, oh, maybe, they'd still go and get her. Some of them would still want to go and save her. A lot of them would still want to go and save her. It's just insane to me. I don't know why her family is totally ruled out by some people. It really doesn't make sense. Again, the point of the Big Mom family is they were messy, but they still loved each other within their different areas and within different reasons, right? It depends with Sanji, but also it does depend with Sanji because we also have Vivi that we have to go after right now. Between Vivi and Pudding, I think it's safe to say Vivi's probably the priority amongst the Straw Hats. For saving Pudding, that would be pretty Sanji specific, wouldn't it? Also, he would just want to save princesses. It's what he does. Don't get me wrong, I'm sure if he said, I want to go save her, Luffy would say, okay. But we'll see. We'll find out. I don't know. Also, they'd have to go after Blackbeard. That's another thing. And then we don't want another Ace situation, do we? That's what I mean. I think Pudding is a ways to bring the Big Mom Pirates back into the story. That's why this is really frustrating me. It feels obvious to me that when Blackbeard is going to be chased down, the Big Mom Pirates will be part of that. Because they have Pudding. It just doesn't make sense that they just totally let her go. How can Sanji help without actually going there, though? Like, how? I'm not sure how he can help without actually going there. Like, what can he do? I just don't know. Yeah, I don't think Pudding, it will be saved anytime soon. I think under Blackbeard, Pudding's going to unlock her poneglyph reading power. I think Pudding's going to be sitting there for quite a long time. The Pigma Pirates, where she is. Ugh. Maybe Kuzan could help her. No, they are not going against Blackbeard after Elbaf. I think it's way too soon for that. It's way too soon for that, especially with Vivi still, like, missing. I don't think that's gonna happen at all. I think that's endgame stuff. Who knows? Oda surprises me, so we'll find out. So I'm trying to find Jinbei panels. But yeah, it's just, I think it frustrates me because it's truly narrowing Pudding down to a guy she likes. Pudding hasn't even fucking mentioned Sanji. Like, that's what gets me. She's mentioned her family and Big Mom once she's been kidnapped. That's who she's mentioned. She hasn't been like, Sanji's gonna get you, has she? She's mentioned her family and Big Mom. I don't like Pudding being narrowed down to just the guy that she likes. That feels weird to me, especially when the whole point of the Whole Cake Island arc is she let him go. Right? I don't like that. It feels weird. The sister of someone who Loki once asked out. But it's like of course it's different because Pudding did have that romantic arc with him, but so did Viola. While they didn't kiss or anything, they clearly liked each other. And no one looks at Viola and narrows Viola down to Sanji. She's still doing princess duties for Dressrosa. She's still attending the reverie for Dressrosa, right? So it's just, I don't get it. Not knowing who Viola is. Ooh. Sad. Why would they not know her? That's so sad. One of the characters that fully helped the Straw Hats destroy just Dressrosa and get away from Doflamingo. Ugh. Viola didn't get the hard eyes, but she fucking liked him. She really liked him. Whoops. Okay, I'm gonna go back. This isn't me saying Viola over Pudding, or by any means, by the way. This is me saying no one looks at Viola and makes her whole character Sanji. The way people do that with Pudding immensely pisses me off. Especially when I feel like that wasn't the fucking point of the arc in any way to do that to Pudding. When she lets him go and then everyone goes, oh, Pudding and Sanji, that's it. That's all she is. And it's like, stop it! Oh my god! That is not only what she is. She has a life outside of Sanji. Jesus. Okay, I'll just use this one. Even though I don't like the texturing. I don't know what Katakuri's up to, but I'm sure he's up to something. I highly doubt Katakuri would just sit there. We saw him in Egghead, not in Egghead, in Whole Cake, but I doubt he'd just be sitting there. Especially with Big Mom now gone. Gone. She's not gone. That's something. If Big Mom is still alive, which she is, she'd go after Pudding. And the reason she'd go after Pudding is because Pudding is useful. Pudding is useful to her. She can hopefully read the poneglyphs. That's why Blackbeard got her. There's just no way she's dead. There's simply no way. She also wants to collect her races, that as well. Yeah, Katakuri will still be covered when we see him next. We already saw him again, didn't we? He was covered. But I truly do believe the next arc is going to revolve around getting to Vivi. It makes the most sense. I don't know what else currently there could be. I'm sure there's something else, but all I can think of is the Straw Hats need to find out that Vivi has signaled for them. And I'm sure that signal is going to be Vivi wants us to go help her. Because Zoro literally said to Luffy, what, like, if Vivi wanted our help, she'd ask for our help, and then lo and behold, there's a newspaper with an X on the arm. And that's clearly Vivi signaling to them. Using a cover page to determine things is nothing. He held the doll in his arms. That's great. That's beautiful. I understand that. He also held every other princess as well. He was also throwing, what was it, Buggy at Zoro to get off of Shirahoshi? It was cute, but you should not be using cover pages for anything. Also, the most focused person Sanji has currently is Nami. I'm not saying this because I'm trying to make a war out of it. I'm saying that's canon fact. Sanji will do things for Nami first before anyone. He literally left Pudding to go to Nami and then get a hug from her, right? Do remember, the reason he was marrying Pudding is because he got blackmailed, not because he like actively chose her. I feel like people keep forgetting that. He reacted to Pudding in a similar way he reacts to all women, because he loves them. That's what he does. Pudding is special. Don't get me wrong, she is special. But this idea that like he would have been with her, he rejected her. He said, I can't be with you, I have to be with my crew. He's actively chosen the Straw Hats over her. You think if Nami were a doll, he wouldn't be holding doll Nami? Like, I don't know. Using cover pages like that is just bizarre to me. The only princess he wasn't holding was Vivi, by the way, because Nami had Vivi, and that was just fucking awesome. I don't know. It's just all of Whole Cake Island was, I like you, but I can't be with you because like this is just not for me, not for me. And then people go, yeah, that's it. And it's like, what? He actively chose his crew. That was the whole point. Okay. Good morning. He would have been conflicted about leaving her there, right? Of course he would have been. Because he thinks she's in danger there. If he really knew. I don't think going after Vivi will be a short arc, no. Not at all. Or at least getting to Vivi. And saying that, I don't think getting to Vivi is going to be the arc. I think Vivi herself will be the arc. Do you know what I mean? I don't know what the arc could entail, but I just know whatever it is, Vivi's important. But that's what gets me. This is why this whole Pudding conversation, Sanji would go, Sanji would go. Sanji would go and save any princess that he heard was in danger. This is also why this gets me, of like Pudding's connection to Sanji. Sanji is like that. When they found out Vivi was kidnapped, he was fucking sobbing, crying, we have to go get Vivi. Like, if Viola was kidnapped, he'd be like crying, sobbing, we'd have to go get Viola. Right? This is how he is with princesses and with girly pops. Do, 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 do. Paddy was in danger, he'd probably want help. Think about what happened in Whole Cake Island. The reason he had to stay there was because Zeph, he was being blackmailed with Zeph. And he said, that's it. That's truly it. I just can't do anything. Morning. Anyway, the TLDR is, for fuck's sake, stop making Pudding's whole story Sanji. You're all pissing me off. Not you guys specifically, but for God's sake, all the conversations I see around it. Let's just totally remove Pudding's family from the situation. Right? It's driving me insane. And Doctor, you're woke. You are woke. I think Big Mom's still alive. I don't know about Kaido. I disconnect the two and I don't know why people keep doubling up the two. That's another thing. Why the fuck can't just Big Mom be alive and come back? Why does it have to be both of them? Every time I say Big Mom, people go, and Kaido? No! I think Kaido's done. I think he's finished. Big Mom is clearly not. She still has unfinished business, unlike anything we've seen before. She did not go out. Like, this is it. Kaido saw his fucking life flash before his eyes. Like, I think he's done. When she went out and was cursing Law and Kid's name, that says enough. She said, Law, Kid, I'll fucking remember that. Like, she's not going out just, that's it. She's going out saying, I'm fucking coming back. Like, everything points towards she has the wrath of a fucking god. She's coming back. Like, whether it be an Elbaf, I still believe in Elbaf. Whether it be Elbaf or not, she will be returning. Especially with Pudding being like, you're gonna eat those words if she's still alive. Like, why would Pudding say that if she truly believed her to be dead? How does he know about Joy Boy? Because he traveled with rocks. Kaido's personality traits were expanded on. I keep saying Kaido's story, his whole story literally explains. That backstory that was like, what, 7 pages? That explains fucking everything about him. Including his time with Odin, right? That was inclusive of Kaido's story with how he overtook Wano. And people just refuse it. They deny it. I have a whole Kaido video talking about this. About how that story did tell us everything about why Kaido is the way he is. Why he feels the way he feels. Rox now has also added on to that. With who Kaido was alongside Rox. But Kaido knowing Joy Boy is not a weird thing. Especially when he was of the era of people fucking knowing Joy Boy. Like... that wasn't just a Kaido thing. How does Kaido know Joy Boy? Jeez, I don't know. Maybe it's because he was with fucking rocks that he knows this shit. His story was so simple and so perfect. That's what really pisses me off. And people talk about it like I'm coping. I'm not coping. When I read his backstory, I said it all makes sense now. Why he is the way he is, why he acts the way he acts. That makes perfect sense. And people are like, we didn't get enough. We literally got the basis for fucking everything of why he is who he is. And people are saying it's just not enough. But, like, I just don't understand what else could have been added on there for you to really get that. He is literally a product of the world. He came from a nation that was war-torn, and to survive, he had to be a warrior. Ding, 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 ding! Oh my god. So literally his life is war, fighting, strength. That's all he believes in. And when he can't fight, when he can't go to war, he's useless. He feels nothing. He feels like he's not anything. I don't believe it's rage bait. You don't understand. I want to believe it's rage bait. No, people are genuinely just this stupid. They are this stupid. You want to know how I know that? Because I have serious discussions. I see these serious discussions every fucking day. You cannot call it rage bait when I know people are this stupid. Even if that's rage bait, there's still going to be someone who truly believes this. That truly believes this. You can't keep calling stupid opinions rage bait. Guess what? People are this stupid. They are this stupid. We're just gonna have to accept that. I fucking wish it was rage bait. It's not. People are dumb. Oh my god. I made a whole Kaido video about it and people were still like, I don't get it. That's not rage bait to this point. That's just, I'm not reading the story. I've had it. No one wins in a rage bait situation. Now we all look stupid. I truly wish I truly wish it was rage bait, man. I really wish it was. I want to believe it. I really do. I was gonna say, people talk shit about Kaido's backstory. They talk shit about Kaido like it's crazy. They call him one of the worst villains. I think he's one of the best villains. I think he was an incredible antagonist. And people still go, buh, buh, buh. Oh my god, shut up. I gotta edit. I need this page. I'm just sick of it. But yeah, if you look, it comes down to, if you read Kaido's backstory, that was a total of like, what, 8 pages, and that still didn't click for you, what do you need it to be spoon-fed to you? Like, I just don't understand. I don't get it. The second we got his story, everything clicked for me. Every single behavior Kaido has all clicked for me. Like, I don't get how that did not click for everyone else. Hi, Bobby! I defend Kaido with my life because of how he's treated. The way people say he just sucks, and it's like, ugh. I was about to say it's because Zoro didn't kill him. It's because he wasn't what they wanted him to be. Look, she just had dinner, so she's full of fish. She stinks like it too. Rox's story did expand on it though. In my opinion, not by much, because you know why? The behaviors that Kaido had with the Rocks in the Rocks Pirates are the same behaviors he's always had. He's always been like that, right? The only thing that was different was because he's still that immature. He's still like a little brother. The only difference is it looked like Kaido was about to get some form of a family. And then that totally fell apart when Rocks was taken over by Imu. And I felt bad for Kaido. And I felt bad for Kaido because of the story that he has about where he came from and what he had to do to survive. Right? I felt bad for him. Rox literally was telling Kaido, we don't do that here. When Kaido was like, why don't we just go and fuck the giants up, just beat them up? Rox said, no! We're not doing that. That's not how we treat people we respect, right? He was quite literally fucking parenting Kaido in that moment and saying, that's not how we do things. Well, he hit Kaido, but hey, that's a whole other story. He was just really mad. So that's why when people go, Rox was a shitty guy, Rox was a shitty guy, he is literally teaching the guy who grew up to believe force was everything. Force is not everything. Imagine who Kaido would have been had Rox still been alive. Had Rox still been around, had he still had a figure like Rox in his life. This is why it really pisses me off when people don't look at the Rox crew as some kind of family and they think they just all didn't like each other. Rox dying was the collapse of that crew and the collapse of a lot of them as people. Big Mom and Kaido suffered the worst out of all of them. The worst out of all of them. Whitebeard was bitter about it. He truly wanted Rox to be better than what he thought Rox could have been. And Imu totally tore that to the ground. Whitebeard got his family, but he probably modeled the family he got due to what he saw Rox be at the end there. Do you know what I mean? So Whitebeard ended up having a happier ending, but his happy ending came from a tragedy. And that just sucks for him. It's good for him that he got the family that he wanted, but it sucks for him that he also was betrayed by the family that he used to have. Or at least he thought he was betrayed. Kaido's never just been a mindless brute. That's what gets me. He's not mindless. He just truly believes this is how the world works. That's why I like him. Hey, Banana. He truly believes the world works on might because that's where he grew up. That's how he grew up. Like, he gives the options to people who prove themselves as strong. When the samurai were taken over and destroyed, as in Kinemon and co were destroyed on the rooftop, Kaido then said, you guys can, like, you samurai can be part of my crew. He acknowledges them. He respects them. He respects that strength. And he also sees it as a waste to kill that strength. All the samurai that were put in the jail were the samurai that did not side with Kaido. That's why Kaido had so many samurai and so many swordsmen siding with him in Wano. That's why he had so many people of Wano under him. Because he said, I respect you. You're part of me now. And the thing that really, really, really stuck with me and something that I thought was beautiful, and I talk about this all the time, is Jack. When Jack was beaten on the rooftop by the Minks, I thought for sure Kaido was going to be done with him. I thought for sure Kaido was going to throw him out. But once you prove that strength to Kaido, so it's still conditional, but once you prove that strength to Kaido, that's it. He will now want to help and protect you. You're now part of his crew, his family. You must prove yourself to be part of it, but once you proved yourself, you're in it. I thought for sure Jack losing would be the end, and it wasn't. He was mad for Jack. He was angry. He said, I can't sit here while I watch my crewmate get beaten up like this. Bitch, I wasn't expecting that. Was anyone expecting that? I thought he was just going to be this mindless fucking barbarian that said, no, fuck off. You've been beaten. I don't care about you anymore. And that didn't happen. I was gagged. And I was like, there's truly a heart behind this monster. He's just been horribly led astray. Horribly led astray. And it's because Rox got taken out. But Rox would have been a phenomenal influence on him. He was so close to getting Kaido to a safe point, right? And then he got possessed and died, and Kaido fell alongside Big Mom in becoming just horrible people. Exactly. No, Doflamingo is a fucking piece of shit. Ah! Crocodile is not as bad as Doffy. Fuck, he's not anywhere near as bad as Doffy. Doffy is the worst. He is the worst. But that Jack moment, it just tugs at my heartstrings. I just really, that truly is what shaped Kaido to me. That changed the game when I saw him do that. I just was not expecting that. We're the slaves, Papa! Oh, Imu's already topped Doffy's scumminess. Imu created the system that allowed Doffy to be scummy. Like, Imu is why Doffy was Doffy. Because Imu made that. Imu made a bunch of narcissistic 1% pieces of shits. That was Imu. And Imu's happy with that. Like I've said this, Doffy is also a product of the system. And he's interesting because he's not like Kaido and he's not like Big Mom. He's a product of the system on the other side. He's a product of the 1%. What happens when you allow 1%ers to exist? These fucking high-class royalties to exist. They become monsters. You are creating monsters. Not just from the lower classes with Kaido and Big Mom, but from the upper classes with Doflamingo. You've created these horrible fucking people because they truly believe they're above everybody. And then the actual monsters, legitimate monsters, are like Saturn and the Elders. They're actual monsters. I thought that was incredible. They're not just monsters, they are demonic. They are satanic. They are devilish in nature. They're actual fucking demon spawns, literal demon spawns. Mwah! That's awesome! And they are the top of the top. And they're monsters. Right? They're not monsters like Kaido. They're not monsters like Big Mom. They are actual monsters. From hell. It was just awesome. I love them! I love them! And also, Imu extending his power to his holy knights, to his elders, signing contracts. You are signing a deal with the devil. Imu creates more monsters as they go. Creating elders and holy knights, those are monsters. Creating people that just go yippee, killing people, enacting genocides. Because we're above you, we're better than you. And you have Kuma in God Valley saying, why are you special? Are you born special? That doesn't make sense. That is Kuma speaking directly to us and saying, this system has created people who believe they are born better. That's what this system has done. People who are born as gods, alleged gods, as saints. They truly believe they are above the scum of the earth, which are human beings. They're all human beings. That's the whole point. Imu has created this whole trickle-down effect. All of it. It's all Imu. Because Imu, at the end of the day, is the metaphor for that. I truly do believe that. Good night. But that's why I like it so much. That's why Doffy, like Doffy is a product of the system. Does that make me feel bad for him? No. When I say he's a product of the system, I don't feel like I feel for Kaido. I don't feel like I feel for Big Mom. While Big Mom and Kaido were still doing horrible things, they're horrific people. There is still something in me that looks at those two characters and goes, like, you got dealt a bad hand. Something could have been different. Doffy got dealt the best of the best hand in this world. And then had that hand ripped away from him because of his dad, who was a high-class idiot. And then wanted that good hand back. Doffy and Big Mom were fighting an uphill battle. As in, they were born within trash and they're trying to get out of the trash. Doffy was thrown into the trash and that made him worse. Because he's seen how he can sit on that golden throne. And that makes him more of a monster than any of them. He doesn't gain any empathy for the lower classes. He doesn't gain any empathy for any other human being. He just wants to go back to being a god and killing people. He's just a fucking monster. He's a true monster. I love Doflamingo because he's a piece of shit. Also, Kaido crying when Big Mom got killed. That was a fantastic scene. I loved that scene. I love One Piece! I love One Piece because we can talk about like these topics because of it. Oh. Rex respected strong people like Harold, but Kaido didn't realize this respect didn't come from just strength. That's another sad part. Kaido only learned half the lesson. That's so true. And the reason he only learned half the lesson is because of where he came from as well. See, there's so much to talk about with Kaido. Oh fuck, I really like Kaido. I just feel bad. Like, it's hard because to say I feel bad for Kaido is like, oh, but he did this to Wano. Yes, he's a monster. I feel bad for what Kaido could have been, is what I'm saying. I feel bad for the person Kaido could have been. He didn't have to be this monster. But because of the powers that be in regards to what was torn and taken away from him and where he was born and how he was literally haggled by the fucking world government, he was shaped into this creature that he could have had a different... He could have just been in a different path, you know what I mean? And I feel bad for that. Clear point in his life where it could have gone right. That's exactly it. For Doffy, I don't see a point in his life where it could have gone right. He was a kid running around. Where are the slaves, Papa? I just see a kid that is just... Again, he's a product of the system. And the product was he was born into the genociders. Like... I just don't feel bad for Doffy in any way. Especially when Corazon exists and exists as his alternative. That's why I keep reminding people that, oh, Treble did this to him. Treble enabled him, but Treble did not groom him. He already believed these things. Doffy already believes these things of power, of ability, of slaves. He already believed in these things. That was his Holy Land upbringing. That wasn't Treble. Right? Treble was trying to use that power for his own gain and also got used. Because Doffy did not see Treble as his equal. By that point, Doffy already believed everyone to be below him. Do we understand this? By that point, Doffy already thought, I'm above everyone. That wasn't just Treble doing that. He'd already had that belief when he was asking for fucking slaves. Like, when he was like, I'm going to kill all of you. You're all beneath me, trash. Like, he already thought that. Treble just enabled it. Treble didn't force him to kill his dad. He gave him the option. And said, you either get unlimited power or you can keep your dad. Doffy said, give me the gun. Like, give me the gun. And then he chopped off his dad's head, went to the Holy Land, showed it to them because he wanted to get back in. That wasn't Treble. I'm sick of people saying that was Treble. No, he was already like that. Unbelievable. He wanted servants and he got them. Exactly. This kid was a narcissist from the fucking get-go because of what the Celestial Dragon's mindset does. He's a showing of the dangers of that 1%er mindset. It turns you into a monster. He was a monster from the get-go. Yeah, Doffy tried to groom a child. He successfully groomed multiple children. What the fuck are we talking about? He groomed Baby 5 and the propeller fella. I always forget his name. Law was just another victim that Corazon was trying to save. God, those poor kids. Buffalo, thank you. I always forget his name. Subaki, hello. But that reminds me, when I said that Doffy, like, actively groomed a child, I'm not said he groomed, like, he even said he groomed a child, like he was going to groom him. Hang on. I have the page. Because when he said this, I was like, holy fuck, you're a horrible person. Like, I think it was a 7. Oh no, it wasn't the 700s. What page was it? 760s? It was either 6. There it is. He straight up said to Law's face, I'm going to groom you. If luck is on your side, maybe one of the devil fruits we get before your 3-year time limit will save your life in the nick of time. I'm going to groom you for the position of my right-hand man. And a lot of people say, but a lot of people are telling me, no, he's just saying he's going to groom him into this position. Yes, so he's grooming a child into being what he wants him to be. So he's grooming him. And some people are trying to shift this as, no, he doesn't mean it like that. Yes, he fucking means it like that. He's saying it to his face. Because a lot of people think grooming is purely sexual. It's not. That's a really dangerous belief. Because then you're going to be groomed in other ways, and you're not going to notice you're being groomed for it. Grooming is not just for children as well. It can be any stage in your life. Someone can groom you to believe in things or to be something and make you believe this is what you want, this is who you are, right? So when I talked about this on Twitter, I know Twitter, many people got mad at me and they were like, he wasn't doing anything like that to Law. And I was like, grooming is not just sexual. It never has just been sexual. He's actively brainwashing a child. Like, are you guys for fucking real? He straight up said to his face, I'm going to groom you for the position of right-hand man. Oh, hello? That is fucked up. It is just so fucked up. He's such an evil, nasty cunt. Like, he's such a good character. Yuck. Well, at that point, so Virgo was his original courtesan, right? Oh, I forgot to add that the other right-hand man we got was going to be Law. Anyway, so he was going to make him a courtesan. So Virgo was his original courtesan. And then obviously courtesan, so Rosinante became his new courtesan. He was then going to replace Rosinante with Law because he was planning to kill Rosinante anyway. This is why when people say, no, he really did like courtesan, he was planning to kill him. How? Because he was going to make him eat the fruit and give the eternal life surgery to him that would kill him to begin with. This is why when people say he really did like his brother, he kept his brother around to be a tool. Not because he trusted him, not because he liked him, but because he saw use in him. He was going to have Rosinante die for him. Do you know how much this conversation pisses me off? You guys aren't bringing this up, but when I talk to people about Doffy, oh no, he actually cared. He had his brother. He was going to kill his brother from the start. There was no doubt in his mind. He was like, I've got this kid, I can kill him. Why the fuck do you think he was grooming Law to be his new courtesan? While he already had one. Think, Mark! Think! Don't piss me off! My God! Unbelievable. I'm so passionate about Doffy because I refuse to believe he has an ounce of empathy in him, an ounce of love in him. Nothing. I truly believe he's a fucking black hole. And I will not let anyone make me believe he loves his family in a twisted way. No, not even that. He doesn't fucking care about them. They are status for him. They are servants to him. He is a god. There's no love in him. What would have happened if Doffy knew Rosinante had a fruit already? He would have killed him. Didn't Corazon even say that? He would have just killed him. He'd be useless to him. I don't believe he really loved his mother either. Like, I don't think he did. Does he ever mention his mother? Has his mother ever impacted him in any way? Has his mother ever, like, shaped or changed him? Like, think of how Loki felt with his mother. And then think about how Doffy was with his mother. Doffy was angry that she died. Not really sad, just angry. I think he uses his mother as a "I told you so" gotcha against his dad. I think he uses his mother to be like, this is why my dad was an idiot. I don't think he truly cared about her. I think he also uses her as a type of tool in his life. There was no real idea there that he loved his mother. That he kind of just existed alongside her. His TCG leader card, it's the whole theme is sacrificing his subordinates and making them die for its benefit. The TCG understand the character. Thank God. That is really awesome. Oh my God, that's so awesome. That's fucking awesome. Ah. Oh, I'd feel so nasty being Doflamingo in the TCG. People are in real life that are like that. No, Gargoyle, there are people in real life like Doffy. That's why Doffy is terrifying to me. Cult leaders, Gargoyle, cult leaders. Because, listen, when I say narcissistic, narcissism is a real mental disorder. It truly is a real mental disorder. There are people who are narcissistic or have, like, narcissism. And they understand that and they know they need help and they know they need therapy, right? But then there's, like, narcissistic people such as, like, it's got a bad rep to it, but people like cult leaders, they are narcissistic. This isn't me saying all narcissistic people are horrible people. They are not. But what I am saying is people such as cult leaders, politicians, but especially cult leaders, the ones that kill others for their sake, they are narcissists. And they're horrible, horrible people. They're just absolutely horrible. Being a narcissist does not make you a horrible person. However, those people that were in those positions of power and were using people for their own life and gain, they were narcissists. And they were just monsters. I don't play the TCG, no. But if I did, I'd probably be Doffy so I could feel dastardly. But that's why, sorry, I'm being quite delicate about it because, again, narcissism, it's a real mental illness. Like, it exists and it's real. And, it's put in such a bad light all the time. And I'm obviously not helping here. So, like, I'm not trying to be like, if you have narcissism, if you are narcissistic, you're a horrible person. But it needs to be helped, right? Like... You need therapy for that. You're not a monster for having it. But there are monsters who do have it, is what I'm trying to say. Mutually exclusive. Indeed, indeed. But that's why Doflamingo scares the shit out of me. Because he's realistic. The idea, so many people got mad at me when I was trying to talk about, no, he doesn't have an ounce of love in him. None. Not even twisted. And so many people are like, that makes him boring. I disagree. That makes him the scariest of all. Because so many people are like, but then he's just got no, like, way to twist to like love. He's not supposed to. The scary part of him is how much he doesn't care about anyone but himself, and how realistic that is, and how these people can exist and ruin your life, and they will successfully trick you. They'll successfully indoctrinate you. That's why Doflamingo's terrifying. He's just terrifying. Because I know people like him exist. And the people that say he's got a twisted form of love in him are the ones who would be successfully indoctrinated. Like, you believe this man loves you in some way. He doesn't. You have been fooled. Doflamingo gaslights so well. I said it in my Doflamingo video. He gaslights so well, he gaslights the audience. He gaslights the audience into thinking he cares. That's how good he is at being a fucking manipulator. A puppet master. He's a puppet master. That's his whole thing. He's just awesome. I love his writing. I like when people go, but he thanked Virgo. Oh, how nice. He just lets him die, but he thanks him. But he thanks him. Can we like think about that? But he said thank you to Virgo. And then what? Right. Oh, how nice. How nice. Isn't he so nice? He says thank you to people before they die for him. Ah! Oh my god. Because that's true love, right? True love is sacrificing the ones you love. Oh my god. Oh, he's just a fucking evil, evil bitch. He's just unbelievably dastardly. I love Doflamingo. I love him. I just love him. I could talk about him forever. I love him because he's so evil. That's why I like, Sommers right now. I'm really liking Sommers. Really liking Sommers. He's just so fucking evil. He's like a Doffy 2.0 and I'm like, shit. He's a really good one too. Like his face of like ecstasy with all these children and their caretakers dying. What a fucking rancid bitch. Like, holy shit. Jesus. Oda held no punches. No punches. I really like when villains are there to just be disgusting. I like a good, like, three-dimensional villain. I do. I like a villain like Kaido. I like a villain like Big Mom. They're three-dimensional. Sommers, he's just a 2D piece of shit. And I like that. I enjoy when there's just an evil person and they just suck. Because Oda's proven he knows how to write a three-dimensional villain. He likes writing a villain where we have to discuss, but how do we feel about them? So now he's like, no, I don't want this guy to be any sorts of good. Just make him horrible. And I love that. They're all 2D. Ahaha, yeah, yeah. But it's like, because it's like Disney villains, right? The reason the era of Disney villains that was so iconic was like the 90s. Was it the 80s to the 90s? No, the Renaissance started with The Little Mermaid. Oh, that was the 80s, yeah. 80s to the 90s. The reason that era of Disney villain was so iconic is because they were irredeemable. Totally irredeemable. And they just sucked, but we loved them. We loved them because they were evil. There was no rhyme or reason to really anything that they were doing aside from they were just evil. And they rocked. The only one you could really argue had a case for was Hades from Hercules, because he got given the shit end of the deal by his bum-ass fucking brother. And that was it. Maybe a little bit of Ursula, but she got kicked out because she was kind of dastardly anyway. Although, look, if I wanted to write a feminist piece on Ursula, I definitely could. However, she was still just evil, right? Jafar, just a piece of shit. I'm gonna read that in a second, Kibi. Jafar, just a piece of shit. My favorite one, my favorite one that I've forgotten the name of, and he's my favorite. Hang on. Oh my god. Frollo, shit. Hunchback of Notre Dame was a mess in terms of what it was as a movie, but Frollo was so good. He was disgusting. Gave me unbelievable chills. And his song, one of the best songs that Disney's ever produced, ever. He was just fucking nasty for the sake of being nasty, and he rocked. He was so impactful. So impactful. It was just disgusting. Hellfire! Unbelievably banger song. Unbelievably banger song. I had another one on the tip of my tongue there. I like Gaston. And I like Gaston because he wasn't particularly evil. He was just a shitty guy. Like, he was just a man that sucked. Do you know what I mean? He wasn't Frollo levels of evil, but he sucked and he was entertaining in his suckiness. And I loved that. He was just an asshole. I just love how much he sucked. Okay, sorry, QB. Thing with Sommers is that he's going to have a family connection with an elder star, and I really wanted to see Jupiter's reaction because he's the one people really think he'd flip. Wait, huh? He's going to have a family connection with an elder star. Do you mean one of the elders? Wanting to see the Jupiter's reaction because he's the one people really think he'd flip. Sommers would flip? I apologize, QB. Are you able to reword that? You don't have to donate to reword it. I'll still read it. I just can't fully comprehend this message. I truly apologize. There's just a few too many typos in there. And then I can answer fully. He's got it. So Sommers has a family connection. Correct. It's one of the elders. What's his full name? Fuck, what was his full name? Shepherd. And it's one of the elders a shepherd? Is it shepherd or Oh, it's fucking shepherd. Oh my god, like sheep. Ah! Like herding sheep. Okay. Oh my god, I get it, I get it. There is a shepherd. You're right, Jupiter. I didn't connect that because I'm dumb stupid. Yeah, but why does that mean he flip? What's the connection between that and him flipping? Jupiter's the one elder who's going to turn on Imu, or the elders. What's he been doing that's been hindering the government? I was gonna say, I don't see an elder flipping. I don't see there being a mole within the elders. What I'm seeing is his hindrance, I suppose, or his lack of speaking, maybe. I see this as he's younger, so he is more inclined to try and climb the ladder to get more power. I don't think I've ever believed in the theory of a elder flipping or an elder changing. Nothing. He's been the most non-active. He doesn't really care what's going on. On Egghead, he did save a bunch of CP agents while most elders would not give a damn. Did he save them? Why don't I remember that? Chapter 1119. Let me have a look. It was very chaotic. Actually, let me go to the... So he's the worm. I'm looking now. Is it 1119? No, I was lied to. What chapter did he suck him in? He sucked them in and held them onto marine ships. Is it 1119? I just missed it. But here's the thing. Here's what truly gets me. Because I can't... Oh, he's spitting them out. There it is. I found it. But here's the thing that gets me. If he were truly against the government and he was upending them, why would he save a bunch of Cypherpole agents? Because there's many reasons for why he could be doing this. One of them, they have information on Vegapunk that they can give them. They are on the side of the world government as well. As in, they are pawns that can be used and aid the Celestials. Do you know what I mean? I think the implication that he saved them because he's just a nice guy and maybe he's one of the good ones, I think is a bit of a stretch. They see them as insects, but they are useful. Right? These guys can be useful. They're still a bug, but they can still be useful. But who's to say he doesn't see them? That's what's getting me. Did he ever call them humans? Who's to say he doesn't see them as insects? Like, why have we suddenly jumped to, oh, he doesn't see them as insects? What if he's just smart enough to be like, we can get shit from these guys? Holes because of Imu's influence, right? And now we know Imu can hear them or something at all times. I was gonna say, to me, this sounds like he's just more practical and not that he's going to turn in any way. Because again, if we wanted to help against the world government, why Cypherpole agents? Why would they be saved? He'd save, like, Luffy or something, or he'd help Luffy get away if that were the case, you know? Ants do a cartwheel. To be fair, Kaku fucked up at his job twice. The only reason they got a promotion is because of what happened in Eni's lobby. And they couldn't let out that they lost. I just think he's odd because he's young. And I think because he wants to climb up the ranks. I think this is just a younger guy in power alongside the other elders who wants to get more power. I think that's why he stands out, because he's young. Again, at least in comparison. For all we know, he's Soma's brother, right? Because remember, once you get that immortality mark, that's kind of how you stay. At least from what we can decipher. We'll see though, but I will be shocked if the elders have a snitch among them. That will gag me, especially with how Imu functions and how Imu can read all of them. I'll be gagged. Actually, wouldn't his youngness speak of him probably being one of the worst? Because the other ones are old, so they had to prove their point. They had to prove their worthiness to Imu later on in their lives. This shepherd guy got it fucking immediately, apparently. Or a lot sooner than these other guys. Wouldn't that show that he's probably got worse things going on? Like, that would be strange. I don't know who the elders are based off. I think Oda's never said so. Unless he has, and I'm just stupid. Peter was the first one to blurt out "kill them" when the elders were put on the phone to Professor Clover during Robin's flashback. No fucking way! No, this guy's not turning. I think he's just weird because he stands there, like, and he's young looking. I think that's it. I think he's just practical. For all we know, maybe CP9 is his division, right? Maybe he's the one doing that shit. Sorry, I'm saying he's the youngest because he must have been turned when he was the youngest. Because Saturn was in charge of CP9. I thought Saturn was in charge of science shit. I don't know. But the reason I'm saying he's the youngest is because he looks the youngest. I.e., he was the one that must have gotten in Imu's good graces when he was the youngest, right? Worm. Swordsman is finance. Oh wait, yeah, they all have roles, don't they? Yeah, what is his role, actually? Co-head of the world government and the warrior god of agriculture. Agriculture. What? That is so interesting. What did Sommers become? Did Somers replace science or did Somers become military? Science and defense. Jesus, no wonder they're scared of him. Oh, sorry, Garling. Did I say Somers? No, I meant Garling. Agriculture. So he's made an elder that controls the food. That's really funny. As in, of course there's a fucking elder that's like head of food. Because I'm assuming he holds all the secrets to agriculture, to growing food, right? Which he could very easily hold off. Well, think of how important agriculture is. Think of how when every country would go to a new place and sometimes colonize them, they didn't know how to grow food on the land. That's agriculture, right? And they needed the locals or the native peoples to teach them how. That's a knowledge of agriculture. Which is why, of course, there's a fucking god of agriculture. That's like colonization 101. Learning the agriculture and then borrowing that information and keeping it. Justice? Oh no. No. The Marines gotta get rid of that justice shit on their back. They have to. There's a food shortage of marriage joie because food isn't coming into them, right? They get their tributes and the tribute is money and food. Quibi, I wouldn't call that Oda getting too much credit. I'd call that Oda is not fucking doing that with Jupiter and people want there to be a snitch. There's an obsession with the snitch. The mole. You know why I know that? Because there's been a legitimate theory of Zoro's going to turn against Luffy. That's a real theory. That wasn't ironic. A lot of people think it was ironic. Some people legit believe that. I think there's just an obsession with the mole because, granted, I don't remember everything about Jupiter, but I've never gotten the idea that he's ever going to be a mole. I've never gotten the idea that any elder is going to be a mole. I don't think that's Oda getting too much credit. Because I think Oda's doing exactly what he wants to do with the elders and people are going, no, there must be something here. I just don't think there is. I just think they are just all horrible. I just think they're all horrible. Speculates of Abraham Lincoln freeing the slaves. That would be so fucking funny because Abraham Lincoln freeing the slaves is fucking nothing to do with morality. It had nothing to do with being a good guy. Historically speaking, it's been twisted and changed to make it seem like, oh, he's such a good guy. It had fucking nothing to do with that. He was still a racist piece of shit. He did not care about truly freeing the slaves. I've talked about this. Fun fact, historically speaking, England were freeing slaves. They freed slaves, what was it, like 60 years before America did. And Abraham Lincoln gets that credit. Even though America were actually late to the game in terms of freeing slaves. No, they were just white America were just barbarians. Up to the point. Right? No, I'm not saying England is good. I'm not giving England the credit of being good. They're horrible. What I'm saying is even England freed slaves or made an act to free slaves before America did. And we look at America and go, they freed the slaves. Yeah, like lost? Like what? I went down a whole rabbit hole of this because the way it's taught is like he's a hero. What is this fucking white savior complex, right? It's just unbelievable. So I will say, if Oda's basing this guy off Abraham Lincoln, which I kind of doubt, and he makes him the snitch and a good guy, that man has not done his research on the history of it, which would be weird because if there's one thing about him, he does know how to research history. He clearly is a history nerd. Ugh. Also, only specified. Sorry, this is one of my greatest peeves. My greatest peeves is how Abraham Lincoln is treated in history. As, wow, what a good guy. Actually, he was just as fucking bad. He was just pushed by political pressures, no real sense of morality. Actually, why don't I just look it up myself? I can just get it again. I think something we need to remember is every politician just sucks. They all just suck. Some are better than others, but it's between two evils, right? Being in that kind of position of power, especially when these are positions of power that you do need to be born into, no matter what anyone says. No matter what anyone says, it's not a true democracy because you still need a status and you still need riches to be in that power. They just all suck. There's never been a real, like, empathetic average Joe ever. Go away. I mean, the activists are the real ones with the real empathy, such as Greta Thunberg. Is that how you say her name? I don't know everything about her. I'm sure she's I'm sure she's not, like, you know, a saint by any means, because not everyone is perfect, of course, but her shift from a more passive activism to a more aggressive activism of fuck capitalism. We need to get rid of this shit because, of course, the realization as she grew and as she was fighting the good fight was we can't save this earth so long as capitalism exists, to the extent that it does. And she's right, of course. I don't think she's the end all be all of, like, moral correctness by any means, but she's certainly got more of a fucking heart than any politician does. Edit 4. Oh, whoops, I didn't need to edit this, I already had it. Doo-doo-doo. Peter was the only one to question Imu on why he wanted to destroy the Lucia kingdom and why they went through the trouble of renaming the Nika Nika fruit. Some people think that's a sign of defecting. How that? Yeah, okay. I sure did not see any of that as a sign of defecting. I just saw that as okay, but why? Like. Well, I think he's asking why Lelucia, not because, oh god, we gotta save her, but because, you know, why this fucking kingdom? What's so special about it? As the fucking chief of agriculture, what do they got there? Right? I gotta know. Why this fucking kingdom? Oh, it's close. Alright. So, yes, sir. Fire. I gotta remember that most people can't hear a microphone change. Because I can hear it, a lot of you are also going to hear it, but most people don't. They don't really notice it. I notice it constantly because I work with this stuff. Like when I'm watching a show and they've clearly recorded on a different day or with a different type of microphone or in a different room, immediately I hear it. Some people just don't have the ear for it, Tsubaki. Not hearing microphone peaking is fucking crazy. How can you not hear that? Alright, it's already been 2 hours. Stop talking to me. I gotta edit. I gotta lock in. Microphone peaking is when you get that like tinny noise and it goes in the red. Maybe I can I'm not going to show it to you actually because I'm going to burst your eardrums. It's when the microphone like pops and it goes ah like that. That's peaking. I'm not gonna, okay? I'm not gonna. I thought about it and then I went, never mind, I'm actually going to kill people by doing that. Hearing voice, like mouth noises, do you know how hard I work for my mouth noises to not be heard? I put on these headphones when I record, right? And I pull out this little fella, this little doohickey, my microphone on here. So when I speak into this microphone that's here, I can hear when my voice, when my mouth makes a sound. I immediately stop. And then I have to think about what I said because I can't move back from my microphone. Usually to stop mouth sounds, you have to move back from your microphone. I can't do that with this because this microphone just isn't good enough for that. So if I move back from my microphone, my voice then starts to sound tinny because I've moved too far away. And you get echoes, right? Or you get like, it just doesn't sound very high quality. So I have to move closer. So instead of like moving back, what I do is I reshape the fucking word that I'm saying to make sure that my mouth sound doesn't happen. The one that gets me the most is L. Saying Luffy and law, the mouth sound is egregious. And I always have to go like Luffy, Luffy? I say like Luffy? Like I try and spend a little bit more time on that L so it doesn't make a wet noise. I hate recording. I hate recording for that reason. I hate mouth noises. I just hate mouth noises. So I try so hard to not have mouth noises. I really try. When I did Luffy's video, fuck, that was hell. That was so bad. Oh, I hated Luffy. Ugh. Right. I love this color spread. I'm using it. That's saying something, actually. Saturn didn't want to destroy the robot, nor did Saturn want to really tell Imu what was going on with the science stuff. If that were Jupiter, people would be like, oh yeah, they're a snitch, they're a mole. No one thought that with Saturn. And it was really just for his own benefit. I think what Jupiter is doing is all for his own benefit, and people they can't see that. Because I'm not thinking of any elder being caring in any way. Because at the end of the day, due to Saturn being like the god of science or some shit, the head of science, of course he has an interest in scientific progression. Obviously he does. But Imu wouldn't. And it's not because he cares about the progress of the future, it's because he's a scientist. If they were my favorite Umphi. He'd say Imufi. Not Umphi. Sorry, they'd say Imufi. Mufi is what they'd say. You're my favorite Mufi. That's one thing I've talked to. In speaking of narcissism, I love Imu's narcissism. Imu is clearly a fucking narcissist. They speak in third person and they say, what will Mu show Mu? Like, shut the fuck up. You, like, this unbelievable audacity of this guy. It's just awesome. Oh yeah, Saturn was also using people as guinea pigs. But hey, we know that about Saturn. We don't know what the other elders are doing. Saturn just got some special treatment there because he was about to go. We don't know anything about these other elders. Oda said, quick, I need people to see what these elders are doing. No, I really want Imu to just be that. I want Imu's design to just be that black blob and nothing else. I truly wish for that. Me when I successfully gaslight people into thinking I recorded on the same day. I just had to turn it down a little. It was just a bit too loud. No, the second I saw the mural and I saw what looked to be Imu in the first world, I was like, I think that's Imu. I think Imu has existed for a very long time and they are immortal. And they've been trying to get the world under their palm all this time. Puppy! You're very cute. Actually, hang on. I'm gonna close my door and turn on the aircon because it's hot and I only opened it for her. Yeah. All I know about the One Piece is I think it's just one piece of something. Like, hence why you need all the poneglyphs to be able to get there. It is one piece, perhaps the last piece of the puzzle. Perhaps of Joy Boy's message, who knows? But that seems to make the most sense to me. They're gonna get there and say, oh, it's just one piece. Tadoi. This is bullshit. It's one piece of Azor-san Doujinshi. Yeah. My treasure was left there. And what if he was fucking lying? What if his treasure is history? Oda confirmed it's a physical thing. The idea that it's gold and jewels is what everyone thought. But his treasure, it's probably history. It's probably not gold and jewels. Also, think about what treasure is in One Piece. It's never just gold and jewels. For Zeph, his treasure was the Baratier and Sanji. For Bellemere, her treasure was Nami and Nojiko, right? For Usopp, his treasure was his island, Sirit Village. He wanted to protect them. For Luffy, his treasure is his hat. It's all... There's no treasure that, like, is just one thing in One Piece. Zoro's treasure is Wado, because of Kuina. And Sanji's treasure is honestly Zeph, which is so cute. The same way Nami's treasure is her city, her island, and Bellemere. And her tangerines. Oh, and his dream is also part of his treasure. Frankie's treasure is Sunny. Ace's treasure was Luffy. Yes. Which is heartbreaking. But that's what I talk about. Jinbe's treasure. Oh, fuck, I've talked about this. It's, the fucking, sun pirates were his treasure. That's why he still has the tattoo on him. Right? His relationship with Fisher Tiger and what Fisher Tiger said to him combined with his treasure. Brooks's Laboon. Honestly, Fishman overall is probably Jinbe's treasure. No, Boa's treasure is her island and her sisters. Always has been. The reason she is the way she is because she's protecting Amazon Lily. That's her treasure. And her sisters. I need that Sanji Usopp line. Robin's treasure. So here's the thing. The treasure for the Straw Hat Crew, they're all each other's treasure. That goes without saying. That's why I've kind of not said anything. But her treasure also is her knowledge from Ohara. And Ohara within itself. So they have dreams and then they have a treasure. And their treasures are what allow them to chase said dreams. It's what motivates them. That was the whole point of the beginning of One Piece. The first arcs of One Piece. In my East Blue video, I discuss that and talk about how Oda defines treasure and dream. do I not have this page? I swear I do. What the hell? I'm so fake. Having dreams is a part of freedom, yep. If you have dreams, it means that there is a type of freedom within you, right? To chase dreams is freedom. That's why what Roger did was so influential. Because he gave so many people dreams. Were they shallow, some of them? Yeah, probably a lot of them. Did it still push people to chase freedom? Yes, it did. My treasures, my slaves, Papa. But your dream can also be your treasure though as well. Because for Sanji, I'd say that. The All Blue is both his treasure and his dream. And the reason for that is because he shares that with Zeph. Same with Robin's as well, I'd say. Because she shares that with her mother and with all of O'Hara. My treasure is bobbing. Thank you very much. I watched a reel about debunking myths. There's a guy that debunks a bunch of like myths, like scientific ones. And the one he debunked was coffee. Coffee does not dehydrate you. It actually hydrates you. And now I can drink all the coffee I want. Yes! I win. Coffee hydrates you. Because coffee is like 80% water. The idea that it dehydrates you, I think, comes from, well, it makes you piss. But that doesn't ultimately dehydrate you, because think about it. When you drink a lot of water, you're pissing a lot, right? It is a diuretic, yeah, which is why people think it dehydrates you. I struggle to say if coffee's good for dieting, because what coffee does do is kind of suppress hunger. But I struggle to call suppressing hunger good for dieting. Do you know what I mean? I don't know, it depends on how you see it. Man, you've never heard, I've got a headache. Well, all you've had to drink today was coffee. Turns out, not the problem. Blah, 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 blah. Not the problem. Cry about it, cry about it. Actually, to be fair, if you drink coffee with a fucking shit ton of like syrups and sugar in it, then that probably would cause headaches. Oh, I'm an idiot! I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. Why did I do that? Jabra wasn't saying anything. That's just the whole page. I fucking took out the text of this page and it just looks like Sanji's being an asshole. I'll do what you couldn't. Damn. Damn. Okay, Sanji. Whoops. That was a mistake. I didn't mean to do that. Not the Sanji slander. Whoopsie. Whoopsie. I'll do what you couldn't. ... Okay, Soji, sorry. But I am going to be editing this page. I watched the Hat Atelier trailer just early on in the stream. It was like the first thing I did. Best dragon impersonation? Get everyone on the ship to safety or I'll kill you! That's my best dragon impersonation. You disgust me, Dad! That's also my best dragon impersonation. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, nice try. He's now so much more than anything. Where's the... Wait, is it huge? It's huge. I was like, where is it? Do kids still say omega negatively? Actually, I'm just gonna say chud. Ready for this? Do they still say take the L? They don't? Fuck, what do they say now? I got chud right. I'm trying to unlock my Zoomer, sorry, my Gen Alpha. Skippity Riz. Six, 7. Get frame mogged, chud. Maybe that... I have to stay relevant. Get frame mogged. What fucking spells am I casting? I'm so old. Get frame mogged. I'll just use that. That's a good... It sounds like shit they say, right? I think I'm safe. I want to use slimed. I love saying they got slimed, but I wouldn't know how to use it here. Like, I can't say you got wait, I can. You got slimed, chud. Is my caps on? I actually can't tell. You got slimed, chud. Slimed is old! No, it's not. It's not old. I still see the kids using slimed. That cannot be old. I'm so old, for fuck's sake. It's still good, but it needs to be relevant. I guess get frame mogged. Frame mogged is actually really funny, though. It's cracking me up. Nah, it looks better when it's Slimed is funnier, yeah, but it's not culturally relevant anymore. I need this video to date so poorly. I need people to watch this next year and go, get frame mogged, chud. No one said that in ages. I was literally born in the 20th century. Get frame mogged, chud. Wait! No, the dot's funnier. Okay. You'll see, you'll have to watch the video. Won't you? No, you guys are not understanding. It's relevant to what I'm saying in the video. Chud maxing. I'm still not fully sure what a chud is. I just know it's not a chad. I know it's bad. Takes a village. Frame mod. Oh, bobbing. Did you just go to... Did you just... She 100% just used a litter box. Oh! How do they bring the smell with them? I'm scared, bobbing. I'm scared. Ah. My nose. A bigot? Wait, that's beautiful. That it's a negative thing, and it just means you're a conservative bigot. Things are changing. I don't really care about my reputation. Doffy's a chud. Who's who is a chud? He's like cat chud. Spandam's a chud. All of the celestial dragons are chuds. Somers is a chud. King, you did not. Make the word what appear next to him? Okay, fine, I will. Because it's a good suggestion. "25 years. Who's who being a chud is actually really fucking funny. Oh yikes, that outline. Get rid of it. It's gonna be like a millisecond. Chud cat. What? Me, when I'm educating people on the Straw Hats love each other and are a family, and they do not just have an authority of who they listen to. Luffy's the only exception. Because he's the captain. And making people go, what? Because I'm telling them how a friend group works? What? No, that can't be. Now if Zoro said this... But I will hold thy tongue. Wait, I need to read this. King of Sweden had a pet lion. The lion died and the king asked for taxidermists to stuff his lion. I hadn't seen— oh, I know the lion! No, I know the lion. I know the lion. I know the lion. I know it. Thanks for that. I know this creature. This is the taxidermy lion. Sorry, jump scare. This is not like AI or anything. This is real. They taxidermied this guy and made him look like this. Yeah. I sure do remember this. Because they'd never seen a lion before. Which is weird because the lion had died. So you'd think they'd look at the body of the lion and go, yeah, how do you fuck up this bad? Yeah, and it's still there. Maybe it got handed to them in pieces. I don't know. What chapter was the Onigashima cup scene? The drinking scene? I don't know. 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 Is it in the 970s? Let's find out. It's not in the 970s. Is it 977? It might be. It's not. Is it 978? No. It might be 976. It's not that one either. I think it might have been 977 and I missed it. It was 977 and I missed it. Okay, there it is. And people say Zoro doesn't smile anymore. From ear to ear, bro. From ear to ear. That's just how he smiles. There's nothing crazy going on here. Luffy's just saying, let's win this fight and then we'll have the biggest, best party yet. That's his fucking happy smile. Everyone has convinced themselves this isn't how he smiles naturally. I'm afraid it is. He just looks like that, guys. He's fucking overjoyed right now to the moon. He just looks like that. You're gonna have to accept that. Hi, pooping. His eyes are weird. Yeah, because he looks like he's weird. Oh. Oh, because he's excited for booze. He's such an alcoholic. Yippee! Alcohol! Sorry, I thought Sanji was going whoopee! I think he is. He is. He's going yippee! Oh my god, that's awesome. Woohoo! And they did have the biggest party ever. All of Wano celebrated. Isn't that beautiful? And then he's got his happy smile when he finds booze. He's so funny. He's just weird, guys. Oh, the Roderick pose. Oh, fuck. No, shut up. Oh my god, that's horrible. Wait, fuck, I have to add that. Oh shit. Thank you. I'm going to use that and not credit you, you know? Oh no. And I'll say I thought of it all myself. But I gotta download the Roderick pose. That's atrocious. Hang on. Blopping, no. Oh no, this is one of those memes. It's been shared so many times that even if I find a high quality version, it's not high quality. It's just... Which is annoying because there definitely would be an HD version of this. Because it's like a professional photo shoot. Okay, I'm just gonna download the low quality version and make it work. I think it's funnier anyway. For those who didn't know, this is the Roderick pose. And that's what fucking Luffy is. How did you think of that? I'm usually the one that sees obscure things. It's like perfect. Zoro's smile is really frying me in this page. Oh, he's so cute. Speaking of getting mogged on, why is Sanji mugging on everyone in this panel? See, that's a nice little happy smile. Like, I'm not crazy, right? I'm not just Sanji obsessed, right? He does look beautiful in this panel. Because he has to. Jinbe's probably the only one that's the closest. I'm not adding a tongue to Zoro. I am not your little jester! Don't look at that. What the hell? I vanished. Right down under, are you enjoying the how it makes it an emote? I have a feeling you are. What is this animation? It's dance! What's wrong with it? God, this page... All these pages just give me chills, though. When they're all about to cheers together. Oh. Oh my god! I love the Straw Hats. Ah! I love them. I feel bad for anyone who watches or reads One Piece and hates any of the Straw Hats. I feel because you know why? They're missing out on joy maxing. Joy pill maxing. They're missing out on like the fucking best warmth you could ever feel. Ah! I haven't been able to use Chibi, Zoro, and Sanji because the Windows 11 update has made my PC lag. And now when I have little Zoro and Sanji on the screen, they make things lag worse. That didn't used to happen. So blame Windows 11. This is so stupid. Why is it doing this? Hang on. It's gonna last a second. That's stupid! Oh my god. I'm not putting on a straw hat. Is that what you want? It looks like he's rejoicing over wearing that hat. Hang on. Now I gotta make it a tweet. Hang on. Look what you've done. You've made me need to tweet something. So hang on, let me get my phone. I left my light on. So I have to crop this shit. I'm just gonna post it with no comment. Oh, what the fuck? Hang on, the background for Roderick is all messed up. Let me fix that. Someone saw that for 2 seconds and went, no! Where'd it go? Wait, that's true. I should make it a sticker on my Discord. Hang on, I'll do that next. There we go, that's better. Alright, fixed. It's on both Twitter and Blue Sky if you care. Aaron, I'm not. I don't get paid. Discord doesn't pay me anything. Doesn't pay anyone anything. I am shitting my pants. Alright, it has been made a sticker in my Discord. And I named it Orewa. And it's really good. Fuck. I kinda love it. Aaron, I would be down to clown. Oh, Bobby. Okay. Back to work. I've talked about this. I'm so convinced Oda referenced J.K. Simmons as Jones Jameson when he said Roger laughed. Oh, Aaron, down to clown. You mean today, tonight? No, I can't do that. I gotta keep working. Sorry. I apologize. That's an IRL, everybody. I can't. I gotta work all tonight. So here's Roger laughing. And here's J.K. Simmons laughing. This is my biggest conspiracy theory. Sorry, I'm trying to fucking side by side them. I've never been so sure of something in my life. No, not tracing, referencing. I'm serious. I'm like 90% sure that he referenced this meme. It's nearly down to the nose. Right? I'm so sure. What do you mean? I should have improved it for you. I may be right. Like, the second I saw the he laughed panel, I was like, that looks like someone. I swear that I've seen that before. Oh, J.K. Simmons Spider-Man laugh. Anyway, now you know. I have seen the shoe that looks like this image. Oh my god, I had to think about it for a second, but I have. Get rid of him. By the way, did you guys see the trailer for Toy Story 5? I think is what they're on. I watched it and I was like, so what was the fucking point of 4? I already hated 4 because Woody was not himself in any way. And it really pissed me off. And then we get to 5. Tricky Then we get to 5, and the whole point of the ending of 4 is they're not going to see him again. At least that's what I remember it being. He's leaving them to help toys. Okay, whatever, I suppose. He was supposed to be very strong about wanting to help kids, mainly, be happy, not toys, but okay, whatever. He helped toys as well, but his character motive was, I am here to make a kid happy, right? And then he kind of abandons that. Anyway, from what I remember, the movie ends with him, leaving. And they're like, we're never going to see him again. Fuck that, I suppose. They have a radio to contact him at all times now, and he can just come back. What the fuck was the point of 4? I hate this series. I hate this fucking franchise. 1, 2, 3 were all good, and then they made 4. And it pissed me off. And now they have pissed me off yet again. I cared! Because then you're gonna watch 4, and then watch 5, and then be like, what? So the ending of 4 didn't mean anything. I'm pissed about Toy Story 5. They had a whole dramatic ending of Toy Story 4 of Woody and Buzz going, I'll never see you again or whatever. I'm probably not going to see you again. Bye. And then, never mind. We see him again. Whatever. Just money slop, you know? Sequel slop. When are they going to make live action Toy Story? I'm just dying to see a live action of my favorite animated film. I love watching animated things and going, God, I wish this were a live action. Oh! I like Toy Story 3. Live action cars! That's it. That's all the dialogue is. Applesauce. Oh, God. That is the Herbie movie, you're right. Oh my god, I haven't thought about the Herbie movie in such a long time. I used to watch that so much when I was little. Why? I don't know why. When I get to 40 minutes, I'm going to pause and make dinner. Because that's pretty good time, because I started at 37.5 minutes. 38, 39. So I'm going to be 3 minutes in already, and I'm hoping to get to 47 minutes today. The hope is to get this done in the next 4 days. I say this as respectfully as possible. Do any of you... This is not respectful, actually. I hate you. Have any of you seriously watched a live action and thought, I wish... Sorry, have any of you watched an animation and seriously thought, I wish this were a live action? Have any of you? I am blessed in my life to have never physically met someone that's ever thought that. But I have never ever watched an animation and thought, wow, I wish this were a live action. Speed race. Car people. Ugh. I was about to say, I watch live actions and go, man, I wish this was an animation. I thought that for Harry Potter, I know. I thought of that for Harry Potter, and I thought of that for the Marvel Cinematic Universe. I was watching both of these movie series thinking, why isn't this why isn't this an animation? It would aid to animation a fucking million times better than it aided to live action. But because live action is seen as the mature thing, they're never gonna do it. And it really... But Lord of the Rings, because the animation was old and not truly treated with a lot of dignity, right? Lord of the Rings as an animation would be fucking phenomenal. Just unbelievably phenomenal. I swear there was talks of a Lord of the Rings anime, and then that never happened, and now it's made me mad. It came out? What? Where'd it go? Why did no one talk about it when it came out? Oh, because it wasn't... Wait, what is this? Is this just like a... Hang on, I gotta brush up on my Lord of the Rings. Oh, it was a movie. Wait, huh? It was a movie? It's an original. Wait, no, so they didn't really make a Lord of the Rings. Hang on. Because I was like... This is the anime. Yeah, this is... Okay. No wonder no one talked about it. It's bad and it doesn't actually really tell the story. So, my point still stands. Lord of the Rings would be great as an animation. Just not that. See, animations can be bad too. I know the one from 1978. I know that's what I'm saying. That one wasn't really treated with dignity. That's the one where Gandalf is dodging arrows like this. And when he scares Sam and he goes, huh. And when he has the ring and he puts it on his nose and Frodo says, "Stop it, Gandalf!" That last one didn't actually happen. That was a YouTube poop edit, which still cracks me up to this day. Stop it, Gandalf! Guys, did you know Oda likes Lord of the Rings? Hello, welcome. Sorry, this is a bit because I was talking about how when Dory and Broggy stand side by side and farewell the Straw Hats for their adventure, I was like, wow, that's exactly like that scene from Lord of the Rings. And then like, what was it? Like a few conversations later, someone was like, what was it? Was it Foily? I think she was like, you know, he's a Lord of the Rings fan. And I was like, what? No way. I.e., it's obvious. It's really obvious he's a Lord of the Rings fan. He's fantasy maxing with One Piece, just like Lord of the Rings did back in the day. But also, if you're writing a fantasy and you haven't read or watched Lord of the Rings, are you a moron? Perhaps you are. The thing with Lord of the Rings is you don't have to like it, right? but it's still like the fucking granddaddy of fantasy. I truly implore everyone who is reading fantasy and likes fantasy, such as One Piece, to read or watch, probably watch Lord of the Rings. You'll feel a lot of the like the beginnings and the bases of all fantasy from it, all modern fantasy from it, when you watch it. In saying that, fantasy was still something that existed before Lord of the Rings. It's just Tolkien went to work with it, right? He really popularized it and made it his own with the Middle Earth shit. It's like science fiction and Metropolis. Wait, hang on. Metropolis? Oh, fuck. I forgot how to say the name of it. Metropolitis? What the fuck? Metropolitan is what I was saying. Metropolis. The original Metropolis from 1927. I watched that recently. I think I told you guys. I watched that semi-recently because I was very curious to see some of the beginnings of science fiction within like cinema. There's like the dystopian world and the cyborgs and the ruling versus the poorer classes that tends to be within, you know, all science fiction that moves on into like, what is it called? Like the cyberpunk, like punk fiction, basically, like Akira. You see so much from it, and you think about all the science fiction you've ever watched and read from there. When you watch stuff like that, it's just incredible. Like it's film history, you know, media history. I haven't read Dr. Stone and I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it. You know why I can't do it? I'm sorry. I know that's going to be something that you like and I won't. I already know. I don't tend to judge things by style. I know this is a crazy thing for me to say because, One Piece, I'm sorry. I can't do it. I can't do it. I've already seen the treatment in which he treats women and the style that I just despise. I hate his style. I can't do it. I'm sorry. I can't do it. Like, I just can't. I'm sure I appreciate that you like it. I'm not gonna like it. I'm telling you now. It gives me the EBGBs. Dr. Stone, guys. They are not sexy men. They are sexy men to you. You don't understand. I hate his style. It weirds me out. It's like Uncanny Valley. I literally talked about his style for Whitebeard and Ace. And how fucking uncanny it is because he's like hyper realistic with like his big old men and then cartoonish with his little pretty boys. They look like bugs. I'm sorry, I'm not gonna like it. This is something that you like and I will not like. That's just what it comes down to. I don't want to show you. I've shown this like 3 times before on different streams. I don't want to show it again. Just look up Ace Whitebeard Dr. Stone, or Boichi is what his name, and you'll see it. It's not my favorite style. I can't. And the way he drew Zoro, he looked like infected. I can't, okay? I just can't do it. I'm not a fan. Favorite manga art-wise, Witch Hat Atelier. 100% Witch Hat Atelier. I'm really sorry. I know it sounds like I'm like, how dare you recommend me that? But I'm telling you, it's just not something I'm gonna like. The MC mentor is not gay. The artist just only likes drawing men. I've been down this rabbit hole. Boichi was literally, people were wondering if he was gay because of how he drew men. Because he draws his men hyper-realistic and chiseled the fuck up. And people were like, is he gay? No, he just doesn't like drawing women or any women. Like, I'm sorry. The balance between gay or misogynist in shonen manga is unreal. Like, it's unreal. You're not gonna get me. I'm not gonna read it. I'm not gonna like it. I've played these games before! That's a real phenomenon, by the way. Are they gay or just a misogynist thing? Because the reason there are so many BL ships that exist is because a lot of men don't know how to write men with women. They don't know how to write men around women. And they write men and women just liking each other instantly for no real reason or for no real basis. But then they give the real dynamics and the real interesting stuff to 2 men. That's why there are so many like BL ships in shonen, because they don't know how to write women nor straight relationships. And when women read this stuff, they're like, what the fuck? There's literally no chemistry and no dynamic and nothing interesting between the guy and the girl, because she's just written as girl, right? Zoro and Sanji are different because Sanji clearly enjoys and likes women. Right? It's just Zoro and Sanji have such an interesting chemistry. I like straight ships in One Piece. I like straight ships in One Piece. I like Sanji with women. I just enjoy Sanji and Zoro. But there are so many, Zoro kind of is that. When it comes to Zoro, I truly am not sure. I'm really not sure. I truly am not sure. Because I don't know with Oda, you know? I want to believe. I truly want to believe. Because Oda's good at writing interesting dynamics between men and women. He's very good at it. That's what gets me with Zoro. The way he talks to women is totally fucking different. And reacts around women is totally different to how any guy does in the series. And it cracks me up. God, bro, stop talking to me about Dr. Stone. I'm not reading it. I'm sorry, it's not happening. I believe you believe it's different. I'm telling you, it's not going to be. One Piece is truly the only different shonen I've ever read. The amount of times I've had people say, this shonen is different, and then I watch or read it, and it's fucking not. Okay? It's not. I'm not reading it. I'm happy you're happy about it. I'm happy you like it. I will probably read it and hate it, and you don't want that. I'm not gonna read it. Gekkan Shoujo Nozaki-kun. Well, yes, that's not a shonen. Not on my watch. It's like Jujutsu Kaisen is so different, and it's not. I've had it. I've had it. Gekkan Shoujo Nozaki-kun is a shonen? Was it released in Shonen Jump? No, it wasn't. Why are you saying this to me? It's not a shonen! What? Where have you gotten this information from? There is nothing that indicates it being a shonen. What are you saying this for? I just looked it up. Are you making fun of me? I'm actually confused. Where has this come from? Tried Hunter x Hunter, didn't like it. Do you see what I mean? I've had so many people say Fairy Tail. Fuck no. I don't. I watched a bit of Fairy Tail when I was younger and I didn't like it then. Dr. Stone isn't a fighting manga. It's a fucking shonen! It's not about it being a fighting manga. It's about it being a shonen. I say I don't like shonens, not fighting mangas. There's fucking no... I cannot... Like, there's just... You're never gonna convince me to read Dr. Stone. It's just not happening. It's not a shonen, Tsubaki. I have no idea why you guys labeled it that. Here's what's gonna happen, Rat. I will watch it, and I promise you, I'm gonna be like, this shit fucking blows. And then you're gonna be upset because I'm like, this shit blows. I'm saving you heartbreak now. I'm not reading it. The amount of fucking times... Oh, the shonen's different, and then it's just not. It's not happening. I looked at the wiki, but Tsubaki, it hasn't been published under any kind of shonen genre. It doesn't even title it as a shonen there. You can't even find shonen on the page of the wiki. France, your country lied to you. It's not a shonen. Oh my god. No, this isn't even a hill to die on. I'm just right. It's not a shonen. That is so weird that your country labeled it under shonen. Gekkan Shoujo Nozaki-kun. I was like, that's a comedy shoujo. The reason I'm so scared and aware of this stuff is because when Jujutsu Kaisen was first coming out, people were like, oh, it's not like other shonen. Every time there's a fucking shonen of the year that comes out, it's always, this is not like other shonen. And then it is. Demon Slayer. This is not like other shonen. It is. Like, I just feel I'm going crazy. It breaks shonen conventions and then it doesn't. Tsubaki, it doesn't. I just looked it up. Romantic comedy, parody, slice of life, satire. Girl, you have to take the L. It is not at all listed as a shonen. It's not a shonen. Why have you been lied to? Why are France lying to you? I really don't know why. Oh, the fandom wiki! Tsubaki, look up the actual Wikipedia. The fandom wiki's full of shit. The actual Wikipedia does not at all list it as a shonen. It's not a shonen. You're gonna have to accept it's not a shonen. You said to me you're gonna have to accept it's a shonen. Nuh-uh. It's the other way. It's not a shonen. There's literally nothing that lists it as a shonen. France just lied to you. I really don't know why. I truly don't know why France has listed it as such. Nor the English wiki would list it as such. The fandom wiki. I'm just not a shonen fan as my qualms with shonen. It's simply formulaic in a sense that, like, it's a genre within itself, and I don't like it, and that's fine. I don't think it's bad, it's just not for me. So that's why every time someone recommends me a shonen and they say it's different to other shonen, and then I watch it, it's just the same thing. And I'm like, so this is just someone who has watched nothing but other shonen and they think this is different because I only watch shonen. And then this is different because it does one thing different from other shonen, and then it's not different. It's not. They are usually... They're not exactly very... They're not engaging enough for me. Durarara's not a shonen. But they're not engaging enough for me. They just don't have enough in them for me to really care. Shonen's also a genre. I've made a paper on this. Shonen used to just be a publishing. It's not. It's become a genre within itself. It's been turned into one due to shoujo and shonen both like having similar stories within what they publish. So it used to be an audience and it used to be a company. It's not anymore. It has now evolved into a genre of its own. When you call something a shonen, it usually entails specific themes and tropes, and they all do. They all do. Tsubaki, where did you go? If you've gone to keep trying to prove it to me, it's not going to happen. Your country lied to you. A usual battle shonen then. And have I heard that all before? Published in Shonen Jump. Was it published in Shonen Jump? Yep. Yep. No, you're repeating the patterns. Published in Shonen Jump. It's not like other shonen, and then it's going to be. It's gonna be made. For Chainsaw Man, no. And Chainsaw Man has moved from Shonen, which is interesting. Chainsaw Man was acknowledged to be so out of its area that it had to be moved. That makes sense because Devilman, I believe, was a seinen. It would have to have been. The magazine was originally published in Shonen Magazine. Interesting! Weekly Shonen. And then it must have been moved. Because there's some really graphic shit in it. Nagaya was probably restrained in the depiction of its sexual and violent content by having Devilman published in a Shonen magazine. I have to say, Devilman is now also like One Piece. So there's a total of 2. That makes sense. Because I was like, it can't possibly be. It's so grotesque. Rat, I'm not reading it! Stop trying to convince me! I hate the style. I despise it for Dr. Stone. It's not happening. I think it's grotesque. I'm not reading it. You can keep convincing me to. You'd have to give me like $5,000, $10,000. I'd only fucking read it for money. I haven't seen Paranoia Agent, but I want to. I want to use this. I don't say this in the video, but I should have. I say that bounties implying being an implication of who's better than who is not accurate. It's marine propaganda and it's threat level, right? Because, of course, the argument that everyone uses, including me, is so Robin as a child was more physically dangerous than Zoro as an adult. Second favorite manga is which Hat Atelier? I think my other gripe with Shonen is so much Shonen is so fucking slop that when I legitimately try to talk about One Piece, because it's under that Shonen umbrella, people disregard it and go, oh, it's just a Shonen. Because there's a fucking endless waterfall of Shonen slop. And I truly believe One Piece needs to escape. It has to get out of there. Please, please release me. Comparing Dr. Stone to One Piece is a crime, and I'm going to execute you in the streets. That's an actual crime. I think you must now be killed. It's like how I've seen people trying to be like, One Piece is getting what Fairy Tail should be getting. Be fucking serious. Oh my god. Who says that? Everyone. When I was talking about how much I like One Piece for the first time making the videos, there was so many comments like you should be watching Fairy Tail. You should watch Fairy Tail. Fairy Tail is just like One Piece. Oh! Ah! I'm a rat in a cage! I'm a rat in a cage! Please get me out of here. Here's the thing, a lot of shonen usually have one really good written moment or one really good written arc. This is what I've talked about, this is my gripe with it. Because it has one good character or one good arc. It gets recommended like it's the bee's knees. That does not make a good story and that does not make a good cast. The reason One Piece stood out to me is from the get-go, it was good. I was having a really good time and it just got better. For a lot of shonen, it's get through the majority of the slop and you'll get to that one diamond. That does not make a good story. That makes a good moment. That does not make a good cast. That makes a good character, right? That's my real gripe with Shonen. That so many people say, don't watch it for the actual full-on story. Watch it for this one arc. This is the best arc. That's why it drives me nuts. Because it's like a, no, just get to that arc. And it actually makes me insane. It's why I'm so against people just fucking going crazy with Water 7 and Eni's Lobby. Because it's indication that Oda has never written anything as good as that. And Eni's Lobby is the peak of One Piece. It's really good. But categorizing it into this is the arc to get to sucks. That sucks. I hate that. You should not be reading One Piece for a specific arc. It's all good. You should be enjoying the whole ride. Because it's like that, right? Naruto, the pain arc, get to the pain arc. Hunter x Hunter, get to the Chimera arc, I think is what it is. Bleach, I don't know what arc, but I know an arc is mentioned. I can't do it anymore, man. They can pop off, but I can't justify going through a whole series for one moment. I just can't justify that because the rest of it is a pain to get through. I just can't do it. See the Hunter exams. This is why it was so... It was just, I'm watching a shonen. Like, I just... Exams, the trope of the exam in the shonen, I hate that trope. We started with it and I went, oh, fuck. I was bored. Oh my god. This is what I mean. I'm not into it. I'm not into it. That's the other thing. The school trope, the academy trope, One Piece doesn't have that. It's a very rare shonen in which it doesn't have the school or academy trope. It doesn't have the exam arc. It nearly had a tournament arc. And then Oda went... like, it's like he made fun of it and then Luffy just left. Ah! I went, fuck, Dressrosa's got a tournament arc. And then Luffy vanished. And I went, never mind. It feels like he just doesn't give a fuck. Haven't seen Dandadan. Love Mob Psycho 100. Is Mob Psycho a shonen? That's a good question. Because it was self-published. When I read something, I don't want to read through pain. I don't want to wait for it to get good. I can only stand that for so long. I shouldn't hate an entire arc or have to get through an entire arc. Do you understand? There'll be rough patches, don't get me wrong, but I shouldn't be waiting for an arc. I should be enjoying it. Otherwise, I just don't think the writing's very good otherwise. A single moment does not your story make. It should be the culmination of everything. For anime, my limit is 20 episodes. For manga, it's probably like 70 chapters, maybe 50. The reason 20 episodes is the limit is because by episode 20 of One Piece, Sanji was introduced. And I liked One Piece before Sanji was introduced. I understand my Sanjiisms are showing. One Piece is over 1,000 episodes long. If I can like an 1,000 episode series by episode 20, what excuse do the other animes have? I think that's a very fair basis. And after that, I just can't. I can't do it. I suffered through Hero Academia. hoping it would get good because I liked Bakugo. And then I said, I can't do it. I can't watch this because I like one character. Honestly, Hero Academia is what gave me this idea of I can't suffer. I just can't suffer because I like one arc or one character. I just can't do it anymore. Isn't that funny? Why do you watch up to episode 20? Oh, because Sanji was introduced. In episode 20. And when Sanji was introduced, it was skyrocketed off. Skyrocketed. My favorite character in all of fiction wasn't introduced until 20 episodes in, and I still liked the fiction. I get I'm sick, okay? I know I'm sick. But we all need a way to judge things, you know? Well, I was shocked because a lot of people also say get to Arlong Park. And way before Arlong Park, I was like, what the fuck? And it's because the characters delighted me. Luffy delighted me. Zoro delighted me. Nami delighted me. Usopp delighted me. I was delighted per introduction. And I went, whoa! And then I got to Sanji and that's history. The rest is history. I will agree if you don't like One Piece by Arlong Park, then it's probably not for you. I agree with that. I was gonna say Baratier was truly the beginning of Oda's real world building and footing. Like, truly it was. Oh, there's legit reasons to not like any media. When someone says they don't like One Piece, all I ask is why. And if their reasons are bullshit, I killed them. I just ask for an iota of media literacy. I don't like it because I just don't like it. Give me something. Let's have a conversation. That's all I ask for. A few bodies have been hidden. I do just not vibe with something sometimes. We do all just not vibe with something. However, I still can explain when I don't vibe with something. I can still give a reason. Like, you can still explain, well, I think this is why I don't vibe with something, right? Because there'd be something in it that makes you not vibe. I made it to 40 minutes. I'm gonna cook my dinner. Let's all think about everything I've said and then forget it. I'll be back. I'll turn the music up and I'll have my food. Be back. Sorry, I'm turning down the music. I made the same as last time, and that I've made for like the past 5 meals straight. My noodles. I added a new ingredient this time because I ran out of mushrooms. I ran out of mushrooms and I ran out of radish. So all I had left were green beans and spring onion and my eggs, of course. So I had to improvise and I put ham in there. And I think it's gonna be delicious. I don't want to full screen this. I don't want you guys to full screen watch me eating my noodles. Oh, and bean sprouts. I forgot. I also add bean sprouts. But no, they're pea shoots. So, sorry. Do you guys have pea shoots? Because bean sprouts are yellow. Pea shoots are green. Hang on, I'll show you. Oh my god. I was hungry. He's happy. Snow pea shoots. They look like this. Hey, is that Zoro? They're really crunchy and they're super fresh and you can eat them raw and I love them. Like if you want to upgrade like a sandwich or even if you're just having cheese and crackers, just eat some of these alongside it. They're really yummy. Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of snow peas either. I prefer green beans. These. I think snow peas just have too much skin on them. They're like 80% skin and 20% bean or pea. Oh, I choked on noodles just then. Did you see the panic in my eyes? I love noodles, but the fear of slurping them too soon is scary. Oh, farewell. I'm also glad we brought the Pedro emoji back. I always really like that one. Mochi chokes thousands of old people in Japan every year. Is that true? You gotta take smaller bites, man. I truly only eat mochi for the texture. Because I had a bunch of parfaits in Japan. Fuck, I miss them. They had like a traditional Japan, traditional as in it's got a bunch of traditional Japanese foods in it. Parfait. And it was like green tea ice cream, red beans, and mochi on top. It was so fucking yummy. And the mochi combined with like the chewiness of the mochi combined with the ice cream was so good. So good. I can't say mochi has an outstanding flavor, but the texture is just awesome. I have a feeling it's calorie dense though, because isn't it just flour? Flour and sugar. What's the most dangerous food to eat? Yeah. I do not mean the animal itself is dangerous. I mean oh my god. This, obviously. I mean the chew and swallow factor. Like, what food have people choked on the most? I will be Googling this. Hot dogs! Hot dogs, this is the #1 choking food we see in our emergency department. We would not recommend, to babies or toddlers. Wait, is this about what babies choke on? Wait, no, it's just anything. It's anything. It's for anyone. Hot dogs are #1? This is a list for anything, not just babies. I've never in my life choked on a hot dog. But I don't eat them much. Whole cherry tomatoes. A lot of these are baby choking foods, but... Oh no, this is for kids. Never mind, you're all babies. I'm now on a new list. Is this for children? Let's find out. No, this is now for all people, and it still says hot dogs. Okay. It's not just babies. Hot dogs are also are also adults. Nuts and seeds? Hard candies. And chicken with bones. Or fish, apparently, but more people eat chicken. Grapes. Wow, hot dogs is number one. Number one across the board, not just for babies. I wonder what percentage babies make up of choking on hot dogs, though, you know what I mean? Like, maybe only like 20% of adults have choked on hot dogs and 80% of babies have choked on hot dogs, but we still have to count that. Are you fucking feeding babies hot dogs? Americans, obviously. My child! It is time for your hot dogs! And you will become an American citizen. And when you finally get your first tooth, you can eat a hamburger! Important milestones in an American child's life. I'm kind of a Yamato. I do like hot dogs, to be fair. I just don't eat them a lot. I can't say they're a staple of Australian households. Like, we don't just have hot dogs in the fridge here. Sorry, I'm trying not to scrape. Kason, do you have hot dogs in your fridge? Oh, we do have snags, but those aren't hot dogs, Kason. Snags aren't hot dogs. They're from different meat, and they're made different. Hot dogs are like pink. Snags are not pink. Hot dogs go from pink to red. Snags go from brown to crispy brown. I know this, as I prefer hot dogs to snags. I know. What a controversial thing to say for an Australian. I think Frank's are mini dogs, but they taste different. What I do love is German sausage, especially the cheese-filled ones, Kranskis. Now those are good. I think snacks are less processed than hot dogs. I am photo loading. Oh. So this is a hot dog? When it wants to... Okay. That's a hot dog. That's a snag. There is clearly a different meat used or a different preparation of the meat in these processes. Hang on, I gotta put my plate away. Hang on, give me another. Fellas, whatever I just ate gave me some kind of allergic reaction. It's not serious, I'm just itchy. This is what I mean, I'm not sure what's setting me off. Because, I've been eating that for the same fucking... I've been eating that every day. And now suddenly something has made me itch. I don't know what it is. It's not the ham. Ham doesn't make me itch, I know that. Don't worry, I already ate something for it. Sorry, had something for it. Just pills. Just anti-inflammatories. The new addition was just the ham. is Zoro. Sorry, I'm gonna be sitting here and itching until those pills kick in. Eh. No, I had them without mushrooms yesterday. It's a Zoro stench. The only thing I added was the ham. And I did not have this reaction yesterday. Now I'm itching like a monkey. Sorry, I was checking if I had a rash there. Embarrassing! It's embarrassing. Alright. I'll try and ignore it and keep working. I say as I keep itching. It goes away, the pills just have to kick in. Please. No, I don't know what it is. I think it's just a hormone thing. And sometimes it flares up, sometimes it doesn't. Because I once had hot chicken at a chicken place and it made whatever this is flare up. Then I had the exact same thing another day, didn't flare up. So I think allergic sometimes. Depends on how my body's deciding on it. Luckily it's manageable. I just always need fucking ibuprofen with me. Alright. I say as I keep itching. Go away, it'll go away. I didn't wash my hands. Oh my god, I'm filthy! What a world! What a world! Bye-bye. Zoro, Luffy. Why can't I find this panel? Is it the Sanji one? Actually, I should just do Sanji. I like how Luffy gets separated from everyone in Water 7 simply because he just jumped off the train before everyone else. He just couldn't wait. I need the page, I need the page. $362 maybe? $364. I'm looking for the page of when Zoro's an alcoholic. Pooley's really good. Pooley's also an underground fave of mine. He's quite cute. This work? Oops, closed it. Man! Okay. No, the panel's too small. Hi, Crash. Rocket Man. Eh. Oh yeah, oh my god. I was like, why is Sanji reacting like that? And then I just realized because he hasn't talked to Usopp until since the Mary fight. So he's kicking Frankie because haha. Fuck you. And then Usopp says, oh yeah, the Mary goes, and he's going, ah! And it's because Usopp's reached acceptance. And he was very, very aggressive about it the first time. $365. Red/Watchholic by Clamp. I don't know if I've even heard of it. No. Oh, I know it. No, I know this. I know this style, but I haven't seen it. I do know the style. It's very clampish, isn't it? $365 is what it was, wasn't it? Oh my god. The pills are working, but I'm still itchy. A monkey. Oh my god. Release me! Trust me, one good itch and I'll be done. My fleas! My fleas! Oh my god, my fleas! I'm full of fleas! What? Sorry? An irritation with the lack thereof. I don't feel pain, but my brain needs stimulus caused by taking too many painkillers. I did not take too many painkillers. Thank you very much. Eh. Oh my god. Okay, I'm normal again. I lied. Oh my god, I lied. I still have fleas. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Now I'm normal again. Now I'm normal again. He got his fucking fleas on me. Oh, it's getting better, trust. Hang on. Oof. Don't mind me just mixing something. I am concocting. You wish you were as cool as me. I'm glad. You two are having fun in the chat. Zoro and Luffy are just animals. How do you lure them out? Food and alcohol. That is so stupid. That's what gets me about Zoro and Luffy when people go, well, Zoro is like, you know, he's bigger and more mature than Luffy. And in some ways, yes. However, you put meat under a box being held up by a stick that's tied to string, Luffy's going after it. Now you put alcohol under a box that's being held up by a stick that is tied to a string, guess what's gonna fucking happen? Zoro's gonna go after it. Oh my god. He's going, for me? Wait, I can't remember my own makeup. He says, don't mind if I do. And then he gets caught. Luffy has... Wait, Tsubaki, that's true. There have been instances where Luffy has been known to be smarter or said something smarter. They're both idiots. This is what gets me. Zoro's the only person that Luffy calls an idiot. Like, on the crew. The only one. Luffy thinks he's an idiot. And I always tell people the reason he thinks that is because the first time they met was because Zoro got lost. Oh, farewell. Zoro is dumb. He's instinctual and he's dumb. He's dumb. He is stupid. We just think he isn't because he looks serious, but he's not. I suppose between the two of them, the difference is Zoro has discipline. That's about it. Luffy doesn't have discipline. At least he's been learning more to be less impulsive these days. But his impulsiveness still helps. Zoro doesn't have impulsiveness. Luffy does. In saying that, Zoro's own impulsiveness is also there. When he gets too emotional, he becomes impulsive. He did that against Orochi when he saw Orochi. And even Sanji was like, what the fuck? Calm down. What are you doing? He's been impulsive before. Only on the crew. So Luffy's called a lot of people stupid. A lot of people stupid. But on the crew specifically, only Zoro is an idiot to him. And the reason is because he got lost, and when Sanji was like, sorry Sanji, when Luffy was like, so why are you out here? Zoro said, I went to find a swordsman and then I couldn't find my way back home. And Luffy said, you got lost. And Zoro said, no. That was Luffy's, like, one of his very first impressions of Zoro. Of course he's gonna call him an idiot from that point on. It was very funny. Impulsive when exercising? You know, I wouldn't say that. I'd say he's got a training regimen. Impulsive is like him going, I'll cut it. Like, i.e. Dressrosa. So like his impulsiveness is, this is my first idea. Does he always act on it? No. But sometimes he does. Such as Dressrosa when Kinemon was like, how do we get in there? Immediate thought, cut it. And Kinemon said, no, we gotta do it quietly. And Zoro goes, so I cut quietly. Like, his first immediate idea tends to be the idea. But he doesn't always enact it. But one of them is when they got lost in Onigashima. And he was with Luffy. And he cut the fucking wall down. And Luffy was like, you got lost again, didn't you? And he went, no. He knew they were supposed to be inconspicuous. And he fucking gave up. He's not good at that. He has his impulsive moments as well. I think he just tries to not be. And sometimes it fails him because he doesn't realize his plans aren't very good. At least that's what I'm noticing with him. Oh, that's 100% stupid. 100% stupid. Little fisherman, hey, that's my boat, falls asleep on the wrong boat. I always say the point of that scene is to show, okay, so Zoro's still Zoro. He's still a fucking idiot. Like, that's the point. And so many people look at that and go, he's so cool. Completely removing the context that he's literally saying, I got on the wrong ship. He's supposed to be dumb. Oh, Sword Usopp. Oh, and when he picked up the thing in Fishman Island, he picked up the phone, and he was like, we have everyone hostage or some shit. And he started making demands, and Usopp and Nami and Brook were like, shut the fuck up! Shut up! And he was like, what? I didn't do anything! It's the way they kept yelling at him, shut up, just shut up! It was so funny. Yeah, we took over the kingdom. Yeah, he cut them all down. And then they were all like, Zoro, why the fuck did you do that? Hello, hello. What am I looking for? Yeah. Oh, thank you for the sub. I appreciate that. What if you hate it here? What if you hate this stream and you hate me by the end of this? Then you'll really regret that. This is a scene, by the way. That Ronin tried to kill me. What's wrong with you? Cool your head, man. See, man? I don't know if Sanji called him man there, but See, even Sanji's going, what the fuck? Because, while Zoro, like, can be impulsive, he's usually not the worst when it comes to, like, ruining a plan, because that's Luffy. But he's also not the best. To be fair, this was intense. I love this scene because Zoro's like, hold the baby. See? Wait, where's the other one? Oh, I don't have it when he gives the when he gives Otoko to him. Wow, what a loving couple. When he just says to Sanji, hold the kid. Okay. Why have we become domestic all of a sudden? There it is. I do really like Zoro's reaction here though, because how can you possibly hold your composure after hearing all of this and seeing this, right? Zoro greatly cares about people, and he especially greatly cares about the subject of death. And I love this, just this whole thing. Because to Zoro, dying and being made fun of in death is just beyond words to him, right? Like, he got unbelievably angry when Tanoyasu died and everyone laughed, and he was like, why are they laughing? And of course Hiyori explained it to him. So these people can't even grieve properly. To guy who spends his whole life grieving because he lost his best friend, that's like hell, right? He truly does see that as a hell. It connected to him really well. Yeah, this one. Take the kid. I wouldn't say Zoro's the most emotional Straw Hat. But I would say he cares very deeply about his loved ones. But he does get emotional when he's angry, that is for sure. Emo? I don't know. Perhaps? I don't know, I wouldn't call Sanji emo. I don't really know what qualifies as emo. Emptying his inventory. Hold the baby. Oh, they're all emotional. 100% they're all emotional. Well, that's the point, right? Zoro tries not to be, and he ends up being. I think that's the difference. Sanji wears... Because I'm thinking Sanji is one of the most emotional. Always has been. And that's because he's a lover boy, and he's very kind. And he just refuses to really stand by on anything, right? But a lot of them do. But the difference between him and Zoro is Zoro doesn't usually wear his heart on his sleeve. So Zoro doesn't outwardly express what he's feeling the way Sanji does. Do you know what I mean? Instead, he tends to reflect. Sanji will be very... He's a stark contrast to Zoro, right? Because Sanji's happy just yelling his praises for people and yelling his emotions and feelings depending on. But Zoro never. It depends, because Sanji doesn't do that with Zeph, right? He doesn't do that with men. But the one time we watched him really try to suppress his emotions was Whole Cake Island, and he felt like a whole different character. We are literally watching him take his heart off his sleeve in Whole Cake Island. And he didn't feel the same, because of course he wasn't. He had to hide himself. It was awful. We've seen Zoro cry a total of 2 times in the series. 3 times if you count the gag of Kokoro. But once when Kuina strikes him and beats him in her 2001st victory, and Zoro's 2001st defeat, and Zoro starts crying. And again after Mihawk beats him. So both of them are connected to who he wants to be and his dream. Since then, he's never cried. Never cried. Which is why I'm saying he needs that. He needs a moment. He's got to release, you know? Sorry, I'm still on the take the baby. It's your turn with the baby. This scene, out of context, makes it look like Otoko's calling Zoro daddy and is laughing to the point of crying because he's fighting with Sanji. Like, if I saw this out of context, I'd be like, Zoro's a dad? Oh my god. Oh my god, guys, pause. She's Fujoing out. I am now stuck reading One Piece. I'm sorry, I just love One Piece. Sorry, So this woman says Ninpo Hell Biwa. That's just a gun! Oh god. When Law appears. Pink! Thank you for that. Oh, I love how much Law loves his fellas. So I'm now reading Hawkins being like, haha, I can hurt them. And Law looks like terrified. This scene. That's a really, really good Law face. And then there's Zoro 7 Kiyori. It's such a going, what the fuck? Alright. You hate Kid because he makes Law act bitchy? That's why I love Kid! I love Kid and I love Luffy. I love Luffy, Kid, and Law all together because they show Law's true nature, which is he's immature. Hey, Banana. He's immature and he's a brat. Like, that's his true nature. He just pretends not to be. He tries to be cool. No, Rain, they don't say bye. Remember what Luffy said. He doesn't say bye to anyone if he wants to see them again. So Luffy didn't say bye to him, so he's not saying bye to Luffy. Because I used to think the same thing. I was like, why don't they at least say goodbye to each other? Because Luffy wants to see him again. And he will not say goodbye to someone he wants to see. And I think to myself, what a beautiful world. Luffy said bye to Judge. He said bye to Judge so fucking fast. Judge was like, why do you like that fucking guy? That kid sucks, he's a failure. And Luffy said, bye! Wow, the amount of scenes that they added for Zoro at the beginning of Wano. Cause in the anime, I mean. Cause in that anime, he did something before getting caught, didn't he? In the manga, it's just straight to he's being held trial for something. For the thief or whatever. They were gooning to Zoro, which is fair. Understandable for some. Zoro. Everything's going well. You did use gooning, right? Someone made a video on it? Oh! Are we finally realizing? Jesus. Again, there are two reasons I don't want to make a video on it yet. One is because it's too soon. It's too soon. And I don't want to bum people out. I need people to slowly come to the realization. And second, they're still making seasons. And I keep getting people saying, well, maybe they're going to fix it. It's not going to happen. I cannot talk about it and get comments like that because it's going to make me mad. And then I'm going to have to make a fucking follow-up on, so it didn't actually fix anything. You guys were just coping. Ah! Anyway. I have mixed feelings about the cast, as we all know. I honestly do, I truly do find it hard to find good things about it. Just pisses me off. Anyway. I don't want engagement over hating something. I don't want engagement over people hating something with me. It just makes you bitter when that happens. Like, I feel nasty even talking about it when I talk about it. I just truly do not like it. But I don't want to be a super bitter person. Yeah, but this is just a stream. I'm just spitballing. I'm not putting time and energy into creating something that... Here's why I hate this thing, right? Maybe I will, maybe I won't. Who knows? Check in 5 years' time. I'll tell you what, if I do, it's going to be a lot more calm than what you guys have ever heard me here, like, talk. You guys heard my videos. I'm a different person in my videos. The biggest joy I have in creating these things is when people say they either say you helped me get into One Piece, or you made me realize how much I love One Piece, or you made me love One Piece more than I already do. Those are the best comments I ever get. I love hearing that I made someone love a series that I love so much. I made them love it more, right? And I just cannot explain the reason I hate the live action so much is because I love the original manga so much. So when I see it turned in the way it was, of course I'm gonna be mad about it. But I prefer comments like that. I prefer comments like, you made me love this thing, and not, you made me hate this thing. Doesn't feel good. I'm saying that I am currently holding hands with Wuthering Heights people. As in people who read the Wuthering Heights book and then watched the movie and are in pain because there are people who also read the book who love the movie. And the Wuthering Heights people who hated the movie are like, how the fuck can you guys like the movie? Did you read the book? That's how I felt. Exactly how I felt when people who were my fellow One Piece fans were loving the live action. I felt exactly the same. I was like, did you read the manga? Why do we like this? What's going on? I truly believe it was just a excitement mentality, which is fine. It's fine, but I was just confused. And now it's the same thing as happening to Wuthering Heights people. And I'm like, come here, come here, come here, bring it in. I know exactly what you're feeling. I feel your pain in this moment. Come and hug me. It's okay. You're, you may feel crazy, but I'm with you. This is a scruffy Zoro. Look at him without the top knot. He's so scruffy. A critic by Drork. I don't think Drork. I don't think Drork is saying that nastily. I think he's just saying you are a critic. It's not a bad thing to be a critic. You know that, right? I don't believe Drork thinks it's a bad thing to be a critic, because if you're critical about what you read and what you watch, it means you are reading and watching it, right? Like, even when you say good things about something, you're still being a critic. Well, the way he thinks of live actions and adaptations is different to me. I talked about this with him. His thing is, well, they can never capture the same thing, so we just must be more lenient in how we judge it. Like, they can't capture the same ways in which the manga and anime are presented, so we must be more lenient. I'm the total fucking opposite. They cannot capture the same ways in its creation, so why are we making this? I'm the opposite to him. He's got a more optimistic mindset. I have a lot more pessimism behind that. I'm really pessimistic about it. Because I hate the way animation and manga especially is treated in the West. So I'm super pessimistic about live actions because I hate the idea of them. I hate the idea of this is bettering the animation. I just don't like it. I can see why Drork likes it because he's giving it a nicer chance than me. I am not giving it any kind of chance because I don't like live actions and I never expected it to be anything spectacular. Just simply because how can you possibly capture One Piece in the live action medium? You can't. It's why when people keep saying to me, what would you do different? I've talked about this, oh fuck, so much. And I just wouldn't. I wouldn't make it. That's it. What I'd do different is I wouldn't make it in the first place. But I'm of the opinion it's good to be a critic. It's okay to be a critic. It means you just have a certain judgment of what you're watching. Like, it's okay to have high standards of the media and shows you watch. It's totally fine. I'm not saying this just because it's me, by the way. I'm saying this because it's good to be a critic of art. You can still enjoy art and be critical of it. And then there's Law going after Luffy. Hang on, I gotta find the page. Anyway, let's not talk about this. You guys know, all my opinions on it. But in saying this, Drork, I was right about Shirahoshi. And I'm gonna hold that against you until the day I die. If he ever sees this. Do you want to know why Mihawk was done surprisingly well in the live action? Because they fucking copy and pasted his scenes. Like, so the scenes with Mihawk were so sacred that no, there's no changing this. But everything else is fine. That's why that really pisses me off. And this is something that I've talked about. The biggest issue, one of the biggest issues I have with it, I'm sorry, I know I said we wouldn't, is... And this is what I keep telling people. People keep saying to me, but it's gonna be different. It's gonna be different. It's an adaptation. And I hate that take because, okay, but it sucks. The differences are bad. Like, it's gonna be different and it sucks. You can't say to me, it's gonna be different. Just for an excuse. Because it's like, it's not even different good. It's different bad, right? It's different to the sense that if you're gonna change something, you should be changing it to the medium. As in, I understand there are going to be limits, but they didn't change anything for the medium. They just changed things to just change things, to make things edgier, or to make things stupider, I suppose. There was no real change. There was no real intelligent change. The only one they nearly had was Hachi, because we can't do Hachi in the live action. They just didn't want to spend the money on it, because of course they could have. CGI is a thing. They just didn't want to. They just didn't want to spend all the money on CGI. So, instead, they just... Okay, here's the thing. Getting rid of Hachi, that's a crime within itself. The biggest crime is not replacing him with anyone. We needed a character that was Hachi-like, or Hachi feeling, because he's important to the dynamic of the Arlong pirate crew. and they just remove him. Same thing goes for Johnny and Yosaku. I don't know why Johnny and Yosaku are removed. And the only thing I can think of for why Johnny and Yosaku are removed is to make Zoro look cooler. That's literally the only thing I can think of, because I talk about this in my East Blue video. Johnny and Yosaku are there to be Zoro's friends. They are there to show us Zoro has connections. He had companions. He wasn't just a fucking lonely bum, right? He actually was in search of some type of friendship. He had friendship. Not only that, Johnny and Yosaku aided in Arlong Park. And Johnny and Yosaku gave Zoro their swords while he was fighting Hachi to give him his 3-sword style back. They were with him through that journey. They were connected to Zoro to show Zoro just clearly has a softer heart, right? In the same way we saw it in the first part. So I don't know why they were removed. The only thing I can think of is to make Zoro look cooler and make Zoro to look like a lone wolf. That's literally the only thing I can think of. I can't think of any other reason why they'd be removed. I really can't. For time, shut up. That's not an argument. They put Garp in there for how many fucking scenes? They did not give a shit about removing things for time. They didn't. Otherwise, Garp wouldn't have been in there. They also added new scenes that didn't do anything. But the thing that peeved me the most, so people say, oh, it's different because it's supposed to be blah, blah, blah. That would be fine if it wasn't trying to be One Piece. You can't try to be something and then be upset at me for saying this is nothing like the thing they are trying to be. And the best argument, personally, I've seen for this that I agreed with and I felt is it will just add a scene that one-to-one the manga. Like, literally, exactly is that scene. But they add it in the middle of bullshit. So everything around it is different. Everything around it is changed. And then they suddenly force in a scene that's exactly the same as the manga. That is incredibly jarring. It is incredibly jarring. You can't argue it's trying to be different, and it is different when they are adding scenes to it that are just one-to-one the scenes from the manga. So it doesn't have its own identity. How can I think this is something different if it doesn't have its own identity? If it's like close, and then it throws it all away with a one-to-one scene. Are we understanding? It's called One Piece. The characters have all the same names as all the characters from the manga. And the kicker on top of that is some of the scenes are direct comparisons to the manga scenes. But they're so thrown out of it that I'm just looking at this and being reminded of the better version of what we are watching. The worst case of this, one of the worst cases of this, was the Nami Arlong Park scene where she admits to Luffy, oh, you don't know anything about what's going on. He says, yeah, I don't. But they clearly didn't think about what they were writing, because the scene before that, Luffy is told what happens. Luffy literally hears over half the story from Nojiko about what happened to Nami. That's bad writing, guys. That's really bad writing. It feels incompetent. So they write Luffy listening, then he goes to Nami, and then he says, yeah, I don't know anything. Why are you lying to her? Hello? What the fuck are you lying to her for? Like, it was so bizarre. But the other worst case, and I hated this one, was when they tied Zoro up. There was no impact when they tie Zoro up. They have, like, the exact same shot of Zoro tied up. They have near his exact same dialogue. For what? Fuck is he tied up for? It was so nothing. It's like, we need to get the shot in of him being tied up. And then he gets tied up for a reason that Nami would get tied up for. It was for money. Basically, in the original, if you don't remember, the reason he got tied up is because he made a deal. If I get tied up in the last 9 days, you'll leave the kid alone. You'll leave this place alone. Deal. Was never going to happen because they were going to use him. They were never going to let him win. Right? In the live action, he, for some reason, starts a fight. He starts that fight, by the way. I'd just like to emphasize that. In the live action, he starts the fight. So he starts the fight. And then he beats everyone up for fucking no reason except to show Luffy, whoa, he's so cool. Okay. Already you've pissed me off. Then, Luffy never saw Zoro fight before recruiting him, by the way. Just letting you guys know that in the original. Then he goes to the Marine base. And the fella's like, Axe-Hand Morgan's like, I can give you the money. But you beat up my son, and that's not a good look. So I'll give you the money if you get tied up for a bit. And he goes, deal. Zoro would fucking never make that deal. For money. For money, he'd never make that deal. He's got too much pride for that. He would stand by what he did to Helmeppo. He'd say, fuck your money. That is a Nami thing to do, not a Zoro thing to do. Can you understand why, as I was watching this, I was losing my fucking mind? This is all in the first episode. So he gets tied up for money. My opinion of why they had to get him tied up for money and not for the little girl is because they would have had to acknowledge he started that fight, he put her in that danger. If Morgan said, oh, you went crazy in the bar and like that little girl there, I'm gonna kill her, they'd have to acknowledge, Zoro, why the fuck did you put attention to the little girl and that bar? You did that and now you've put them in danger, right? In the manga, the little girl was the one that was trying to get Helmeppo to stop in the first place. Zoro admired that, so he stepped forward and helped her. But Helmeppo was still the one that was like pointing at that little girl and wanting to make her the problem here. So in the manga, Zoro is very noble there. He's putting his life on the line for someone else. In the live action, it's because he wants money. Are we understanding how fucking bad that is? Do you see how horrible the characterization is when I only tell you the very first introduction points of Zoro? That's not something he would do. He wouldn't do anything like that. I just couldn't stand it. And then he gets tied up for a total of 30 minutes and then gets let go of. For no reason. For no reason. Luffy just unties him. Just unties him. Just unties him. Why? Why? There was no fucking reason for him to do that. He wasn't untying Zoro in the original because he was like, if you join my crew, I'll untie you. And Zoro goes, fuck no. And Zoro isn't going to be untied anyway because he's made a deal. Deals mean everything to him. A promise means everything to him. He's made a promise. I will stick this out and I'll protect that little girl and her bar. So even if Luffy were going to untie him, it wasn't going to happen. When he first starts rambling to Luffy, it's because he's delusional. To be fair, that first part of, I think Oda was finding his footing with Zoro, but the first part of his going, untie me, he was delusional, he was hungry. But he still wasn't actively like allowing anyone to untie him until Kobe. And then Zoro goes, what the fuck are you doing? Stop trying to untie me. And Kobe says, they're fucking with you. We heard them, they're gonna let you die. And Zoro goes, oh shit. Like, so he respects the promise, they don't. So now, all's gone, all's out. He can now beat them up. Nothing like that. There's nothing that displays any sense of character or relationship or dynamic in the live action. Nothing. It kind of just shows Zoro's just an asshole, and not in a fun way. He's just, for some reason, doing shit. Anyway, this is why, guys, I get really mad when people say it wasn't that bad. No, I think it was that bad. And I'm sticking to that until the day I die. Okay, now I gotta find, what I was looking for. So they're talking about the raid. Please write it on my grave, please. That's what gets me when people ask, oh, why didn't you like it? I'm not just being a cynic. I can give you all my reasons. All my reasons. And yes, the reason is because it's not the manga. And I honestly don't think it really tries to be. I think sometimes it tries, and sometimes it says, fuck that. There it is, found it. 9:21. Sorry, not to add on. I know I keep going. I think the most horrendous thing is when people go, well, they did Buggy really well. No, the fuck they didn't. They did Buggy really well if you don't want Buggy to be Buggy, I suppose. If you want Buggy to be an actual scary edgelord. They turned Buggy into what Doffy actually is. And I keep telling people, Buggy is not supposed to be that rancid. He's annoying, don't get me wrong. But I keep reminding people, he didn't actually kill anyone in the manga. He ran the town out, but he didn't kill anyone. A lot of people forget that. He was a hindrance at most. But he wasn't like a fucking Doffy level villain. He was just a coward, an annoying coward, right? That's the whole point. And what really frustrates me is imagine making Buggy the way he is in the live action and then they get to Roger and Shanks in the live action. You are now making Roger and Shanks look a million times worse because they were Buggy's family. And because they still cared about Buggy. I already get people saying, why would Shanks care about Buggy about the manga? Of fucking course he still cares about Buggy. Now it's worse. Now in the live action, they've made him genuinely fucking evil. And now so many people would be like, why would Shanks care about Buggy? Buggy was never meant to be a fucking supreme villain. He was meant to be a coward at most. Yeah, the only person he shot or choked in the manga was one of his crew. Still never killed anyone, though. Not any civilians, anyways. But yeah, his actor was really good. I just wish it was actually Buggy. And not a rip-off Joker. Oh, I gotta edit this page. Right, regular people fighting back against the horrors. Ugh. They needed me on there. They needed me at the writing table so then they don't listen to me. That's the biggest thing. If they didn't even listen to Oda, which they didn't, no matter what anyone says, they even admitted they didn't. They're not gonna fucking listen to anybody. You've got the guy who made it on your team and you're not going to heed any of his advice. Alright then, whatever. At least we've got the manga is what I keep telling myself. He told them to get rid of Garp. He said, get Garp the fuck out of there. And they said no. They admitted to that. That's the one thing they admitted to. And if that was something he said no to, imagine how much more he said no to. And they're never going to admit to that ever. Because they made a mistake in admitting to that. Like, that was an accident when they said that. Basically, they shouldn't have said that. I think it was one of the main producers that said that. And he looked really proud of himself. He was like, haha, we grinded Oda down and we made him accept it. So basically you made him give up. Like, oh, why the fuck would you admit to that? Why would you admit to that? And you know why they're never going to admit anything like that ever again? Because after they admitted to that, suddenly everyone started going, oh, it was my least favorite part. I did hate it. Why was Garp there? And that's exactly what I knew was happening. I kept telling people they're using him as a safety net. They've added the creator onto the series. So when it sucks, which it did, we don't complain about it. We go, oh, but Oda worked on it. To what extent exactly? How much did he really manage to do? We'll never know. We'll never know unless he says something or they say something, but it'd have to be out of contract. So we'll never know. It was just such a mistake. I cannot believe he admitted to that. It's great for me, because now I can say I told you so to everyone. Great for me, but a stupid move for him. Well, imagine bragging about bullying the creator of the series into adding something that he actively didn't want. Like, I just can't believe you'd admit to that. What a weird thing to admit to. All I can tell you, if I were the PR team and I heard the producers say that, I'd be like, cut the cameras. Cut the cameras! Cut the cameras! Quick! Quick! No, we have to clear this up! We have to clear this up! Oh, also, guys, this is another thing I have to add. All of the actors apparently, and all of everyone working on it apparently being huge One Piece fans. Sorry, the reason I'm saying this is because I know fucking media training when I see it. And I know advertising when I see it. Everyone being huge One Piece fans, through One Piece fans, it's a lie. I truly do believe Mikenyu is a One Piece fan because, hey, he's Japanese. And One Piece is like a fucking household name over there. I truly do believe he's read quite a bit of it, probably knows a lot of it. The others, I don't believe it. I simply don't believe it. It's in the way they talk about it. Emily Rudd is not a fan. She's not a fan. This is what I mean. This is what I mean. You guys believe it. You guys believe it. Because what? Because she uploaded pictures of Nami. What has she actually said about the series that indicates that she knows anything about it past what she's acting? What has she said? Anything? When they did any of like the Q&As about the current One Piece, when they talked about Yamato, She didn't even really know about Yamato. She said, oh, I think this is what Yamato is. Their answers are scripted, guys. They don't know anything. When they ask their favorite characters, the answers are, whoa, what a coincidence. All characters that people are going to meet in season 1. They're all characters that they are in the script of season 1. She hasn't said anything that indicates to me she knows anything past what she's acted in. And the thing, well, she uploaded photos of Nami, of just Nami? Nothing else? Just like 1 or 2 images? Does that seriously indicate to you that she's a fan? Guys, it's a PR thing. It's media training. They're trying to push that these guys are fans so we don't go, oh, they're not even a real fan. Here's the thing, I don't care. I don't care if she's a fan or not. I truly don't, because she's acting. She's acting. I don't care if she likes One Piece or not. I just want her to do her job. But a lot of people do care, so I do feel bad in that aspect. I'm not blaming her, by the way. I don't know her personally. But she said nothing that indicates that she actually knows this series beyond what she's acting in. I just truly don't believe any of them are fans. It was like, it's an ad, right? They're just advertising the damn thing. They haven't said anything. She wasn't doing this before casting happened. She was uploading images of Nami while castings were happening. And again, it's just Nami. Like a few images of Nami. Nothing else. That is incredibly fucking suspicious. That's incredibly weird. No talks of any of the arcs. No images of any of the other arcs. Of any other characters. And talks of anything else. Just the character you happen to be trying to get. That's suspicious. That is weird. I like Sanji, don't get me wrong. I talk about more than Sanji. I talk about more than Arlong Park, you know what I mean? Or like Whole Cake Island, I suppose. Like, guys, the reason I'm telling you this is because it's Hollywood. It's smoke and mirrors, right? You are being put into a false sense of like happiness, right? Because of not happiness, of like comfortableness, because you think, oh, they're one of us. They don't have to be. You realize that, right? They're allowed to just do their job. I don't care if they're a fan or not, but why are you lying? It just makes me crazy. And Yaki, probably also a fan. I can believe that. The thing is, we'll never know because every interview they ever have will all be scripted. Fun fact, most interviews are scripted. If not all scripted. They get the questions beforehand. And then they go into the interview. It's like not... It's not a... Whoa, they knew that on the spot. No. It's quite controlled. It just makes me crazy. It makes me crazy. I don't care is the thing. I don't care. I don't care if you're a fan or not. But it makes me crazy that people are falling for it. I feel insane. Ugh. Go on the internet and lie. It's just advertising. Advertising, media training, it's all that kind of stuff. Well, I mean, Royal Kings, that's a weird one because she's a real life person. I don't want to question like her sexuality or anything, do you know what I mean? I find it hard to say queerbaiting for real life people simply because they're real. I don't know what she likes. I don't know who she likes. I can't say that. I've also always had this belief that queerbaiting is not a thing. It's not real. Some people don't agree with me on that, but I've never believed queerbaiting to be a real thing. But yeah, I remember watching some of the interviews and I was waiting for them to get more questions regarding, like, what did you think of this arc? What did you think of this character, right? What arcs are you most excited to get to? And there was just nothing. There was nothing like that, because they're all staying within the safe zone of up to Arlong Park. And I wonder why. They've done the same thing with the guy who's about to play Crocodile, by the way. He said something about, like, Whitebeard. And it was so clearly like, you clearly don't know. This is clearly scripted. I think they just make them say buzzwords, so we go, whoa! But do you want to know my theory on it, by the way, with why they've made Miss Emily, because I don't know her personally, but why they've made Miss Emily especially really go all in on I'm a One Piece fan, I'm a One Piece fan. This is my wokeisms talking. It's because she's a woman, and because women get treated 10 times worse in regards to, are you really a fan? Are you really a fan? So, like, if the guys on the cast said they're One Piece fans, okay, whatever. She has to prove it tenfold over them. This is my opinion. I don't think really any of them really are, except maybe Inyaki and Mikenyu. The rest of them, I don't think they really care. But I feel bad for her, because I think because she being the only woman in the main cast, she's really got to convince the fans, the fanboys, right? No, see, I can be a good Nami, which sucks because you shouldn't have to do that. You should just be able to want to play the character. Which is why it's like, I don't think it's her fault. I'm not saying this like, oh, you tricker, you trickery, you know what I mean? You trickster, that's what I was looking for. Like, I'm not calling her like an evil trickster or anything. I'm just saying, I can see why she'd have to be doing this. I'm only using evidence that benefits my arguments. So evidence nonetheless. You're only saying things that are true that benefit the thing that is probably true. How dare you? That's fine, Nan, but that's season 2. We're on season 2 now. It's proven it can be successful. The season 1 casts were a whole other thing. Also, maybe she cares less about her contracts. Who has mentioned what arc beyond season 1? They've talked about Wano. Once again, it was in a contained interview space. Who has mentioned what arc beyond season 1? And in what in what area have they mentioned it? Was it on social media? Which is a whole thing in itself, because even that's controlled. The only other arc I remember any of them mentioning was Wano, and none of them knew anything about it. When you have time, you'll look for them. They don't, mate! They don't mention arcs beyond season 1. You think they did. They haven't! The only thing they mentioned was Wano. And again, it's like none of them knew anything. So you're saying, oh, you're just saying this, and now you're saying to me, I have to remember. They don't mention anything beyond season 1. The only thing that is mentioned is Sky Pier. And it's meant Sky Pier is mentioned because, of course, season after Alabasta would be Sky Pier. And it was Miss Emily saying, I don't want to wear the bikini top that Nami wears. And that was about it. There's been nothing else mentioned. Yes, you should remember which ones exactly if they're mentioning arcs beyond what you're watching. You should be remembering that. You know why? Because I remember what they said. You like them. How can you not remember? You know what I think has happened? I think they mentioned 2 arcs, which was Sky Pier and Wano. Wano, they clearly all didn't know anything about. Sky Pier, the only mention of it was because Nami wears a bikini top. And she was asked the question, actually, now that I remember. I think what you're remembering is they were either asked about an arc and they didn't have a full answer for it. Or I swear they mentioned an arc. They didn't. They haven't talked about it outside of what I have mentioned. I was going to say, Iñaki, I can believe. Because he's also from a country that is just fucking huge on One Piece. I don't know who is or isn't a fan. All I know is when they are asked or happen to be within the realms of another arc, they stumble. They stumble. For Wano, I don't think you guys remember. They stumbled fucking crazy. It's like they didn't know anything. And I was like, oh my god. I truly believe they all just read up to Arlong Park because they had to, or probably, or something for the character. And then that's it. And now they're reading up to Alabasta, maybe. My whole point with why I'm saying all this is... it doesn't matter. My whole point is... they don't have to be a fan. They just don't have to be. That's what I'm trying to say. What I read it as... they're coming across as, look, we're such big fans because they're trying to do damage control for this is a live action. It's a job. Look, again, I feel bad because for them, because they have to market themselves, especially to weebs. Weebs already gatekeep. Manga and anime fans already gatekeep, so they were doing everything within their power to be accepted within this space, and it worked. That's why I'm saying this is media training, guys. It's all a PR stunt. Like, it's literally all it is. Also, I don't know any of them personally. Well, you know what gets me as well? Even if there are queer moments between Nami and Vivi or whatever in the live action, it'll just make me sad. And it'll make me sad because I can't even look at that and go, well, at least this is here, because I think it's a shit product. Like, do you know what I mean? They're not gonna, like, people have said, what if Zoro and Sanji, blah, blah, blah. I'm not gonna give a fuck because I don't see them as Zoro and Sanji. I don't see that Nami as Nami. Because she's not written like her. So I'm not going to be like, well, at least I just won't care. Like, yippee, a win for the gays. You made my favorite product worse. Not by making them lesbians because your writing sucks. Anyways, whatever. Whatever. Everyone just be aware of all the interviews you watch and everything you read and everything. That's all I'm trying to say. Netflix is a hell of a drug. All I know, look, I keep saying all I know is, I'll never forget the person that once, when I was complaining about how the live action was handled, I'll never forget the person that said, well, what if I don't like Oda's vision? And I was like, then why the fuck are you reading One Piece? Like, why are you reading it then? The whole series is his vision. Well, look, the funniest thing that happened is, and again, it's no fucking beef to the actors. I don't know them personally. I just know advertising when I see it. When they're like, we're all friends. And they were really trying to push, look, we're like the Straw Hats in real life. Whoa. And then the filming ends and then they never hang out with each other. It just cracks me up. And it's like, it just cannot be more obvious. They're just acting. They're all pretending to be the characters outside of the character. So we look at them and go, whoa, they're really the character. They shouldn't have to do that. Like, they shouldn't have to do that. I feel bad for them because you should just be able to play a character. Right? Oh, it's just bizarre. Yeah, but Raph, no interacting with each other, no real talking to each other, you know what I mean? Not from what we've seen anyway. So they were very happy about publicly being the bestest of friends ever on the internet online space. Filming stops for season 1, it's finished. There's no online interaction anymore ever. It's just so... I'm sorry, I can't get over just... It feels really obvious to me, which is why it's crazy that I feel like I have to explain it. It's Netflix shit. It's just media stuff. That's why I think McKenny's really funny. I think McKenny's made it very obvious he kind of doesn't care about the image with the rest of them. I think it's quite clear he's pretty detached from them. As in, like, every time it uploads things like, we're together, he's like never there. I think he didn't give a shit. Or maybe they just all didn't like him. I don't know. That's a joke. I don't think they all didn't like him. I just think he didn't give a shit to go to those extents. But I don't know them personally. All I can try and spot is what they are saying in interviews. I'm so fucking sure, by the way. I'm 99%. I'm like, no, I'm 100% sure. So as I told you guys, when you do an interview, like a professional one on specific channels and on sites and all that kind of stuff. Also, like nearly every interview they did was like a Netflix one. So under the company they're on, they get questions. They get the questions already given to them. They know what questions they're getting. Or there are specific questions that are barred. So the way it works, especially journalism, if you go to like some movie opening or some series opening and you get to be a journalist that asks questions, you have to follow the rules or you get banned, basically. You're never going to be invited back to one of those things. It's been talked about how toxic that is because you can't truly ask any real questions. Because the issue is, of course, can't do anything that's going to damage what you were about to release. So can't ask any questions that could possibly damage the release of the series, right? Can't do anything like that. So everything has to be polished, everything has to look nice. I am so fucking sure they barred the question, why doesn't Sanji have his eyebrows? I am so sure they barred that question. How the fuck has not a single interviewer asked that? No one. When every single fucking... They asked about the sandals. The sandals, that's fine to ask. The eyebrows, oh no. We can't ask about that. And the answer is probably because they've got no answer for that. They just didn't want to. And that makes it look bad. Right? I'm so fucking sure they barred it because every single person online was like, where are the eyebrows? Oh. Don't piss me off. Showbiz is a whole other world, guys, is all I'm saying. Every time you see these actors talk, this is not just for live action stuff, this is everything. This is why I'm not into the celebrity worship shit. Every time you see these actors talk, every time you see these actors in interviews, every time you see these actors publicly do something, they are putting on a show, right? They are putting on an image. You will very, very rarely see any kind of actor not do that. Especially in controlled environments. That's why I always say, I don't know these guys. I don't know them. Well, it's hard to say because you don't know the real person. You can think that's the real person. Do we really know? No. You don't know them personally. You've never talked to them personally. So who's to say? Who's to say who's real and who isn't? But the Hollywood elites are just a whole other ballgame. And it's not a ballgame I like. Yeah, maybe I hate One Piece. That is so true. I'm just doing it for the money. Well, Croco, it's more when they have cameras on them, eyes on them. Everyone is aware of that. If you have eyes on you and cameras on you, you will act differently. I want to say this is me being authentic. It's probably not. I've got cameras on me. You guys are talking to me, right? I do my best to not censor my words or censor myself, but It's just a thing that happens. It's in the back of your mind. There's a camera on me. I'm working the biggest con in history. MelonTeee wasn't a One Piece fan. Oh, that's a really good example. The Wuthering Heights actors, Margot Robbie and that fucking fella, I forget his name, the real tool, they're both Aussie. What the fuck are they doing? What are they doing? Jacob Elordi, have you heard the shit they're saying? They're like, I had to be with him. I had to be with him. I needed him at all times. I needed him around me. Go, no you didn't. No you didn't. Shut up. Like, they're trying to push well, they're really in love. I want to believe the reason this is happening is because people can no longer remove the actors from the characters they're playing. To be fair, people could never really do that in the first place, but now it's worse. For some reason, now it's worse. So now I think because they know that people just can't remove those two things, now they have to be their character when they promote these movies. And her and Jacob are probably not going to talk much at all after this movie comes out. It's just weird. When does Luffy get put in jail? I will say, I find it funny that every arc, Oda has to find a way to remove Luffy from the action until he can put him into the action. For Alabasta? No, hang on. I can go arc by arc with this. For majority of the East Blue, Luffy didn't really have to be held back, but Zoro's introduction for Buggy, he got put in a cage. For Syrup Village, he got lost on the island alongside Zoro. For Baratier, not really for Baratier, but Zeph did get a gun put to his head, so Sanji was kind of the one saying, no, don't do anything. Sanji was his ball and chain. For Arlong Park, he got sent underwater. For Alabasta, Crocodile beat him early and he needed to recover. For Skypiea, he got put in a snake. For Long Ring Longland, it was a team game, so he wasn't elected until the very end. Water 7, he got stuck in that chimney, but he did have to get held back. And his lobby, he could go full in. He was already in. By that point, Oda didn't have to hold him back. Thriller Bark, he got knocked out by Maria at first. Impel down... Sorry, Subodhi... From Subodhi to Impel down to Marineford, Luffy was allowed to just go all in. Although Luffy did have to be removed from the slave auction scene. Due to him obviously would have had done something. But yeah, he didn't have to be held back in any of that. It was just gung-ho from the start. Fishman Island, he was with Shirahoshi. Punk Hazard, once again put in a cage. Oh, my arc knowledge. Dressrosa, he was put in the collar and he had to get to Doffy, but he was put in the Coliseum. Zoro, he didn't have to do anything in Zoro, so he wasn't really put anywhere. Whole Cake Island! He had to stop! He made the promise. Sanji was once again his ball and chain. No, Whole Cake Island was Sanji was the one that was holding him back there. Because he said, I'm not doing anything because Sanji. I'm gonna wait right here. There was nothing to be unleashed upon. Or he couldn't be unleashed upon anything because of Sanji. Wano put in jail. Egghead, he didn't really have to be held back. He was allowed to just go about his business. There was nothing to hold Luffy back from. And yeah, Luffy releasing really did so much. And now for Elbaf, he went downstairs to see Loki. Do you see what I mean? Nearly every arc, Oda has to put Luffy in the baby corner. He's got to put him in the cage, because otherwise, if Luffy is unleashed upon the arc, unstoppable. It's fucking unstoppable. It really cracks me up. Ugh. No, I said Skypiea, who was in the snake. You missed it. I said Skypiea snake. I was very quick with it. You could argue the poisoning held him back. That's true, because that made him waste time. Luffy, get over there! I truly think nearly every arc is Oda like, where do I put Luffy this time? Where do I put him this time? This fucking menace. Oh, I can use the sexy Luffy image. Wait, I have to get to it first. Oh. Hamina, oh my god. I find it weird when people think it's weird when we call Luffy sexy. He is. He is attractive, hello? Do we understand Boa or do we not understand Boa? Time skip, of course. Goodness. He came back a man. Hang on, I'm getting the image up. This Luffy. This is a sexy Luffy. There's nothing like Luffy being mad. Also, I'll get you, Kaido. I'm gonna get you, Spider-Man! Gear 5 Luffy's very attractive. Luffy's wrath-filled eyes are sexy because you can feel there's a genuine hatred and pain for the people that are being hurt behind them. It's not like a malicious or unwarranted anger. It's an anger for the people. That's why I think Dragon looks like that all the time. I think he's constantly angry for the people of the world. I've never seen Garp with those eyes. Just saying. This is a crazy Luffy panel on its own. Luffy, you're Lafussy! Oh my god, put it away. He's airing them out. Mistake. Shout out to when Zoro got his egghead outfit. And everyone was calling it sexy, which it was, but I was like, his balls must stink. I stand by it. I stand by it. Must have stunk in there. Full on fucking like leather or whatever the fuck he was wearing. That is hot. And this man does not shower. Bro, he would stink. The stench is like seasoning. Seasoning for what? Like a piece of shit? What are we seasoning? I just know Zoro took off that outfit after they were done in Egghead, and the whole room went, ugh! It was like a bomb in there. Now, can we all analyze this page? Because first of all, ref, do something. something! Against Frankie is atrocious. Second of all, Brooke kicking in his head is very funny, but Sanji being the swimmer and not the soccer player, although while not making sense at first, it is very arguable that he's the strongest swimmer among the non-fishmen in the Straw Hats. And that's kind of always been argued. So, remember, this man swamped to the bottom of, like, around the bottom of the oceans in Wano, trying to find Luffy. He's always been an incredibly strong swimmer. Third of all, just get him off the field. Third of all, who fucking signed him to their team? Get him off the field. Ref, do something. And finally, gold medal. Ref doesn't have to do anything. He's well within his rights. He's that talented. Immediate gold medal. Instant win. And Robin's just having fun. Usopp is the only one here that would truly and easily win a gold medal. Probably Sanji as well, maybe. Depends who he's versing. If he's versing a fishman, he's cooked. But I think against other people, he'd pretty much do alright. I don't know how good Nami is at tennis. Because Vivi's the tennis player. Remember, it's in her cover art. One of her cover art. She's playing tennis. So I want to believe she's just trying to get Vivi to look at her. Yeah, also... what's he gonna do? I'm fighting a raccoon dog! I can't fight him! Ref! Ref, he's not even a human! Nah, the Frankie one's egregious. I couldn't imagine. Hello! Look at your belly! Hello, hello. Yeah, Usopp's the only one here who's getting a genuine gold medal. I don't know, like, because here's the thing. Sanji is really good at swimming. Once again, probably the best among the Straw Hats. However, I don't know how good he is at swimming in comparison to, like, everyone else outside of the Straw Hats. Usopp, on the other hand, that's a gold medal. I know Usopp's the best, right? At sniping. I know he's got an instant gold. Nah, he's beaten his dad. Oh, and Luffy was doing karate, and yeah, he's gonna be disqualified in like fucking 5 seconds. Gobble gobble no, can't do that. Get off the field. Okay. That's the page I was looking for. Don't sit on my keyboard. I don't have this page? Oh, that's weird. I'm glad you're happy, Bobbis. But you're in my way. You are in my way. I'm gonna have to move you soon. You're the obstruction. The bobuction. Daphne? It's you. I need a sign that says warning, bobbing ahead. Cause that's you! Okay, I'm gonna have to move my keyboard back. My camera's shaking because of her. I would just like to let you know that. Maybe I need to move my camera onto the other screen because that one doesn't shake as much. So I do this and it shakes. Hang on. Let me test this theory. Whoa! Guys, where'd you go? Ah! Ah, sorry. I'm bumpy. Puppy! Look! Oh! You are so cute! Sorry, I'm really trying to... Okay, that makes sense. Getting dizzy? I'm really sorry. That looks weird, right? I think that works. Stop knocking book over. Stop! Dang it. See how the camera doesn't shake? Only shakes a little. Can you stop it? You are being very annoying. Very clingy. Not nice. Still shakes, but not to the extent. Are you looking at me? Are you looking at me? And face the camera. Back. Camera. Back. Camera. Back. Camera. You are so silly. Now, you know what's funny? I can't tell if the camera's shaking or if she's shaking my screen. Yeah, that works, so long as you can see the Sanji shrine. I am fussed. The camera's bobbing because of bobbing. She's scratching herself. It still shakes. Oh, stop it! She's knocking everything over. It still shakes. I'll take a bob, right? I think I remember now why I didn't do this. It's because it makes the background a little bit slanted. See? And it's kind of annoying me. I don't like the topsy-turviness of it all. You know what? We're probably going back to the norm. Because I just hate you guys at the end of the day. There we go. Yeah, it levels the room out better. So that's annoying, but it is what it is. So that was a waste of my time, basically. And we'll get back to work. I was in the middle of downloading a folder. Fun fact, Blueberry hates my phone. She hates it. She really despises it. And she hates it because when I'm in bed, I'm on it, right? And she's like, fuck are you on your phone for? I'm right here. Pat me. So she starts biting my phone when I'm using it. She hates it. She really hates when I have my phone in bed. Gotta edit this again. While I open that, do you guys like my fish eggs? Well, frog eggs. Mm-mm. Delicious. No, they're frog eggs. No, the chia pudding. They're chia seeds. Oh yeah, by the way, this, speaking of them being menaces, this is what Kinemon said, Luffy. Don't cause a fuss. Okay, then our choice is clear. We'll apologize to him later. So Zoro's like, yep, sounds right to me. That's what I mean. They're both idiots. They genuinely think in very similar ways. That's like the joke of them. They're fucking dumb and dumber when they're together. been 7 hours? Oh my god, lock in. Whoops. Blueberry is doing her whole bathroom routine here. Like, good for her, I guess, but... Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate that, Bobbis. Oops. I will say, one thing Toei did nail was the sound design for Zoro's swords. When he, like, holds them and moves them, and, like, that noise makes my brain tingle. His swords sound good. What's up, sir? Manga page. It's gotta be 725. Oh fuck, what was the Bartolomeo chapter? That was the chapter. Oh cool, so I'm an idiot that doesn't have that number saved. What? What did I call it? Did I call it First Mate? Huh? Oh, I called it sorrow. Alright. My bad. No. She's in the bathing zone. This music is perfect for these two nitwits. Kinemon, calm down. It's okay. I'm sure Zoro has a mathematical equation that will silence the force of his cut. He's a genius. Just trust him. He's really good at math. He times something by 2 once. You're just gonna have to believe him. That's a real scruffy. That's such a cute Zoro. By the way, I do this sometimes with my eyes. Right? It looks like I'm rolling them. I'm actually stretching them. There was one time in high school, made it to 41 minutes. There was one time in high school where my teacher was like, sorry, we don't have enough computers right now, so you can use my computer, which was in the center of the room. My eyes were hurting while he was talking to me, so I did this. And he said, is that okay? And I was mortified. I looked like a brat. I was like, oh, it's fine. It's fine. I'm just stretching my eyes. I'm just stretching my eyes. I think about that. It's like a fucking core memory for me because I was embarrassed. Right? Oh, sorry, no music. I felt bad for the teacher. And you want to know something? He ended up quitting. And I honestly blame myself. I think I did that. I think he was like, these kids hate me. It wasn't me. I felt so bad. My mama didn't raise me like this. My papa did not raise me to be this way. They raised me to be respectful. Confident and self-assured, yet respectful. I did not treat teachers badly. I felt horrible. I stretch my eyes like this. It looks like I'm rolling them. Feel good. Oh, don't get me wrong, some teachers hate kids. Some teachers should not be teachers. And they deserve when their kids are just fucking brats to them. Because, like, why the fuck are you a teacher in a profession where you teach children if you hate children? Doesn't make sense to me. That's why I love to teach. Never would it be a school teacher. I feel like some of the worst teachers, God, I'm getting memories. This never happened to me, but it happened to a girl in my class. I felt so fucking bad for her. A bunch of the guys behind her were being rowdy. Not to her, but in the lesson in general. And we were all trying to listen. And she turns around to them and says, "Can you guys shut up? I'm trying to hear." And the teacher gets mad at her. And he was like, "You don't have to, like, speak for me or speak to them like that. What the fuck is your problem?" Like, I remember being in class that day and that happening and thinking, why was she the one that was picked on there? Like, what about the fucking rowdy ass boys you said nothing about? That it felt, to me, that felt a little bit sexist. Like, something in I think it was 14. Little 14-year-old Mel's brain was like, there's something wrong here. There's something going on here that feels sexist. So the boys are allowed to be loud and rowdy, but the second one of the girls turns around and says, "Guys, shut up," suddenly she's the problem. Huh! Wait, saying it out loud makes it worse. Makes it worse. Oh my god. That's crazy. And you know what sucks? These kids don't say that to be a teacher's pet. Most of them anyway. They say that because they are genuinely interested in the lesson. I remember because it was English class and I love English. And I was interested and it was pissing me off as well. I did not like that teacher after that. I'm the teacher, not you, then do your job. Clarification and grading. No, some teachers have like god complexes. You're a teacher. Calm down. You be nice to your students, they will be nice to you. And if they're still assholes, then it's not you. Oh fuck, I didn't write down notes for this video. I freeballed this? Oh, what the fuck? I had all the scenes ready and I freeballed it. I'm insane. What the hell? I was like, where are my notes? I need to find what chapter this is. Never mind. I apparently had all of this on the top of my head. Jesus. Okay, there might be something wrong with me. Okay. Yeah, whatever. I'm looking for the part that's Skypiea is really funny though, because Skypiea is one of the first times we enter an island without knowing anything. And they're in a fucking like tyrannical state. And they go, oh, okay. Something's wrong. So I was looking for the scene of Zoro's foxy jump scare. There it is. I also really enjoy that Nami threw Zoro's shirt. This is confirming to me that she is a lesbian. She said, I don't want to see your stupid fucking naked body. Put a shirt on, you disgust me. And then they both end up practically topless in the time skip because they got sexy. If you get lost, stay where you are. Then why don't you? Oh yeah, second puberty is crazy. I think it's both a cruel joke and a blessing to get that second puberty after high school. Because of course, some people do hit that peak in high school. And those people, a lot of them... many of them still have good lives, don't get me wrong. Some of them kind of never move on from the remember high school phase. And then other people stay pretty awkward through high school, get out of high school, hit that second puberty, they get hot, and then they're confused why people talk to them. This sounds like I'm just fucking venting. TLDR, that fucking happened to me. I was not exactly a beauty queen in high school. And then I hit my second puberty, and then I'm like, why the fuck is everyone saying I'm pretty? Since when? What is this development? But hey, I guess I gained a personality from it. That sounds conceited, but you know what I'm talking about. This whole scene is so Zoro trying to look cool in front of Chopper. 2:45. I'm downloading this. Zoro, Nami, Robin, Chopper. $2:45. So, Nami, Robin, Chopper, 5:2. Right, I'm talking about this scene. This whole fucking scene is Zoro trying to look cool for Chopper. This Kami guy's here. I'll go have a talk with him. Sit fucking down. I'll go have a talk with him. Like he's all that. And then I bet you're stronger than the Kami. Depends on his attitude. I don't pray to the Kami. Woo! I don't know of anything. He's just trying to fucking look cool for Chopper. Oh my god, he cracks me up. This is what I mean. This is a fake cool. I would have forgot to properly line in his arms. Ah, ha, ha, I found you! Anyway. This is what I mean. His fucking yaoi hands. What am I looking at? Fucking E.T. What is... What does he look like that? What? I don't remember his hands being this monstrous in nature. He's had yaoi hands before, but to this extent? Like, this is a yaoi hand, you know what I mean? But it's somewhat concealed. What the fuck is going on here? His whole hand is as big as his head. Oh my god. Up! Didn't mean to do that. Unbelievable stuff. I've talked about this before. The funniest part about the guys arguing for Zoro Vice Captain, most of these guys skipped or didn't care about Skypiea. And the literal only argument you could possibly have for Zoro Vice Captain is in Skypiea. So they could argue. But they skipped the fucking arc where they could have an actual argument for it. And it's insane to me. But of course, their argument seems to be because Zoro stays with Luffy and guides Luffy, that makes him vice captain. And that's dumb. Because in Skypiea, Sanji is the one doing that with Luffy, so maybe that's why they don't see it as an argument. The arguments for Zoro being vice captain mainly come down to because he's strong, because I said so, and because I want him to be. Well, he is to me. Okay, this fun fact about yourself is not something I'm trying to talk about. But I'm happy for you, I guess. Oh, also he joined first. I forgot about that. Look, when I was having that whole Zoro First Mate debate on twitter.com, because I was like, how interesting that Oda didn't include either one's roles here, and I was being genuine, and I started the whole fucking hubbubaloo. I was like, having to argue back and forth about that he's fucking not, like, I'm just saying what's canon. And I always knew when I won, no one wins, but I always know when I won the debate because they'd say, well, he is to me. That happened like 10 different times. And I was like, well, I'm not fucking talking about you, am I? Like, damn. Hi, Dragon. You're good to Leon Kennedy. Are you also perhaps a Sanji fan? Well, the YT chat has someone saying they want to look cool for Chopper, someone else saying they goon to Leon, and another and Dragon. You're a law gooner? That's interesting. Usually Leon Scott Kennedy fans also tend to be Sanji fans. Yeah, see? I was actually mad because we're doing trivia. And one of the things was guess this Funko Pop. It was actually a pretty good segment, even though I don't like Funko Pops. Leon Scott Kennedy came up. I wrote down his full government name. And then the quiz master was like, this is Leon. I got a few drinks in me. I yelled out, you mean Leon Scott Kennedy? And he went, yes, him. But come on! He's not just Leon. You gotta say his full name. It's Leon Scott Kennedy, goddammit. Nothing bad ever happens to the Kennedys. Wah! Can I say something controversial? I liked the bull trial in Skypiea. I was quite excited to see what the bulls would all do. He had bulls of different natures, and that excited me. There was a spear bull, there was a crab bull, there was a bird bull, no monkey bull, which was quite sad. By the way, speaking of, you know how I get mad when I'm like, I don't know why people specifically call like Nami the person that like keeps the crew in line and is like the nag of the crew or whatever, you know, because she's a woman. When Sanji does that too. I have a piece of evidence here. Zoro doing his thing, and I'm going, what the fuck? Like, she's like, that's just stupid. And here's my other piece of evidence. Luffy grabbing the vine and doing his own cool. And Sanji saying, what the fuck are you doing? So there you go. And then Usopp does the same cry back. And Sanji's saying, fuck are you doing? They hate us for the mum allegations, the Sanji mum allegations, but we're right. We're right, damn it. Gazonk. And then both Luffy and I'm sorry, I don't understand how people don't see what I'm talking about when I talk about Sanji. They're both fucking going, Sanji's like, shut the fuck up. Oh. He's done. He's fucking done with them. He's stressed. And then Sanji hits both Usopp and Luffy and says, all right, let's start from the beginning. Oh, God. Okay, I'm taking this image. This was a filler, but one of my favorite Sanji scenes is when he's in his pink apron and he says, "Don't you dare interrupt during mealtime," with a frying pan in his hand. And it's like, what's with the Italian mother energy happening right now? Nami, Robin, Chopper. Two, 4, 5. Well, Boyle put it best when she said, the thing about the monster trio is they are all idiots. Just in their own ways. Because I will argue, Sanji is, intelligence-wise, the smartest out of the three of them. However, he goes stupid around women. And that's kind of the joke. There's not really a straight man among them. Zoro looks like he is. He's actually a hassle. Luffy's the biggest hassle there. And then Sanji tends to be pretty good at it, but then a woman's involved and he's useless. That's like kind of the bit with it. Wait, what page was that? 977. Pizza. For the people who've been around in the One Piece fandom for a long time, if you're in here, do you remember when the leaks started? Because when you go through the website that posts the leaks first, which is TCB, they were posting the officials all the way up to... what chapter was it? Chapter 997 was official. $998 is official. Was it chapter 1000? Chapter 999. They were posting official chapters up until chapter 999. No. There's a difference between leaks and pirating. What you always had were pirated chapters. When I talk about leaks, I mean you had the leaks released before it was even out. See, sorry, this is what bugs me. I am okay with pirating. I fucking hate leaks. They are two different things. You didn't always have leaks. What you always had was pirating. That's a different thing. Because those pirated chapters came out after they were out in Japan. Yes? Fan translation based on leaks? The leak problem? In 2010, I don't believe that. I think you had fan translations based off the release of the Japanese original. I don't think those were leaks. Those were probably pirated. The reason I don't believe that is because I can pinpoint online, at least on TCB, when leaks were released, and it was chapter 999. And the reason I can pinpoint that is because TCB was releasing nothing but the officials until chapter 999. Based on leaks way back. Why does it feel so rancid now then? Because what I'm saying is, when I go through TCB, you go to chapter 998, it's incredibly clean. It's clearly the official. You go to chapter 999, it immediately deteriorates because that's the leak translation. Sorry, TBC? TCB. Weekly releases used to be on Manga stream. The leaks? I was gonna say, because they used to be rancid back then too. They just feel fucking so much worse now. Maybe they did grab the officials at one point. God, have there really been leaks for that long? Fuck, that's annoying. They did not feel that rancid. Because, for example, I'm not even into things like Jujutsu Kaisen. Or into really any Shonen Jump. But now I see the leaks for everything all the time. Right? I did not see leaks to this extent back in like the 2010s. By rancid, it's just who can get there first with horrible translations that spread like wildfire. I do not remember it being like this. Loki, that's a slur. I'm gonna get rid of that. You can't say that. Just letting you know. I think it is Jujutsu Kaisen. I think that did cause just this rancid leak culture. The reason I'm so shocked about there were One Piece leaks is because I didn't see them at all. And I was on the anime side of like Tumblr and Twitter. Loki, that was a slur. You can't say that. The thing you said before scan was a slur, in case you didn't know. I knew of the horrible translations back in the old days. I for sure knew about that. I just didn't know the leaks were that bad for so long. They've clearly gotten worse. They've 100% gotten worse with how people are treating them. Because I think maybe what's happening is because the leaked translations back then were so bad, you have to, yeah, and you had to actively search. That's okay, but you had to actively search as well. But I think the leaked translations, not only did you have to actively search for them, but they were so bad that people wanted to read the officials when it came out. Now people think the leaked translations are just dandy, which again is annoying because they're not. I think that's the difference. That's why I'm so shocked. Like, really? That was leaks that you guys were reading back then? Oh, okay, never mind. Their translation was just fucking horrible. So that makes sense. And it's not pushed everywhere as well. God, no wonder Shonen Jump didn't feel a need to have to do it, or Viz. Shueisha didn't have a need to feel they need to do anything about leaks back then because they were just horrible. Now people are only reading the leaks and relying on them. God, that sucks, doesn't it? It's gotten a lot more exhausting. I can't go online when it's leak time. Feelings. Ugh. God, isn't that annoying? I think the other reason Jujutsu Kaisen made leaks worse is because Jujutsu Kaisen's official translation did actually suck. For some reason, their official translation was actually bad. So now a lot of people have been led to believe all the official translations are actually bad, including One Piece, when the official translation's actually better than the leak. By far. And so many people still deny that. But this and Zolo and Baloney makes mistakes. Yes, there are mistakes that are still made in the officials, not to the extent of the leaks. That's for sure. Right, that's another thing. A lot of theory crafters will base their theories and their feelings for characters from the leaked translations. Then the official translation comes out and says something different or something with a different feeling. And then they have to defend what they were saying because of the leaked translation. I've seen that happen a lot too. So they have to push that the officials are bad, even though there's fucking nothing to say the officials are bad. The only thing that is there is Zolo, which Stephen Paul has talked about how much he hates and how he can't change that. And the occasional mistake or two that, once again, Stephen Paul will explain if he's changed something. Or if he did the way he did something. Stephen Paul, as someone put it, I forgot who put it, I think it was Subaki, but I don't think they're here anymore, was he overthinks it sometimes. But I think overthinking it is better than just straight up making shit up. Shut up, Usopp. I don't know, Kara. I don't remember someone's doing that in the official. I'd have to look at it again. But like I said, the guy makes mistakes. What pisses me off is the official makes a mistake once or twice. Oh, the officials are bad. The fucking leaks make up shit. They add shit. They actively add things and change things around. Oh no, they're the best. I'm sick of it. It's just an excuse in my opinion to just be like, no, this is what I want to read first. I don't want any justification to have to really care about the officials. Hella, I don't know how to say your name. Shueisha, they release the physical and the online and everything. So it all comes out at around the same time. What I think people don't know about the leaks is it's someone taking a Shonen Jump magazine before it's even on the shelves for sale. The digital does technically come out before anything. It's just someone is opening the box, working at one of these 7-Elevens or one of these family marts and taking it illegally, basically. They don't release the physical before the digitals. They just have to ship them out to stores so they can get ready to release them. That's why I'm saying this is like I fucking hate the idea of it. I think it's a horrible activity to be part of. Like, we are literally getting everything released at the same time. Especially as Japan. Shonen Jump gets released after the physicals are out. Sorry, Shonen Jump physical gets released, from my knowledge, after the digitals are out. So they do release it. What they'd have to do, some people argue, is just stop making physical copies. And how fucking sad is that? In a world where we're losing physical copies of everything, just stop making the physical copy. Shonen Jump is there so when kids walk back from school, they can buy it and read it on the way home. Or pick it up on the way to school and read it. I think it's so cruel to be like, well then stop making physical copies of it. What the fuck? Do you have no love for the craft? Or the idea of like the physical feel of people wanting to pick it up and buy it? Physical media is real important. It just pisses me off. Also, by the way, going purely digital is not going to stop leaks. That's a myth. In fact, tons of shit that is purely digital has been leaked plenty times before. The idea that going purely digital is going to stop leaks is so not fucking true. They'll just find another way. The way it's like, the company has to do something. Yes, they have tried to do something. They are actively working to try and stop this from happening. It comes to a point where we must also be like, maybe we can help as well. But it comes down to, I'm too fucking greedy, I want to read it now. Even though you can read it for free when it comes out on like Sunday. It's just crazy to me. The leaks are not easier to stop if a series is purely digital. That is not true. There have been tons of media that have been leaked and they're purely digital. Tons of them. Think of how many people go into working into like on One Piece. Digital only. There'd be someone else that would be paid out to leak that shit. They're paying the leakers out as well. They get paid for this. It's not easier to stop if it's digital. Much easier. That is such a stretch. No, it's not. If it were much easier, we wouldn't have leaks of digital properties. We get leaks of digital properties all the time. But also, it's just sad to be like, just go digital. What I don't understand, and what I don't know why, and I don't know why they're not doing this, because if I were in charge of, we have to stop these leaks, the easiest thing to do, or the best thing I think to do, is go into the fucking chapter tag when the leak gets released and start fucking flagging those accounts, you know what I mean? Don't get me wrong, the leaks will still be released, but you're going to stop hordes of it if you actively impose a, no, you will face consequences for sharing these leaks, because people don't just share it, they share pages of it, right? It's like, I want them to care more, and they don't. If people felt there were a legitimate threat at sharing leaks specifically, then they wouldn't share them anymore. It's the sharing of it that makes me crazy. Like, I don't care, read the leaks. Why the fuck do you have to tweet about it? Shut up. It just makes me nuts. I feel like that's a simple solution. And, just nothing. They're not doing anything. And it's like, why are you not doing anything about that? It's especially frustrating because I know Japan as well. They hate it. They just hate it. Because they don't even get One Piece. Like, they wait for One Piece, right? So they're getting spoiled by Western leakers. They haven't even read the chapter. It's not even out in Japanese. And they hate the Western side of the fandom because of our leaks. And I'm like, please. That's one of the reasons why I don't post leaks or anything or talk about it. There's multiple reasons. That's one of them. I don't want to get blocked by a bunch of Japanese artists. I fucking love Japanese artists for... Usually they're shipping art, right? I don't want to get blocked by a bunch of them. I'll cry. Official Toa US account tweeted about Zoro with Enma off the leaks. Oh my god. Someone do something. You know someone's gonna listen to this and say, she's a monster, why would she want the corporation? Because I fucking hate leaks. It's not about corporations. I just hate leaks. They're not good for artists. They're not good for creatives. Anyone who works in a creative field has talked about how bad leaks are for the release of your series. But actually it's shown they excite some people the most. It's also shown that if the leaks fucking suck, people don't actually want to see it. A leak can actually ruin your opening day. I hate corporations and I hate leaks. I don't like leaks because they make creatives suffer. Any creative who works in any creative field will tell you, leaks suck. They just suck. Give 5 being leaked. Ugh. I've told you guys, when the One Piece is revealed, when I do these streams and everything, I'm turning, like, you guys are not going to be allowed to chat. I'm turning the chat off. You guys are going to be forced to be stuck in emote mode. I'm sorry. It has to happen. For my own sanity, it has to happen. Luckily, I have my own minions who will tell me, Mel, leaks are out. Mel, this leak is happening. Mel, there's something that's been revealed. Don't go online. So I'm very good at avoiding them. Oh, Loki, that's why I just said everything. Because I have sacrifices. No, I have a lot of friends who they don't truly, like, well, they don't truly, I mean, they care, but they're not as fussed about spoilers. So, they'll just tell me, this has happened, Mel, so don't go online. And I say, okay. I was gonna say, some people mistake me hating leaks as me hating fan translations and pirating. I like pirating. Pirating is good. I mean, so long as it's yahar pirating. And I like fan translations. I'm pro both of those things. I'm anti leaks. I keep telling people, leaks and pirating are not the same thing. It actually drives me nuts that I have to explain it. Pirating is, I don't have access to this piece of media. I'll have to find another means to be able to get it. Leaks are, the media is not even out yet. I'm just gonna look at it anyway. Like, that's the difference. Pirating legitimately helps to make a series more accessible. Leaks doesn't. Leaks has never helped a series be more accessible. Oh.
Howdy do, boys.
Thank you. Yep, I remember that. Same with, I think it was Over the Garden Wall or something. What was it? There was a series that was being taken off of either Netflix or Disney Plus, and it was available nowhere else. Nowhere else. And I think the creator of that was like, pirating is good because it keeps things alive. And I agree with that. Pirating is good because it's a library of medias that we could lose otherwise. And I love that. But also, pirating is good because some people just don't have the money, right? I think it's fine if you're like, I can't afford to buy this. That's totally fine. If you want to pirate for that reason, then you're well in your right to. But the idea of, I'm going to read this leak even though it's fully accessible, even though it's free when it's released, is just full-on greed. It's just greed. Do you know how many people would kill to be in a One Piece fan situation where with each release we get a free official release? Do you understand how lucky we are? And we have a translator that actually cares about the property. I feel like you can tell when there's a One Piece fan that's never been in a small fandom because they feel like ungrateful for what they get, you know what I mean? There's a manga that I was reading, we'd get one new installment every year. And then I see One Piece fans complain about a fucking week break. Cry about it. Like, oh my god. Gain some patience. I'm seriously. One of my favorites is also monthly release, a manhwa that I like. Currently on break. Actually, is it coming back soon? When's it returning? I actually don't know. Well, now I'm sad. There's no official release date. Oh. My patience is fucking unmatched. Unmatched. I'm reading something that's like on break and has no date for when season 3 is coming out. I don't want to hear about week delays and week breaks. I don't want to hear it. I was gonna say, imagine being a Hunter x Hunter fan and watching One Piece fans complain about the break week. I just couldn't imagine it. Count your blessings.
Howdy do, boys.
I have a question. Why do you call it Hunter x Hunter if it's Hunter x Hunter? The X is silent? Then why is it there? Stupid. Fuck is the X there for? Well, fuck, why didn't Oda put an X between 1 and peace? It seems that's what all the cool kids are doing. To bug MelonTeee. It's true. don't want to bother. Maybe I do! No. Mm-mm. Hang on, I gotta pause the music for a second. Paste, go down. All right, back to your music. Sorry, everyone. Mama Mad Dog. What are the little dogs doing today? She's left. Loki, no! Oh, you poor bastard. Shoe on time? Oh, you're making them put on their shoes. Look at Zoro not doing fucking anything. The little brother and the mother are trying to fucking do something. Zoro's got such the dad mentality where he does like nothing and then he says something and everyone goes, what a good dad. The drunk uncle is observing. Not everything needs a reaction. The pose is fucking doing me in. I have heard making a kid put on shoes is horrible. I was one of those kids that hated putting on shoes, actually. Another category of people that I feel like I just shouldn't ever try and debate with is when, like, this should be one of my litmus tests. Between the Luffy and Usopp fight, who did you think was correct in that situation? And if they immediately say Luffy, and my follow-up question is why, and they say, well, because the mirror was broken. I think that should be a litmus test, and I think I should just be done. Like, alright. Nice talking to you. Farewell. Goodbye. Because he's the captain. Fuck, that pisses me off. Luffy literally said to Usopp, it's my way or the highway. And Usopp understandably went, what the fuck? Fuck that. Like, damn, I thought we were a crew that were helping each other, not fucking your little lapdogs. Well, what bothers me is when people are like, oh, Luffy's learning to be a captain in Water 7. Well, what did he learn? He became a better captain. So what did he learn? The answer to that from different people, again, that should be a litmus test. Because the answer is he learned to listen. He learned to listen and to actually have the crew be part of decisions, right? Well, of course, the reason Usopp is so upset is because Kaya gave them that ship. He saw the fucking Claubauterman. He saw the Claubauterman. So he had a connection to Kaya and he saw the Claubauterman. And his captain hasn't even talked to him about what they should do with the ship. And it's just, no, we're getting rid of it. Imagine how the conversation would have gone if Usopp had been like, Luffy, she talked to me. And Kaya, he even said, Kaya gave us this ship. And Luffy was like, no, it's dead, it's gone. He just didn't give Usopp any time to breathe. He was not a good captain in that moment. Usopp was the only one that pushed back. However, the rest of them were also shocked at Luffy's sudden decision. See a crash. But they were all shocked at Luffy's decision. When Luffy made the decision, this is what I'm talking about in this video. Where is it? Where'd it go? Oh god, this music is making me feel crazy. Spoilers for the video, don't look. This is an important page. Sanji was just talking to Zoro about this is maybe what we should do. Maybe we should do this. And then he says, no point in talking here. Let's go back to the ship. Now he's waiting and then there's Robin and there's a problem with the ship. Calls for Luffy. Luffy says, the ship, I've decided. And Sanji's confused. And then when Luffy says, we'll say farewell, Sanji's shocked. Now, pray tell me, why would Sanji be confused and then shocked at a captain making their own decision? Unless Sanji was not expecting Luffy to make the decision on his own. He was ready and willing for them to all talk about it once they get back to the ship. And that just didn't happen. So he's going, what? What do you mean you've made a decision? Like, he wasn't expecting that. Who was expecting that? That's what I'm saying. So Usopp was the only one that pushed back, but he pushed back because he had the closest connection to that ship. And he was mad that he wasn't even part of this. Luffy just made that decision. And the rest of the Straw Hats are clearly uncomfortable as well. They were uncomfortable with Luffy's sudden decision. But they didn't have the bond to the Merry like Usopp did. So it was just cruel. It was so cruel for Usopp. It was cruel for Luffy as well, don't get me wrong. But it's just showing he had strides, like he needed to learn to be better. And how he made these decisions and how he was a captain. I'll stop talking about Usopp, Mama. I'll stop. Go get your shooed children to the library. Bye-bye. The curse of children? What chapter does Usopp see the Klabauterman in? But I also stand, like, there's many reasons for why Sanji jumped forward to kick Luffy in the Usopp fight. And one of them, of course, is because he can't take this dysfunction. Now that we know what we know about him, the Water 7 fight scene between Luffy and Usopp before the physical fight and Sanji getting, like, panicked, it seems scary for him. Because of the horrible fucking family that he used to have. It would suck to watch your family fight like that. But the other reason I'm sure he jumped forward is because, you know, he obviously loves them deeply. But he was the one that was like, we're going to talk about all of this back on the ship. So he's mad! I truly believe he is upset at Luffy for the decision that he made, because Sanji could see from a fucking mile away what that was going to do. 254, thank you. Oh, look at that! I already had it. That's awesome. Oh wow, congratulations.
Yeah!
Take some Bezos bucks. Thanks for the One Piece content. And thank you for the Bezos bucks.
Howdy do, boys.
Howdy do. Thank you for the sub. Why do I have so many subs coming in? I appreciate it. Oh, I guess it is a Saturday. Yes. Yes, Saturday. Sunday for Aussies, yeah. Oh shit! 2 of you! Oh, your friends! Nick and Jaren? That's so beautiful. Wait, now I'm nervous. Now I'm nervous that 2 of you are together watching me. Cause like, what are you guys talking about, you know? I bet you're fucking talking to each other about me, and I'm not in the know. And that makes me mad. About what, Loki? About what? Did you shit talk me? Oh god, it's all about the time. Maybe I'll get back and maybe we'll do an anime marathon. I don't know. What's going on with Fisher Tiger? I don't know what's the confusion for Fisher Tiger? I keep having to go back to Sanji's confused panel. Love wins? Was it my love wins or a different love wins? Wait. Hang on. Why does Shanks and Mary Joie make the timeline confusing? Who lied? I am confused. What's this Fisher Tiger? What's going on? Hang on, you've lost me. Wait, you're gonna have to go back to the start. Explain what the Fisher Tiger stuff happening. Like, explain the beginning. What are we saying about Fisher Tiger? I'm so confused. We jumped from Shanks' timeline confusing Fisher Tiger lied about being a slave. Huh? Because Fisher Tiger did not lie about being a slave. That is 100% not true. He had the slave mark on him. He also didn't tell anyone but the royals. Whatever consensus we've come to, the idea that Fisher Tiger lied about being a slave is idiotic. That's stupid. Of course he didn't lie about that. Okay, fine. Okay. Jaren, I can accept that. The interaction with Fisher Tiger between Shanks and Fisher Tiger when he was a slave and freed by Shanks was 15 years ago. The Fishman Island flashback was 16 years ago, so there's a timeline issue. How do we know these numbers is my question. Were these numbers said to us? Because if so, I have a feeling this is just an Oda issue. I've talked about this before. I don't think Oda's good with numbers. I think he's not good with numbers. So I think whatever timeline issue there is, it's just Oda fucked that up. I don't think it's anything deep. He's fucked up numbers before. Because Fisher Tiger lying about being a slave is ridiculous. That's just not something he would write. Especially with how impactful Fisher Tiger was to Fishman Island and to Jinbei. Like, he's not Hody Jones. He wouldn't have lied about being a slave. Climb the red line. Is that the stuff that the people are making up? I'd have to refresh, but I thought he was just caught. Something's happening. No, whatever's going on, first of all, I have to check where those numbers came from with the 16 to 15 years ago thing. Second of all, the idea, like, whatever conclusion we're coming to, Hancock said he climbed the red line. Then he climbed the red line. So what's the debate there? Did he get away and then climb the red line and then be a slave? Get away from what? What? Because the way I saw it, the way I see it is, with Shanks being there, it makes more sense now as to why Fisher Tiger was able to help that many slaves get away. He had a rat helping him. Get away from what? I don't know. No, look, climbing the red line, totally fine. I don't know. Apparently I don't know what the debate is about either. I think this is... Case in point, if it's about the numbers not adding up, that's an Oda problem. Oh, it was just a common belief. Okay. Wait, no! No, Mina, no, fuck, you're right. Because Fisher Tiger pretended he wasn't a slave. So they think, oh, he climbed... No, you're right. Fuck, no, Boa talked about him climbing the red line. We thought he wasn't a slave. We thought he just freed the slaves. Turns out he was also captured and he was also a slave. His secret was that he was actually also a slave. You're totally right. He didn't climb the red line. It's just interpreted he did because they didn't know he was also a slave. No, that's true. No, fuck, you made me brain blast just then. You're totally right. He didn't climb the red line. That's taken too literally. I can't remember if he said he went back. That I don't remember. But I just remember Fisher Tiger being a slave was a secret. Slaves keep it secret that they were slaves. And they keep it a secret, because obviously. I think escaping and going back doesn't mean he climbed the red line. I think it means he managed to escape his slavery and he went to get the other slaves. I don't think it means he went down and up the red line. Part of the lie? Yeah. I thought by the time he went to Neptune, he'd already set fire in Merijois. He saw the horrors and then he freed the slaves. Am I getting my timeline wrong? I thought the horrors were he was a slave and he helped the other slaves get freed. And then he went to Neptune. I'd have to double check. My god, I don't remember now. I always thought that's what happened. I thought the reason he freed the slaves is because he was part of the slaves. As in, he was there. Because I thought after he talked to Neptune... Oh, because then Jinbei says he joins. I suppose it makes sense for him. Yeah, no, I suppose it makes sense that he became a slave. He went back to talk about it, and then he couldn't sit by and let that happen because he basically became a revolutionist. So it is possible that he did climb the red line, although that could be an exaggeration. Either way, him climbing the red line is fine. No, because, yeah, so he went to talk to Neptune and then he went back up. And Jinbei was still in Neptune's army at that point. And then they heard what Fisher Tiger was doing. So Jinbei quit the army and went to join Fisher Tiger. That's true. Yeah, that is a little bit confusing, isn't it? God, I always took it as... when he went to Neptune, by that point, he'd freed the slaves. But why am I why am I remembering seeing... in my head, seeing Boa and the sisters... Give me a second, hang on. There's Otahime. Fisher Tiger came back. Jinbei's second in command. A major incident occurred that made everyone wonder. It was Fisher Tiger's raid on Sacred Mary Joie. After that, he was hailed as the hero who freed the slaves. And then we get to him. Oh, Neptune says you want to free the slaves. You saw human nature. Wait. Hang on. Hang on. When did he say he went back for them? But, hang on, here's what's confusing me. I'm reading the chapter. You want to free the slaves. I can't stand it. Being a slave is a living hell. It's not right to treat people like chattel. I think cattle? I've made up my mind. What did you see in your last journey, human nature? Oh yeah, because he's... Wait. Wait. No, hang on. Pause. And they're talking about the Sun Pirates at the same time. So this is what's confusing me. So the Sun Pirates exist as he's talking about this. I think there might be some confusion here. I don't think he went... I don't know. Am I reading this wrong? Did he go back for the slaves, or did he free the slaves in that time and now what he wants to do is free all slaves? Like, do you know what I mean? As in, he wants to help slaves. Do you understand what I'm saying? I'm saying that you want to free the slaves is not Mary Joie specific. I think in general, he just wants to free the slaves. Because this can't be this can't be Hody Jones talking about the Mary Joie incident, because in the very next scene, they're discussing the Sun Pirates. The Sun Pirates didn't exist when Fisher Tiger freed the slaves. Do you see what I mean? Does that make sense? Because I was double checking. Wait, is he the same age? Oh, he is the same age. Like, the celestial dragons are angry because fishmen are on the surface, not because this is when he freed the slaves. So I think we all might be a little bit confused here. Because I don't see him saying he's gonna go back for them. Freeing fishmen, but yes, why is that Mary Joie specific? The Sun Pirates didn't exist when he was at Mary Joie freeing the slaves. So how can we possibly go from that incident to, yeah, the Sun Pirates? Do you see what I mean? They didn't exist by then. Unless it's after he escaped Mary Joie, right? And he didn't go back with the Sun Pirates. No, he formed the crew after freeing the slaves. What I'm saying is, I don't think he went to Neptune and then went back. What I'm confused about is he's not saying he's going back to free the slaves. Although, where does he say he was a slave? Hang on. No, the end only talks about what I've been saying. He sailed off in search of adventure. A major incident occurred that made everyone wonder. It was Fisher Tiger's raid on sacred Mary Joie. After that, he was hailed as the hero who freed the slaves and reviled as the greatest criminal in the world. With the world government after Fisher Tiger's head, the citizens of the Fishman district rose up to protect him so that the liberated slaves might blend in more easily. Everyone received a sun brand that covered the brand of the slaves. Do you see what I mean? So the Sun Pirates were formed after Fisher Tiger had come back. And Hody Jones here, I don't think he's talking about the Mary Joie incident. I think that's just an assumption. Because he can't be. And I think what Fisher Tiger is saying here is after the incident. But Raph, what he could be saying he really did was form those Sun Pirates and go to free more slaves. Because he's freeing slaves in general, not just for Mary Joie. For example, he helped Koala. He's helping slaves in general. And also, him saying, did he really do it? For all we know, he's talking about the actual incident in itself. Right? As in, was he really the one that did that? Koala escaped during the raid, but I mean after that, with the Sun Pirates, he helped Koala. Do you know what I mean? Hang on, I'm gonna jump to the end of his flashback, because he admits he was a slave there. But what Neptune is talking about is not, it can't be during the raid of Mary Joie, because the Sun Pirates exist and are already infamous. That doesn't make sense. On my last journey. Hang on, no, I think everyone's wrong. On my last journey, not long after I left on that journey, I was captured. I spent several years on Mary Joie. I was a slave. That was his last journey. I escaped, but I couldn't bear to abandon the other slaves. That sounds more to me like he escaped himself, but he didn't go back. Right? Like he got out of his chains, but then he couldn't stand the other slaves having to exist. Yes, as an adventurer. No. The confusion that I think is happening here is Neptune says, did he really do it? But we see the flashback. That was his last journey. Where'd it go? Hang on. So listen, his last journey included him being a slave. So how could he go on his last journey, go to Neptune, form the Sun Pirates somehow, and then go back and free the slaves? Do you understand what I'm saying? Hang on. It doesn't make sense. See, look, he's even fucking referencing it to Neptune. I didn't want to tell you, but on my last journey, what did you see on your last journey? Human nature. That's this scene. And he became a slave? And then he formed the Fisherman Pirates? I couldn't bear to abandon the other slaves. He didn't say anything about turning back. He's just saying he couldn't abandon them. I think we're getting things wrong here. I think I was right the whole time. No. I think people made it more confusing than it actually was. I don't know where this idea of he turned back around came from. It comes from this line when he says, I barely escaped with my life, but I couldn't bear to abandon the other slaves. That doesn't scream to me as he turned back. That screams to me as he still had to help. Right? I don't see that as him turning back around. I think you guys are making it more confusing than it is. Yes, I think him going up the red line is just a myth because he kept it a secret that he was a slave. So what I'm saying is, people are saying he went up the red line because how else can they justify he was there? They don't know he was a slave. He kept that a secret. He was actually there because he was also a slave. He wasn't there just to free them. He'd been in prison just like them. And while he was there and while he escaped, he couldn't leave the rest behind. Exactly. That's what I think is going on. I think we've complicated this more than it actually is. Because the way you guys have read it has confused the shit out of me. I never read it like that. I read it as this, he'd been a slave at this point. Jinbei even said, wow, your journey was a real long one. I don't know, but this is why I'm confused. I was like, what? I don't remember him going back. I remember him helping the others. Right? Because this is Neptune saying, what did you see in your last journey? Human nature. And then this is him remembering that. My last journey, the voyage was a long one. He's wearing the exact same shirt as well. Human nature. What did you see? Not long after I left, I was captured. So on his last journey, he was captured. He spent several years in Merijois. He escaped and helped fellow slaves. He went back to Neptune and then he formed the Fisherman Pirates because he was causing hubbub on the surface. I think what he says here to Neptune about I want to free the slaves isn't about Merijois specifically. I think it's about in general he wanted to free slaves. Like the slaves overall. I think he wants to go upstairs and free them. Right? I don't think that this is him speaking about specifically in Mary Joie. I never saw it as that. And of course it doesn't make sense for it to be that because Neptune's saying, did he really do it? And then we cut in the same year to Hody Jones talking about the Fisherman Pirates, who are prolific at this point. So I think he's saying, is he really doing it, right? I don't think he turned back around. I never read it like that. I think it's just become more confusing than it is. I think people made it more confusing. The weapons he got were from the armory. What chapter was the Shanks one again? $1167. Haha! Oh my god, wait. Sorry. What? Yeah, no, it makes perfect sense the way I'm explaining it. If we look at this page. My slaves have escaped. And he's running. I've left the armory unlocked. How's to get there? And he goes to the armory and turns back around. The future captain of the Sun Pirates, so he wasn't the captain of the Sun Pirates. This is what I'm saying. It makes so much sense that he didn't just turn around. Like he didn't go back after talking to Neptune. I never read it as that. Really? That's what people are reading it as? I think Fisher Tiger's dream in general was to just free the slaves, and I think people took that the wrong way. I think they took that as, oh, so he's going back upstairs to this Holy Lands. And I read that as, oh, he wants to free slaves in general. And Neptune's saying, did he really do it? He's very possibly asking the event of the past. Did he really do that in the past? Because it doesn't make sense for Hody Jones to talk about the Sun Pirates just after this has happened. Because the Sun Pirates became incredibly prolific. No, I think people just made it complicated. I was never confused about this until now. And I was like, what the fuck are you guys talking about? He turned back. No, but Tricky, I don't think he did that. I think that's what's making this more complicated. I don't think he actually scaled the red line. I think that's a lie because no one knew he was a slave. No one. I think they're simply coming up with a lie to explain, but why was he on Mary Joie? How did he get there? He wasn't a slave. He's got the shackles on, right? We're talking about the timeline because people have made it more confusing than it is. I don't think he climbed the red line at all. Yeah, how have we made it so confusing? I was like, what are you guys talking about? Yeah, no. I think I was correct the whole time. His last journey, he helped free the slaves. And we know he did because he was a slave when he helped free the slaves. Then he went back to Neptune, told everything, Sun Pirates formed. And now he's up in the world helping free the slaves. It makes a lot more sense, right? It was just a lie. They just had to justify to themselves how Fisher Tiger was there. He wasn't a slave. He was a slave. Remember, that's something the world didn't know. We know because he told the Sun Pirates as he was dying. They're the only ones who know. I don't even think Neptune knows. Anyway, I'm glad we cleared that up. I'm glad I was right. Because I was like, what the fuck are any of you talking about? It's not confusing if you read it properly. The going in and going back, I was like, that's really confusing. What are you guys talking about? But yeah, no, I agree with Nina in the chat. The red lie thing was a fabrication. It was to justify. Because remember, when Boa talks about Fisher Tiger and the climbing the red line, we didn't know Fisher Tiger. We had no idea who he was. We didn't know his story. The fact that we find out he's a slave is the tragic part there. His last journey on his own, he was captured, freed the slaves when he himself escaped. Then he created Sun Pirates. Yep, that's everything that happened. There was no scaling of the red line. He probably scaled the red line to get down. Yeah, it went down and back up. I was like, no, fuck, he did not do that. He unscaled the grand line. That was a crazy conversation to have. I had no idea what was going on there. Wait, there was one more thing I had to check. I had to check the dates. Go away, what the hell? Now that is confusing. So I do think he got perhaps his numbers wrong there, but I think there's a way to explain around this. So 15 years ago, there was an incident in Sacred Mary Joie, and then we get to chapter 621. We go back in time, Fishman Island 16 years ago. So 15 years ago, he's saying, is when the incident happened. And that's true. That doesn't make sense, because how can we go back to 16 years ago? But the only thing I can say for that is what we're seeing with Otto. So let me explain. So this says 16 years ago, blah, 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 blah. All this shit happens. All this stuff happens. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. And then it says one day. And that's when Fisher Tiger comes back. So the only explanation I can really give for that is everything we're seeing before this was the 16 years ago. So this is literally the very beginning of it all. And this is Otohime. And this is a year into her trying to do this shit with the fishermen and trying to get everything happen. And then one day, and now we've traveled, and now we see Fisher Tiger. So the explanation I can give for this is the next year, because Oda's clearly giving us a jump in time. So this is 15 years ago, and this is on the year of the Mary Joie incident. I can see why that is confusing. So it's either Oda got his numbers wrong, which is so possible. He does that, he gets his numbers wrong. Or this is supposed to be a year after that 16 years later because of that time indication of the 1 day, showing that time has passed. So, it's one of the two. All right, I'm glad we cleared things up. Yeah, it also doesn't make sense that when he's freeing the slaves, he's got chains on. If he came back for them. Yeah, no. I read it right. You were confused it for no reason. My version is more aura. I do remember when I was first watching it, I remember remembering Boa talking about Fisher Tiger climbing up the Grand Line, and I remember that when he revealed he was a slave, I went, oh! He didn't climb the Grand Line. He was just a slave the whole time. Sun Pirates didn't know he was a slave. None of them knew. It was his secret that he kept. They legit just thought he was their savior who'd come to actively save them. That's why it's so tragic to find out he was part of them. And he was just generous within his escape and wanting to help others escape as he escaped. I actually don't think he told Neptune and Otohime. I think he just said, I saw horrors. I think no one knew except for Jinbe and the Sun Pirates after he confessed while he was dying. Not all the Sun Pirates he met during the escape. Well, no one would have recognized him because no one would have been part of his, like, area. Do you know what I mean? If it was freeing fishermen, who's to say you see the same fisherman every day? Do you know what I mean? I think it's fine if no one recognized him. Because they probably didn't even see him. Mary Joie is a big place full of a lot of slaves. What they would have seen is a fellow fisherman freeing them, and they would have not thought about it. And he would have gotten those cuffs off of him when he was in the artillery room. Oh, yeah, Carly, you're saying just because he's a fisherman that he personally knows other fishermen. Wow. Wow, I see how it is. A little bit of who's who coming out. Yeah, I see how it is. I see how it is. Also, I will say from what we've seen, it seems fishermen are a rare catch to get as slaves because a lot of them stay under the water. So it seems that even if there were fishermen in Mary Joie, I highly doubt one person had them all. Oh god, that's a disgusting sentence. The world government is incredibly racist to the giants. Incredibly racist. The giants are just physically powerful. So they can't enslave them and capture them like they can with fishmen. Not, oh, don't say sorry. Sorry, I didn't mean to sound like I was being mean to you. I'm just passionate. But we saw whenever they kept giants as slaves, two of them being the marine fellas, they had to like blackmail them to do it. There are still giants that are slaves though. They kept the family units together. How sweet is that? But not the fishermen. But I suppose another argument you can make is, even if the slave fishermen knew that Fisher Tiger was a slave, why would they ever say anything? They understand how terrifying that is, and they also would not want to tell anyone they were a slave. So even if they knew, they wouldn't say anything. Why are we talking about logistics of where the celestial dragons keep their slaves? Ah, this is a horrible conversation. Oh my god. maybe this is a bad conversation. They kept them in the yard. I haven't been keeping up with Winter Olympics, but did a lesbian win this year? I think this is what I've heard. Let's fucking go. Perhaps I will. Yeah! Thanks for the sub. More like the Work Olympics! Let's fucking go. Actually, hang on. I saw a post about, because some guys are being really gross with the Winter Olympics. But I saw a post about a guy speaking up about it, and I was like, look, I'm glad a guy is saying all this, but there was something he said that I'm like, oh, I'm always reminded that men are quite blind to things until they're told. Do you know what I mean? You'll see what I mean when I find it. Like, I'm glad he was speaking up about it, but I was like, he said something that made me go, okay. So he was commenting on how gross men were being with the women athletes at the Winter Olympics. And he says, like, the man says, the guy commenting on this, the guy commenting about this says, what's going on with society right now? I have news for you. This is not recent developments of how women have been treated lately. Like, he said that. And it's like, you were so close. And then he coined it up to, this is what's happening to women now. This shit's been fucking happening to us for millennia, man. Like, You were so close. Right? Don't get me wrong, it sounds like I'm happy about some guy calling out other men on this bullshit. But when he said that, I was like, he didn't talk to any women about this. And I can tell. It wasn't an Italian man, not to my knowledge. All I know is if you said to women, to us, oh wow, men are like really sexualizing in gross ways the women athletes in the Winter Olympics, we'd say, yeah, makes sense. Like, it's like, that's how bad it is. We don't really turn our heads at that shit, because guess what? We see all that. We've seen it all before. It's been happening all the time. We know. But yeah, I think English was his first language. I don't know. I don't know the guy personally, but he didn't have an accent apart from, you know, a non-Australian accent. Not sure. Look, the reason I know that it's... How do I say this nicely? It is pretty normal to be unaware of what another group is going through because you're not part of that group unless you reach out and you open your eyes to it and you're willing to see it. And that's what a lot of men and a lot of white people, me included of course, that's what tends to happen to us. Whoa, what's this new thing? Actually, this has been happening for years. I'm glad you see it now. Right? I'm not saying, oh my god, I'm not saying I'm purposely ignorant. I'm saying that it's pretty normal for people to not know everything if you're not part of the group, or to just not see the simplest things. And something that really made me realize this is when I was talking to friends about a friend who was a woman, and my other friend who was also a woman said she wanted to keep working at this one place, but she was being sexually harassed. So she quit. And I said, was the workplace majorly full of men? And she said, yes. And I said, yeah, that's not surprising. And then the friend next to me, who was a guy, said, he was like, how are you brushing that off so easily? And I was like, I'm not brushing it off. I fucking heard this story like 10 million times before. And he was like shocked, right? He was shocked. And I was like, I don't know how to tell you. This is something that I've unfortunately heard by so many people. Right? Like, that's really what made me go, oh wow, people are really blind to like issues and problems when it's not the group that they're a part of until they hear it for the first time like that. He's a good guy, by the way, this guy, but he was just fucking gobsmacked about it. Yeah, no way. This is why you get those guys that when there's a guy that gets accused for something, other guys go, what if he's a good guy? What if he's a good guy? He's a good guy. And then you get a bunch of girls going, yeah, we fucking heard your nice guy friend over and over again. And they tend to be the creepiest. Because you don't see the things that we see, right? I don't even know how we... Oh, the Winter Olympics. That's how we started on this conversation. Right? You gotta always be conscious about things outside of yourself. Always. Which is why I like the gold medal winner. Oh yeah, apparently, what was it? JD Vance tried to stop her or something from getting to the venue. Ah! He was trying to stop the woke Olympics. This is a beautiful panel, by the way. I love this panel. Yeah, I saw... There have been like 2 dogs that have escaped, haven't there? I have not read the Stormlight Archives, I'm afraid. Oh. Oh yeah, not all athletes, but many athletes get horny. Because their blood is pumping. That's why when I look at Zoro, I'm like, there's gotta be something happening. There's no way he's doing all those exercises and there ain't something going on, you know what I mean? I don't know with what, I don't know with who, but he's fucking moving at all times. Like, he's incredibly athletically fit. They always run out of condoms. This is something they say for every Olympics. They always say they run out of condoms. I'm pretty sure it's a lie every time. I think it's just to stir up drama. They said that last Olympics as well. Someone told me this. There's something where there's some activity or some sport where people jork it, so when they are in the before the activity, so when they are in the activity, they have a better sense of mind. Is that wrestling? It's wrestling? The personal clarity. That is so funny. Curling. Obviously the Canadian guy who cheated did not chalk it before curling. Your brother's a wrestler? That's never happened. To your knowledge. Ah! You make it too easy! Ugh. Bye-bye. Questions. He's not gonna tell you the truth. He's not gonna tell you the truth. I'm not tired. I've been working for like nearly 10 hours and I'm not tired. Guys, I could go for 1,000,000 years right now. Perhaps it's because I had the biggest sleep of my life just recently. We can play the ball game when I get to my mark. I can't waste time. I play Rivals. Because I'm a loser! My main is Loki, but I've been having a lot of fun with Cloak and Dagger because they're just so mindless. They're just haha, click button, put down bubble, switch, suck, switch again. Shoot, wall, put down bubble, switch, suck. They're so mindless. I don't have to think when I play them. And, fuck, now I want to play some. And, Gambit. I've been fucking loving Gambit. He's really fun. I have to think more when I play him, though. But I've gotten a few good anti-heals off with him. And every time I manage to anti-heal like the whole team, I get a whoa from my friends. And it makes me feel good. Sorry, I'll shut up, Glasses. I'll shut up. How about this? I'll shut up for the next 10 minutes. I can play on stream again. And, sorry, I've got blueberries crust on my finger. I'll shut up for the next 10 minutes. And we'll work. Starting now. Okay, I can talk again. Wow, you guys really shut up when I shut up, don't you? What am I, your ringleader? Thank you for the sub, by the way. You could have started a debate. I've just realized it'd be better if I do the zoom out method on this one. Unconditional, unconditionally. Don't put your foot on my keyboard.
Howdy do, boys.
How to do? No problem, glasses. See, Luffy's locked in too. Hmm. Booping. Oh. Come around. Oh, well, well. Ah! Sorry, I just got a boob pain. And it struck me like lightning. Sorry, Bob, I had to push you back. No, it was not. It was not because of shirtless Sanji. God, there was a video about it and I forgot what it said, but because we've got more like shit in our breasts or something, like veins or some shit, I don't remember what it is, but because we've got more stuff in our like fronts and our front chests here, it's like blood passing through or something and it makes it hurt, or it's like muscle or something. No, it's not cancer, it's just normal. Like it's just totally normal. It's just the body working and it's making us go, ow! I'm excited for your first boob pain applesauce. I hope Zoro gets them. What was that? Nothing. Did your chest just hurt? No. No. Damn. It's something like that, Carly. I don't know if it means they're forming. I think they just feel like that sometimes. Oops. Oh, you know what I don't miss? Growing pains. I would get those something horrible. something awful when I was younger. They'd get so bad that I'd like be in bed going because I couldn't sleep because they hurt so fucking bad. I do not miss those. God, aren't we just useless? Aren't we just like useless creatures? Can't even grow into our bodies because it hurts. What the fuck? Oh fuck Carly, me too. But fuck Red, thanks for sticking around, Jesus. I'll see you tomorrow, buddy. We'll probably wake up at the same time. Oh, sorry, bobbing. Oh, you don't like that sound. Don't like that sound. That's a very nasty noise. That's a very nasty sound, isn't it? I'm sorry. She gave me a crazy stank eye when I did that. Oh, you're very cute, bobbing. You're very sweet. I'm sorry I'm not in bed. Carly, you didn't have growing pains. Yeah, you did not grow. No, bobbing's on my desk. "350 centimeters? Jesus, you're as big as a pea." Sorry, 350. I apologize. No, you're actually quite big if you're 350. I'm at 150. Fuck, 350 centimeters? You're as big as 2 peas. At least, right? Damn. Aye. No, I think Katakuri's bigger than that. Katakuri is like nearly twice that size. He's 509 centimeters. Fucking hell. I just gotta stop. I think he's just gone insane. A lot of people have had the belief that Oda has like a giant kink or something. And while I kind of want that to be true because it's funny, I don't believe it. And the reason I don't believe it is because he makes so many men big. Like, so many. I think if he had that giant kink, because he clearly likes women, right? I think he'd make a lot more women a lot bigger. And there are big women in One Piece, don't get me wrong, but not to the extent that there are big men. Tiny leg? Are you kidding me? He loves long legs. That's the thing, like, oh, he likes boobs, he likes boobs. What about the long legs? He clearly likes long legs. I bet he was going crazy reading Sailor Moon. That's why I look at Sanji and I'm curious. Why'd you give a man the kicking ability, Oda? I thought you'd want to give that to the girls. But obviously not. You freak. Boa's sisters? Technically like Lola and Chiffon. Black Maria? There's 100% more that I'm forgetting here. Shirahoshi? Oh, sorry, Daughters of Linland. My bad. There's a long leg tribe? Is there actually? Oh, to wear the long leg tribe. Oh, I know he wants to draw that. He went, fuck, why did I introduce the fucking long arm tribe first? Should have introduced the long leg tribe instead. LT was decently sized. Well, that was one of the bits with Shirahoshi that a lot of people don't remember. Her bit was, I like guys that are taller than me. And of course, girl, you're as big as a building. And then, what do you know? There's a guy who's bigger than a building. I'm doing this because it confuses me otherwise. My camera's shaking as Blueberry scratching herself. You are such an animal. Scratching your fleas. She doesn't have fleas. She's a good indoor cat. No fleas for her. Are you guys seriously sitting here watching this? Is there no other things you could do with your time? I'm just baffled. I'm baffled by it. Oh, the other thing that was really good about Sanji kicking Luffy in Water 7, and I've talked about this as well before, is the reason that moment is so fucking good if you think about Whole Cake Island and Sanji being the one to intercept that fight. Usopp disagreed. Luffy said, fine, then leave. If you want to be like that, then leave. Basically, what it felt like was happening was Luffy was basically showing his love is conditional. Do what he says and he'll love you. Don't do what he says and he says, pack up your stuff and leave. Now, Luffy isn't actually like that. He was just frustrated. But imagine how that would be for someone like Sanji to hear. To be from a family of, you have to be exactly what I want you to be, or you're useless. And to hear his captain going, okay, if you don't agree, then leave. That would have fucked him. Like, no wonder he was sweaty and mad. He thought he escaped that kind of shit. Oh, no problem. It's also why Sanji desperately needed to hear that. It's who you are. And it's why Sanji truly thought Sanji would leave, Luffy would leave him be if he disobeyed him and beat him up. Because he thought he saw that same thing happen in Water 7. And he thought, this is it. I can get Luffy away from me by doing this. Wow, wow. Luffy has matured and evolved and knows how to be a captain now. Nice fucking try. I don't think Luffy would have actively abandoned Sanji, but I think he would have retaliated. I think he would have made the situation worse, because Luffy didn't actively abandon Usopp. And he was upset at what had happened, and he was mad at himself for reacting like that, right? I don't think he would have abandoned Sanji in the same way he didn't abandon Usopp, but I do think he would have retaliated. And that would have made everything a whole lot worse. Because he would have had to prove to Sanji tenfold that he does care about him, right? He said goodbye to Usopp, but he did not want to leave Usopp. That was never gonna happen. Usopp did not walk into the Merry thing. See, this is what I don't like. Usopp walked into it. The Merry was a gift from Kaya and alive. The Merry was like Zeph to him. It was alive. He was the only one that knew that. Like, he did not walk into anything. He just wasn't allowed to truly say anything about it. He even admitted to Frankie, I know the Mary's the way it is, but I can't give it up because I know she's alive. I know she loves us. Luffy couldn't get that out of Usopp because at that point he wasn't a good enough captain to be able to get that out of him. And the game would have been changed if he was able to get that out of him. Like Usopp admitting to Frankie that he saw the Club Ultraman, that the Mary was everything to him. It's a similar scene in how Luffy said, "Tell me how you really feel." And Sanji said, "I can't do it anymore. I want to go back to the Mary." He couldn't get Usopp's truth out of him, his confession out of him. All he got was his rage because of how he decided that on his own. And again, that's not how you go about things. Well, that's why Sanji kept kicking him. He was expecting Luffy to fight back because he saw it with Usopp. He saw that Luffy will physically fight back. Sanji started a duel and Luffy refused to fight back because he knew if he did, it would make things worse in the exact same way it made things worse with Usopp. I mean, Sanji even says, "Guys, cool your heads. You're not gonna get anywhere yelling like this." Like, the signs are everywhere. If they were just calmer, this wouldn't have happened. But Luffy retaliated. And as a captain, he should not be doing that. This music is just crazy. Well, the other thing that gets me as well, why didn't Usopp say anything? Usopp's literal reputation is lying. I feel like even if Usopp mentioned the Club Ultraman in their fight, Luffy would just think he were fucking making something up to keep the Mary. I think Usopp was just in a lose-lose situation and Luffy did not make it better for him. I mean, not to say there wasn't some immaturity in Usopp too. Like, I'm not blaming it on Luffy, because I don't blame it on either of them. It's just that it was a very emotionally charged situation that was not handled with care. That's the other thing. Luffy had his time to act out and had his time to grieve. So it's unfair on Usopp that he's suddenly dropped with this information and he's not given any time to breathe, not any space to breathe. Luffy was given that chance to breathe. He was given the opportunity to get angry and calm down. Usopp wasn't. It just, sorry, like, every angle I look at it, it simply wasn't fair on Usopp, especially right after he'd just been fucking beaten to a pulp and lost the money that was supposed to repair the Mary. He was at his lowest, and Luffy piled on without any consideration to how he would feel. And it was just, It was impulsive from Luffy. He thought he was helping and he wasn't. Well, that's the thing. He should have told Usopp after the Frankie family beating, like a long time after. Not a long time, but given Usopp some time to breathe after losing the money. Because Luffy was like, oh, that's fine. Anyway, we're killing the Merry. Give him a chance to calm down. Give him a chance to settle. Then tell him he'll go through his anger, he'll go through his denial, and he'll calm down. And we saw that when both of them had the chance to calm down, they regretted their decision. We saw that. They didn't want to make that decision. They were simply in the heat of the moment. It was just so truly... I hate how people talk about Usopp in that moment, because it was so unfair on him. And everyone's like, how could Usopp say and do that? Well, geez, I don't know. Maybe think of how he feels and put yourself in his shoes. How could you fucking not lash out? Like... Hair up my nose. Yeah, literally. Fuck, the way Luffy was brushing it off as well was fuck. He really gave Usopp no time. Imagine finding out your cat is gonna die. So you have to make the decision to put it down. And imagine your friend, that's their cat. And also that cat has a human soul inside it, but ignore that. Now imagine you make the decision after a bit of grieving, I'm going to put that cat down. And then you look through a website of new cats. And you say to your friend, we're going to put the cat down, pick a new cat. Also, your friend just got beaten up and lost the vet money. Like, it's just insane. Also, we made it to 45 minutes. Whoa, look at that progress. I'm speeding today. Sorry, Zoro talking and then the cut to Sanji just listening. That's so sexy. Like, and then the next thing we hear Sanji say is, he's right. I love my wings. I just love my wings. I just don't know why people see this as a first mate moment and not a wings moment. I literally said to Goofy, people would beat me up for this, but Zoro needed to be peer reviewed in that situation. Because they were all fighting against Zoro actively until Sanji said, he's right. And then they went, damn. And I was like, they'd get mad at me if I said that Sanji peer reviewed him. But he did. He fucking peer reviewed him. Wait, I need the Aladdin scene where he goes, synergy! That's so fucking specific. Oh, fuck! I think it's the part where the genie's flipping through the book.
Can you make me a prince?
Oh my god, shut up.
Chicken a la king? No, that's king crab. I hate when they do that. Caesar salad. Du brute? Nope. Aha. To make a prince. Now, is that an official wish? Say the magic words. Genie, I wish for you to make me a prince. All right! Yo, yo, whoa.
Hang on, he says like synergy and it's in my head.
That fez and vest combo is much too 3rd century. These patches, what are we trying to say? Beggar? No, let's work with me here. Ooh, I like it.
Sorry you guys have to hear this.
Now, still need something. What does it say to me? It says mode of transportation. Excuse me, monkey boy. Aki, over here.
Here he comes, and what better way to make your grand entrance on the streets of Agrabah than riding your very own brand new camel?
Watch out, they spit. Not enough. Still not enough.
I quite like
Let's see, what do you mean?
the monkey.
Yes! He's a Lambo Shiminambo!
Fuck, I don't remember when he says synergy.
Check this action out.
You look good.
He's got the outfit. He's got the elephant. Cause we're not through yet. Hang on to your turban, kid.
No, it's not here. Shit, maybe I can look up the Aladdin script and look for synergy. Does he not say synergy? Am I being lied to? Oh fuck, maybe it was another movie. Well, I've just made it up. There's a scene where he's like, that's synergy. Wait, is it Aladdin 2? Have I just lied? Bro, they got the whole Aladdin 2 transcript on a wiki. Okay, I give up. The bit's not that funny anyway. I'll give it up. This is so annoying because I swear I remember he said it and I'm being gaslit. The reason I remember he said it is because we were talking about media synergy within my uni course, and then I was watching Aladdin with a friend who was doing the same uni course, and he was like, synergy! And me and my friend went, oh! But it must have not been Aladdin if it's not in the script. It must have been another movie. Now I can't think of what. Whatever. I'll find it again one day. Eh. Um. Uh. Uh. Bleh. 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 Was it in the 800s? I think it might have been. Cool, I don't have the page. I get to talk about one of my favorite scenes. Who's on this page? Oh, my back! I can feel myself shrimping. Oh, I've got the Zoro posture. Ugh. Huh. You ever think about how Sanji made the note sound purposely obtuse? He made it sound very calm and very Sanji-like, so they didn't worry. I'm gonna go meet a woman, be back soon. Just so he could try and keep them away from him. Ugh, just, God, I love him. Why does that look like it's split even though I'm not? Oh, that's why, never mind. Barnaby. You know what I've thought about? People go, you always mention Sanji, you always mention Sanji. Is it my fucking fault he's in so much of the story? Is it my fault? I don't think it's my fault. I'm gonna mention him. He's in fucking everything. Like, this scene doesn't have Sanji in it. Guess what? There's a scene just like it that includes Sanji. This scene doesn't have Sanji in it. Guess what? They talk about Sanji. Guess what? It's like Sanji. Like, he's everywhere. Like I'm born to be. My favorite part about the Golden Song from K-pop Demon Hunters is how many K-pop idols were exposed on how they couldn't sing. Because they were either asked to sing it or tried to sing it and they just sucked. And it's like, whoa. That's rough. Because the people who sing that song, the original girls, they're not idols. They're just singers. Sanji is the deuteronologist, as the kids say, because they picked that word up and now they all say it. Because it sounds big and intelligent. When there is no fucking deuteronologist in One Piece. It doesn't exist. Character who is second most important and gets the second most scenes and the second most things. That doesn't exist. The Deuteronomy just changes per fucking arc, and sometimes no arc has it. Ugh. There you go, Mana 5. Yep, exactly. How are them apples? Yeah, she's gonna go real far. I'm at maximum efficiency. In fact, I'm so efficient right now because I'm so close to my goal today that I'm like locked in to get it done. Well, it actually works better when it goes the other way. I know Zoro's gay as fuck because the whole time Nami was talking to him, he wasn't distracted once. Once. I fucking would be. The Bazongadongs. He didn't give a shit about that. Bleh. Dermatologist. Nice try. I'm in the zone. I'm in flow state. Oh, it was you. She works downtown in an unmarked bar. Flying around posh shoes gave me the fright of my life. I had no problem with zooming into tits. You can't do it if you're a man though. Of the night. Then she couldn't have run away from me. Months go by, I'm alone in bed while she's greasing up. But when the businessmen employers arrive, Said Patricia gone home with some other guy. She thinks I'm sad and that's alright. And she doesn't hate me, so there's my little alibi. I can't leave, I can't. She's my goofed up Botox girl. The stripper, my sunshine. Just love how Mad Zoro was here. Oh, love him getting angry. Love it being about the topic of Sanji. And love that when he calmed down, he went, fuck. That's embarrassing. Because if I were going fucking crazy over like, whatever, leave him, fuck that guy, and then it was like revealed, by the way, he got like heavily blackmailed to have to go, I'd be fucking embarrassed. I would be embarrassed, bitch. I would also separate from the group and have to sit by myself for a little bit. Ooh. See, Zoro can be smart sometimes. But then he ruins it by saying stupid shit at the end, where he goes, and then Sanji drags Big Mom into it. Fuck that guy. Like, Jesus. As if that was his fucking fault. I'm not even tired. I could do this all day. I use my own private Discord to keep all my One Piece notes that I've accidentally let a few people into multiple times now, and it's so fucking embarrassing that that's happened. I swear that was a bug, because I swear I was double checking, like checking and rechecking that I was copying the right invitation, the invitation link. Because the embarrassing part, it also has like my shopping list in there. Or just some random stupid fucking meme I saw that I want to keep. So I was letting people enter this spot, this place. Let me tell you what's in it. General, recipes, episodes list, movies to watch, Sanji scene eps, links copied over, places to go in Japan, bot, art, One Piece animatics, cosplay clothes, shipping numbers on Pixiv, Japan flights and events, Japan pack list, London, New York trip, China with Sarah because we want to go. Video description, video ideas, and tax. Hi, Hero. Oh my god. So people were joining that Discord and it was just my fucking shopping list. Ain't no porn in there. No, I'm quite a wholesome soul. It would be Zoro X Sanji Smart if it were. Thank you very much. They never added anything. The second I saw them, I kicked them. And I went, I'm so fucking sorry. But sometimes one of them was in there for like 2 hours and I was so embarrassed. Okay, let me be honest with you. If I do see an NSFW art that I enjoy, I don't save it. I don't save it just to keep it. I go, that's lovely. And then I move on. I'm not someone that does that. I save it in my mind. "46 minutes! Oh fuck, I'm nearly there. Oh wait, Anna, I was just telling them I'm not the type to save NSFW art because I'm not. And you know this. We know this. But then I remembered my chat with Anna. Our pins are just... Technically we're not saving it. We're just like, we're putting a pin in it. Like... But it's just my chat with Anna. That is so funny. It's just what a nice piece of art. Put it in the pin. But we don't actively save them. Thanks, Brig. I mean, I'm not saying what they are, but I'm sure everyone can imagine what they are. They're actually quite beautiful. Wow, they're so... I just had a peek. It's just beautiful. But the funniest thing is, with Anna, you're the only person that I have pins like that with. And I don't know how that fucking started. I'm serious. I'm not the chronic gooner you guys think I am. I amp it up. Ah! Bye, Gob. But you know what gets me? I like my yaois, right? I like my BLs. I like my dojins. What do you do with a porn folder? Because I like seeing new stuff. When you have a porn folder, do you just open it sometimes and go, and then close it? Like, is that the point of it? That's... I just don't get... You look at it to goon or just because you enjoy it? Like, is it like art? My physical library is not porn. Oh, wait, my dojins. Oh, fuck. I'm throwing stones in a glass house. I forgot. Fuck, I forgot I had a physical library. Oh. Oh god, never mind. Oh, I'm such a hypocrite. I think what I'm thinking of is like singular arts and not like a whole story. Because what I have, they're whole stories. And they're great every time. But looking at a singular art, okay, I guess I see the benefit in it, but I'm still not making one. I've already seen this. That's a horrible way to think. Getting bored of a sunset. Okay, you guys are getting me. I understand it. Maybe I just like the surprise of scrolling and seeing it again. Maybe I like the hunt. Huh? Maybe I like the chase. I'm not an algorithm slave. It's who I follow. Thank you very much. I don't rely on the algorithm for anything. Exactly, Mama. Oh, Mama gets it. I knew you would. Also, welcome back. My pink goon cave? Nah. But Sanji's doing atrocious things in my head. Or I should say I'm doing atrocious things to Sanji in my head. You can believe that. Right now I'm making him shake his ass for me. And it's beautiful. I wish you could see it, but I can't project that, you know? I feel so sad for people that can't visualize things in their mind. Because I visualize Sanji every day. And it calms me. If I couldn't visualize Sanji in my mind, I'd be an angrier person. Yeah, and I'm that meme. I'm so close. I'm so close to my mark today. Now watch as I'm like, wait, I have to mask something with 1 billion keyframes. Anna, over now. Anna knows me, but also, Anna, you don't understand, but I know you understand. If I don't cover all my bases, some fucking smartasses are gonna be like, what about this? I need to cover all my bases. I'm very happy Oda elaborated that this was so. He said, no, there can be no confusion, they must know. Awawa! 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 Oh, fuck, Anna, you're right. Ugh, I'm just an idiot. I love Luffy's gung-ho attitude in this panel. He's really on his fucking way, isn't he? He's out of there. Hat! Hoktua, man. Me when I'm worried about a guy and I have to hide it. So true. We did it! We got to 47 minutes today. Oh, that was a big fucking chunk taken out. Tomorrow, this is the goal. And then the day after that, this is the goal. And then the day after that, hopefully the rest. Work shall be done. No ball game today. I've been editing too long. And I would like some me time now. Also, I didn't realize the music stopped. Sorry about that, everyone. Alright. I'm going to my box. Bye. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate it. I'll be back probably same time tomorrow. Depends on when I wake up and get ready. And I will be editing out my fucking ass. I got a lot of work to do. But I did tons today, so I'm very happy with that. And I'll be doing tons tomorrow as well. So, fare thee well, and see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.